Ah oui, il est ouvert.
Hello. Comment va? Tu vas bien? Ouais. Super, ça va? Hello. Voilà. Ouais, je t'entends. M'entends-tu? Est-ce que tu m'entends? Bon, bah super. En régie, vous m'entendez bien? Super. Bah, moi, je reste dans la room. En fait, c'est toi qui va changer de. Oui. Ouais, je t'entends. C'est. Ouais, super. Ok, j'arrive. Attends. Alors, attends, c'était V-Portal. Attends, c'était quoi? Ouais. Ok. Bah, je suis là. Moi, je suis. Blue Motion. Merde, ce que c'est? Comment tu vas?
Réussi à vous connecter ou pas?
Ah, merde. Ah, à qui? Ouais. Attends, ouais. Le portail, c'est quoi? C'était vidéo portail? Portal.
Mais est-ce que tu as un compte?
Non, c'est pour créer le compte.
Je sais pas, j'ai juste une sorte de...
Ah non,
mais j'en avais un à une époque, il faut que je s'y fasse.
Ouais.
Ah ouais.
c'est ça. Ouais, enfin, si c'était encore moi je l'ai retrouvé il y a de 2017, un truc comme ça. Est-ce qu'on m'entend?
Ça doit être
Oui. Parce qu'en fait,
pourquoi? Qu'est-ce que tu veux?
là, si tu te connectes, tu cherches une room pour intégrer la room.
Tu vois ça comme un gorilla, ça?
Comment plateau? C'est pas toi? Plateau 1, c'est pas toi?
Si.
C'est toi?
Bah, c'est le. Bah, si.
Je t'envoie de la musique.
Oui, je l'entends. Je pensais que tu allais me parler, c'est pour ça.
Non, non,
Si c'est bon pour toi,
je
peux couper.
C'est bon?
Resources,
Climate change, biodiversity, inequality.
inclusion. I'm so excited.
1,000 solutions.
Welcome to Change Now. I'm so glad to welcome you from all around the world. Welcome, welcome, welcome to Change Now 2021. You are joining today from 150 countries. This is living proof that the seeds for change are everywhere on the planet. Since the last time we've met in person here in Paris with 28,000 participants, the world has been hit by an unprecedented crisis. And as you will hear from many speakers after me, This is a critical decade. In the darkest hours of this crisis, we launched a general call to all changemakers to rally forces and keep the global agenda for climate, resources, biodiversity, and inclusion moving on. And you responded massively to this call. Now, our role here, collectively, is to make something about this moment. See this online gathering as a university, or the marketplace for a better future, or the LinkedIn of impact. So connect, discover, and take up speed on subjects. This is an accelerator event, maybe the best place on earth during 3 days to grow your impact. This is also an unprecedented event, not only because of digital, but also because this is the first time ever that we have so many experts and leaders of change accessible to anyone for free from anywhere. Usually, we do that at the end. But this time, I like to do it at the very beginning. This year has been extremely tough for anyone on the planet. And for us, organizing this global event has been an oversized challenge for the small team we are. But we made it despite everything. So I would like to start by paying tribute to the ChangeNOW team, to the 22 souls who have embraced the challenge and made all of this possible. I hope you will feel the magic we put inside this edition. We created it with our hearts, with our full determination and dedication, and with a great sense of purpose. And with the ultimate goal that people you will meet here, decisions you may take, or ideas you will hear, will eventually have a positive impact on your lives. So, may this edition bring you all faith in our ability to act and wisdom, because action and wisdom is what we need. And now, without further ado, I'd like to check on Rose. Rose, where are you?
Hi, Santi. I'm here in the second studio on the vegetal stage. Because even if ChangeNOW is digital this year, the backstage here is very physical. We have recreated 4 recording studios to host all the speakers who could make it, of course, in total respect of the sanitary measures. We have also equipped nearly 2,000 square meters of space in Paris for all the teams that make the platform live. Because ChangeNOW is not only the conference. You will see also many other activities during the 3 days. A World Expo with 300 handpicked exhibitors among the most promising solutions for the planet. Discover them, connect, exchange directly with them. You will also see 3 full days of pitch sessions with juries of experts and a job fair on Saturday to help you connect with mission-driven recruiters and maybe find your next job with a positive impact. We're also hosting a film festival with a selection of films in free access during the 3 days, as well as an art auction, actually the first sustainable art auction on Friday at 6 p.m. Paris time. ChangeNOW 2021, it is also tens of workshops, 20 ecosystem highlights and partner events hosted directly on the platform. And last but not least, thousands of networking opportunities for you to connect with changemakers and accelerate change. What we are experiencing today is exceptional. The challenges we are facing are unprecedented in the history of humanity. And it is up to us, up to our generation, to address these issues urgently. But what is also unprecedented is our ability to act together, to be connected wherever we are in the world. And this digital event is giving us a big opportunity to do so, with 3 days of global collaboration and action to change the world. Now, I believe you are all waiting for the show to start, so let's go. It's time to change now. And Kevin, I believe you have a special guest.
Yes, indeed, Rose. I am in great company this morning, or this evening, depending on where you are in the world at the moment. I am with Kimball Musk. Hi, Kimball. How are you doing? Where are you calling us from?
I'm calling in from Colorado, United States. And thank you for having me. I'm really excited to be part of Change Now.
We're so excited to have you with us, Kimball, for the 4th edition of the ChangeNOW Summit. You're actually the very first entrepreneur to be sharing his work with us at ChangeNOW. Many changemakers will follow you over the course of the next 3 days, and I do hope that you'll have the time to watch, to connect with them, and share your expertise because they do, have a lot to learn from you.
Thank you. I'm really excited. I heard there's a really good attendance from South Africa as well as the United States, so I'm excited to be part of it.
Yes, there are actually many people watching us from South Africa, from the US, from all the regions of the world. And I'm taking this opportunity to say hi to all of you who are watching us from the 5 continents. So, as Rose said before, it's time for Change Now, so let's get started. So, Kimball, I understand that you started as a very successful entrepreneur with Zip2 and PayPal that you founded with your brother Elon. I'm really curious to understand, what was your next step? What prompted you to get involved in projects that really cared about people and the planet?
Well, my background, I grew up in South Africa. I really wanted to, I really wanted to pursue the American dream. And it has been wonderful to be here in America, to be surrounded by some of the best entrepreneurs in the world. There are wonderful entrepreneurs elsewhere, but America, for me, was just was wonderful to be around those folks. I found it was a journey for me. I try to do things that just made money back when I was younger, and found it very hard to stay motivated. The good thing was I learned that I was a good entrepreneur at a young age. I did a house painting business as an entrepreneur while I was in university to pay my way through school. And I actually, for a student, I was very, very successful and financially well off, and also completely bored out of my mind. That kind of a business did not, there's nothing wrong with house painting, but it just did not move me. Didn't have the kind of impact that I need to have in my businesses. And so I learned early on that money is not a motivator for me. And I'm good at making money, and I'm also not interested in that as the outcome. I've learned over time that money is simply a way to enable you to live your purpose. And for me, my purpose is food. It's helping create a more happy society, a better earth, as Change Now is very much along those lines.
You're right, Kimball. And I think that's actually something that a lot of us can relate to. This idea of pursuing means without any purpose. Well, I'm kind of curious to understand, you created a few organizations related to the food sector. Could you tell us more on how exactly you got there, and explain a little bit more about the concept of behind big green and square roots? What's that concept of learning gardens in school, and why is it so important to you?
Sure. Yeah. So I think the story starts with me being 12 years old and cooking for my family in South Africa. I love cooking. It was a way to bring my family together. As you can imagine, a very, very high energy family. But when I cook, people would sit down and we would have a good conversation. I still do that today with my kids and my family. And I worked in the technology business to start. It was a very exciting time to be in the internet. But when I sold my company, when I sold Zip2, I went to New York to study cooking. It was a desire of mine. Now that I had more money than I ever imagined I would ever have, And I said, well, if I have this kind of wealth, what do I want to do? And I wanted to learn more about cooking. So I went to study cooking for 18 months in the French Culinary Institute. So I can cook a duck l'orange like the best of them. And maybe someday I'll come to Paris and cook with some chefs there. That would be amazing. And I really am excited to come, next year when this is back live again. I think this Paris is one of the cities that comes up in my mind as a place that is one of the great cities in the world. And so I happened to graduate just before 9/11 when the World Trade Centers were hit by the terrorists, and I lived very close to it. I woke up to the sounds of the plane hitting the building. We started running. We saw the first one fall at Canal Street, which is downtown New York. Kept running. We saw the second one fall at Union Square, and it truly just broke my mind. And I had, during this terrible time, had this opportunity to cook for the firefighters. And again, kind of just where my purpose really came to me was this around food and what food does to bring people together and connect people to, in the case of a restaurant, connect them to their family and friends. In the case of school gardens, connect them to the outside, to nature, to the climate, to understanding that the weather really impacts what you grow. How, if you look after your garden, it thrives. If you don't, it dies, very much like the earth. And that led me on a path to do restaurants. I opened the kitchen and next door eatery in Colorado, and now we've grown those around the country. And then started working with schools. But at the time, this was in the 2000s, I still wasn't ready to commit my life to it. And so I continued to work in technology, part of some exciting companies. But my passion was food. And I kind of lost my way a little bit, as many entrepreneurs might find, is you get drawn to the opportunity, and oftentimes the opportunity isn't your passion, but it is the opportunity, and you can make a lot of money that way. But I had already made money, so for me it was not. Again, money was not my motivator. So for me to do a startup which takes 16 hours a day, 7 days a week for many years of your life, I really was not in the right place. And in 2010, I had an accident that changed the course of my life. I went down a ski hill on an inner tube. It was a children's section of the ski hill, not meant to be dangerous, but it was very dangerous for me. I got to the bottom of the hill, the tube flipped. I landed on my head going 35 miles an hour, ruptured my spine at C6 and C7. Bleeding in the spine caused me to be paralyzed. I was paralyzed for 3 days, which is the most terrifying thing to imagine going through. But it was also a divine intervention for me. It was truly a way I could look at my life and say, if they fixed me, if I could walk again, what would I do if I had a restart in my life? I'm an entrepreneur. I'm not going to not be an entrepreneur, but I'm going to do things that I care about, which really moved me personally. And one of them is Big Green, which is a nonprofit. We're now probably the largest in America, building learning gardens in schools. We're at 700 schools. I think we're probably by far and away the largest, frankly. And now we've also, during COVID, we're doing the Million Gardens Movement, which you can learn about at milliongardensmovement.org. And around the world, we're educating people on how to do a garden at home, as well as in low-income communities in America and Canada, we're distributing gardens to homes. And in just one and a half months, we've reached over 20,000 homes in low-income communities. And our goal there is to create a global community of people who love to garden and who want to help other people garden, come together at milliongardensmovement.org. On the Square Root side, what I saw was missing was young farmers. We don't have enough young farmers, and this includes in France, includes really everywhere in the world, because farming has become bad for the environment. We are farming mostly corn. We don't need corn. We got plenty of corn. 40% of corn is being turned into ethanol because we don't know what else to do with it. It's terrible for the environment. It's terrible for the oil companies. It's actually the only thing I know of that both environmentalists and oil companies hate. And so working on an idea to create young farmers was our idea around Square Roots, which is an indoor farming company growing across the Northeast and the Midwest of the United States of America.
You know, Kimball, you're touching a really important point here. People tend to forget the cost of pursuing opportunities that are not aligned with who we truly are. People get stuck on, in their careers on a path, and that is so difficult to get away from. And I really want to thank you for saying that, because it's always good to remind us that, whatever important decision we take in our lives, always check, how it is aligned with who we are and our values. So thank you for saying that. So going back to Big Green and Square Roots, I'm curious to know, whether you have plans to expand beyond the US?
We do. Well, the Million Gardens movement is a worldwide movement. It started on Plant a Seed Day, which is a Northern Hemisphere first day of spring, which is the day you plant a seed. And what I love about that is it's all about hope. It's all about resilience. And that's exactly what we need right now in the COVID world, where we're coming out of it. I know that ChangeNOW is a virtual conference this year, but it's part of the resurgence. It's part of us all coming out and connecting with each other. We'll be able to do it together in person very soon. And Plant a Seed Day and the Million Gardens movement is part of the world coming out of COVID and doing it with a sense of hope and joy.
So you've mentioned several times the Million Gardens movement. I understand that it is a global community of people who, like to garden and want to help other people garden. Why do you think it is so vital for people to grow their own food? Why do you think it can address the major, health, mental, ecological crisis that the world is currently facing, especially in the wake of the COVID pandemic?
Well, I think that it truly is a crisis. The agricultural approach around the world has really been a disaster, both at a national and global level, but also at a personal level. What we are doing with our system is we are, at a personal level, creating obesity, people who are overweight, massively overweight, and where they're eating high calories with low nutrition. So they're both they're obese and starving at the same time. It's a personal tragedy. At a global level, agriculture has become is now one of the greatest pollutants in the world. It is also one of the most difficult parts of climate change, and it's all solvable. These are the reason why these things are the case is because of the past 20 to 30 years of the monoculture approach to farming. And I can say that France is one of the countries that is really working hard to fight this movement, to actually become part of the solution. And there are parts of America that are working on that too, but it is a real crisis. Agriculture is a crisis of polluting the climate, polluting the soil, polluting the waters, and then it is a crisis at the personal level for physical tragedy, mental health. People are not able to function well when they don't eat well. And then it is also an environmental crisis.
You're right, Kimball. I mean, the negative impact of monoculture on our soils, on our waters, is actually terrible. And I'm not even mentioning the fact that more than 50% of the loss of biodiversity can be actually directly linked to the way we eat. It's really, terrible, and we must act on this as soon as possible. But let me ask you a more, a candid question. How do you make it easy for people to garden? Because we were discussing it with Santiago, who started gardening last year during the first confinement, and I'm sure he would tell you it's not that easy. So how do you make it easy for people to garden?
It's funny. We've been working in the gardening space now for over 10 years, and there's an intimidation factor to gardening that is very real. People are intimidated. And yet, once you have a basic idea of what you need to do, it becomes a wonderful joy, and it's very straightforward. And so the Million Gardens movement, the website, milliongardensmovement.org, has the tools and tips that help you grow the right thing at the right time of year. That's also really important. So if you grow strawberries in January in the Northern Hemisphere, don't expect good results. But if you grow strawberries in the summer, you're going to have wonderful, delicious strawberries. And so it's about the timing and where you are. If you're in France, you grow something different at a particular time of the year. If you're in Italy, even though those are pretty close together, you actually grow things at different times. And that's what the MillionGardensMovement.org website is about, to help you, empower you to grow easily and with joy and with fun, grow with your kids and with your parents, with your grandparents, bring people together for gardening. It's actually been COVID, for all of its terrible and difficult things, has been wonderful for home gardening. And when we were approached by Modern Farmer, which is our partner in the Million Gardens movement, we were approached by them. They actually came to us, and they're a very well-known online magazine on farming, saying that they're getting so many requests on how to garden at home. And we were the top gardening nonprofit, and they asked us if we would want to work together, and we agreed to do that. And it has been a wonderful success. We've only just started, but I'll say that 2 months in, we feel like we are making a big difference, and the feedback from gardeners around the world has been wonderful.
That's actually wonderful to hear, Kimball. And you know, I'm not that surprised. We see so many people fleeing the cities to go back to their, to the countryside, thanks to the flexibility given by the digital world we live in nowadays. And I think, there's a lot more people that are going to start home gardening in a short future. And that could become a next big thing. But, while doing some research on your work, some figures really hit me. I actually came to the realization that more than 70% of people in the US are actually overweight or obese. And actually more than 20% of people don't know that ketchup is made from tomatoes. I mean, when you think about it, I understand the end goal for you, which is to reconnect people with real food. But don't you think it's actually the whole food system that we should change? And if yes, how would you go about it?
Well, you're absolutely right. The obesity crisis in America is just awful, and it is just getting worse. The numbers are not just really high, 60 to 70% of Americans obese, but if you look 25 years ago, starting in 1995, obesity was under 20%. Just in 25 years, it is now almost 70%. And that means that it is something that in our lifetimes we created, and in our lifetimes we could fix. And so I think that while it is truly devastating, it is something that can be changed in our lifetimes. And it's going to take a lot of entrepreneurs, a lot of people in the nonprofit world, as well as the for-profit world. As an entrepreneur, I see opportunity. I don't just see challenge. But it is absolutely something that we need to focus on as our society, not just in America, but because America exports its culture, it's unfortunately exporting its food system. Places around the world are starting to see obesity issues as well. In Mexico, for example, obesity kills more people than gun violence and smoking. And gun violence in Mexico is so terrible. To imagine that there is a bigger killer is hard to believe, and yet obesity is a much bigger killer than guns and smoking.
Wow, that's a terrifying statistic that I wasn't aware of. Kimball, beyond the idea of reconnecting people to real food, it seems to me that it is actually the connection to nature that is off today. And I guess a lot of it can be explained by the fact that we're nearly 60% of people globally that are city dwellers. And I think that figure is going to go up to 70% in a few decades. And I guess, that could really explain why we're so disconnected with nature. So my question to you is, how can we change that? How can we improve our willingness to preserve it? How can we put it on our leaders' agenda the same way climate change has been on our economic and political agendas for quite some time now?
Yeah, absolutely. The connection to nature, I believe, is one of the greatest benefits that gardening does. One of the most beautiful things about our learning gardens, the gardens that are in schools, is that it gets kids out into the garden for 90 minutes a week on average. 90 minutes that they would normally be in a classroom, they get to be outside, they get to understand the weather and the changes in weather and how that affects their garden. For example, in America, just this past month, we've had rain that we've not experienced for example, in Colorado, we have not experienced rain like this in 80 years since they started recording the rain data, and that changes how you garden and changes if you are connected to nature and connected to the outdoors. You realize how much climate change is happening, how much unusual events are occurring that you get because you are going outside and you're growing and you're realizing, oh, in our case, our Million Gardens movement, we provide gardens to homes in low-income communities, and it's potatoes. We did this spring, which is a wonderful thing to grow. When they're ready, you dig your hands through the soil and you dig them like you're digging for gold. It's really a fun thing to garden, and our gardens can be moved indoors and outdoors, and that's been really important because with climate change and this very unpredictable outdoor weather, that is very important for our people, our community, our citizens to know, to be connected to that and understand how important getting our community and our world behind supportive solutions for the climate is.
Thank you for this answer, Kimbal. You've been a very successful entrepreneur, but you're also a very successful social entrepreneur. I understand that you were named the Global Social Entrepreneur of the Year by the World Economic Forum in 2018. Could you tell us, what is a social entrepreneur to you, and how is it different from entrepreneurship?
I actually do love the term social entrepreneur, and I love being called a social entrepreneur. I believe that there is a very simple difference between a social entrepreneur and an entrepreneur. And a social entrepreneur builds a business that they believe the world really needs to make a better world. Frankly, the best entrepreneurs are all social entrepreneurs. Their success might be something that isn't as well known or is as well, maybe not a consumer-driven success, but working on a company where you believe that the success of your company will make the world a happier place, will make the world a better place to live, make the world a better place for your friends and family and your extended family, which is the global community, and make the future generations their lives better. That's a social entrepreneur, and I believe those are the best entrepreneurs in the world. My brother is a social entrepreneur in that way. Most of the great social entrepreneurs are social entrepreneurs.
Yes, and I guess you're mentioning the fact that Tesla really accelerated the electrification of the whole car industry. But speaking about your brother, you're on the board of SpaceX, and Kimbal, I really have to ask you that question. Some people in the audience will definitely tell you that before colonizing Mars, we should definitely focus all our energy and resources on protecting our planet. What are your views on that?
Well, I think that we should spend almost all of our resources protecting our planet. And if you look at my brother and his goal to make humans an interplanetary species, that's a very exciting and wonderful goal, and I am so proud to be part of that. And it's a very, very small part of what the world is doing. So the world is working 99.9999, all the way to more nines than you can imagine on protecting the world and looking after it, making it a greener world, making it a more climate-friendly world. My brother also runs Tesla, which is doing an incredible job of transforming the world to alternative energy. But a very small portion of our time and energy should be put towards becoming an interplanetary species, because it gives us excitement that there's lots and lots of things to live for in the future, including exploration, including being a pioneer as a human species.
So, Kimball, I have a last question for you. Are there any words of wisdom that you would like to share with our audience?
Well, I would love to share how excited I am that so many people have come together across this virtual conference from places around the world. It is a time in our lives to really think about what we can do after COVID. When you think about COVID from the perspective of tragedy, there are a lot of issues with it, but there's also opportunity. And that opportunity is that you can now choose whatever you want. You could decide to change your career. You could decide to go start a business. You could decide to stop everything you're doing and do something completely different. And you have a chance to do that because no one will judge you. You wouldn't even have to judge yourself. Many times when you start a business, you're really worried about failure or you're doubting yourself. Well, now is a chance after COVID, you could truly do anything. You could decide to go join the circus, literally, and people would be like, oh, well, that's just COVID, and that's fine. Or you could decide to go start a business in an area that you love and you're passionate about, but no one ever expected you to do that. This is your time. Take this opportunity to make the next chapter of your life the best possible one you can make.
Thank you so much, Kimball, for sharing your story with us and launching this 4th edition of the ChangeNOW Summit. You know, I really want to wish you the best of luck, with your fight, your really important fight against obesity in the US, and all your effort to reconnect people with real food and with nature. It matters so much, to us to have entrepreneurs like you that are really contributing and helping to change the game. You can count on us, to support you all along the way. So, Santi, I understand that you're also with someone really special, so back to you.
Yes, Kevin, indeed. I'm with the fabulous Sylvia Earle. Hi, Sylvia.
Hello there yourself.
Well, this is a total honor, to have you here with us for this opening of ChangeNOW. Well, the theme of the ocean is very important in the history of ChangeNOW. It was one of the first themes that we really embraced. So that's why also we are really, really glad to have an oceanographer, an explorer of the ocean, really someone who knows maybe the ocean in their depths, So Sylvia, my first question I would like just to know is, for most of us, the ocean is the 100 meters or the few feet we have in front of us when we're on the beach, And still, the ocean is maybe one of the last parts that are not really explored. They are unknown, I think there are more people going to the Everest than people going in the depth of the ocean. So you spend your life, you dedicated your life to discover and know the ocean. Can you tell us a bit more about what you've seen during all those years, how that evolved the life in the ocean?
In the 21st century, we can share the view that astronauts have given us. The world is blue. When we stand on the shore, as you say, we only see a few hundred meters out beyond where we are standing. But if you were really honest about the nature of the world, it is mostly ocean. And it isn't just a purpose. The average depth of the ocean is 4,000 meters. 4,000 meters. The maximum is 11,000 meters. And only a few people, about a dozen, have been to the deepest part of the ocean. So this is a moment in time, as never before, that we know that the ocean dominates the nature of our home planet, Earth. I've had the pleasure of spending thousands of hours under the sea. I've lived underwater 10 times. I've used more than different kinds of submarines. And I want everyone to be able to share that kind of experience, to see that the ocean is not just water. That's really important because all life needs water, and Earth is habitable by us. And all the rest of life on Earth, because we have the ocean, that's where 97% of Earth's water is. And as you point out, most of it has yet to be seen by any human. I feel really lucky. And if I could, I would take everyone, mostly to take you right now, in a little submarine. People go in airplanes all the time, in automobiles, or even just walking around on the land. But in the ocean, to go deep, you have to have a submarine.
Well, actually, I'd love that, you know. I think that must be fascinating to see life deep in the ocean, you know. And what gave you really or how and when did the call for the ocean happen, you know?
I got knocked over by a wave when I was about 3 years old. The ocean got my attention, but it's life in the ocean. I mean, I wish I could take everyone down to see what it's like below where sunlight penetrates. It's dark, it's cold, the pressure gets more as you go deeper, but it's beautiful. And the creatures who live there are innocent of anything that we do. But we are just beginning to get to know them, these creatures that have their own living light, bioluminescence. As you descend into the deep sea, it's like descending into a galaxy of little lights, of small creatures that flash and sparkle and glow. Don't you want to go and see it for yourself?
Wow, definitely. I think that would be, this must be one of the most, you know, fascinating shows on Earth. Well, I think you're really lucky, you know, to have done that for so many years, because it's, well, lucky, and also you decided it, you know. It's really like you made all your path toward this mission to work also on ocean knowledge and ocean restoration. So can you tell us a bit more about really this topic, because ocean is so important for the planet, and what's your vision of the future and the future of ocean?
If you could be born anywhere in time, I would think this is the right time. But we now are armed with the superpower of knowing what the smartest people who ever lived a century ago, or even 50 years ago, could not know, what the children of today have this knowledge that did not exist, could not exist. As you pointed out earlier, the ability to connect with the rest of the world, to see what we can now see, go where we can now go, if not personally, at least by connecting with people visually. We have this power of understanding. And now we know that Earth is in trouble because of our actions.
Yeah.
But it's not too late to turn things from decline to recovery. That's, we are the luckiest people. Understand, we can shape a future. We have a choice.
Thank you, Sylvia. And indeed, we have the choice. We can do many things, I suppose, to help the ocean, and maybe for many of the visitors today, there are very simple things we can do. You know, I guess a lot of people here live near the seashore, or goes to the beach for holidays. What can they do as simple humans and human beings there on the seashore to protect the ocean?
Well, many people seem to think that if they don't see the ocean or touch the ocean, it doesn't matter to them. But with every drop of water you drink, every breath you take, you are connected to the ocean. The ocean, life in the ocean generates most of the oxygen in the atmosphere. It's been doing so for hundreds of millions of years. And we're the beneficiaries of life in the ocean that has shaped climate, the weather, holds the planet in a condition that is suitable for the likes of us. So, we all need the ocean. Now the ocean needs us, because what we're putting into the ocean, even if you're far upstream, if you've never seen the ocean, what you dispose of, or even the burning of fossil fuels and carbon dioxide up in the air, methane, it's warming the planet, warming the ocean, changing the ocean, changing the planet. Everybody has an impact on the ocean, whether you ever see the ocean or not. The ocean has an impact on you, whether you see the ocean or not. And now, again, why we're so fortunate in the 21st century, because we can see the connections. We can understand what no one could understand before, about right now, the way that everything is connected. And how you live your life, the choices you make about what to eat, about what to wear, about how you travel, and how you give back to nature. We have taken from the land and from the sea, we've taken so much of the ocean. We need to think about the limits. Most of the big sharks, since I was a child, they're gone. 90% of the shark. And some people say, well, that's a good thing. That makes the ocean safe, right? No, it's not right. We need the sharks. They keep the ocean healthy. And they're really not a danger to us. The danger is losing shark, losing tuna, losing life in the ocean. We have a chance to get back. And this year, right now, it gives us the decade of extraordinary focus on ocean exploration and care. So that in 10 years, 30% of the land, 30% of the water, the ocean and fresh water, if we are smart, we will take the action wherever on the planet we live. If you've never seen the ocean, you can still be part of taking care of the ocean. So what's to be sad about? Time to be excited. You can make a difference. It's time.
Yeah, and actually I heard you say that no one can do everything, but everyone can do something.
That's right.
So
and together.
Yeah, and together
we can go from decline to recovery and then making peace.
And so here at ChangeNOW, we're gathering thousands of those change makers who are developing solutions for the planet, for the ocean. We have a new coalition, the 1,000 startup ocean startups for the ocean. Sorry, I just mixed up. But the 1,000 ocean startups coalition that will be launched later today. What do you want to say to all those change makers and people who are driving ambitious initiatives for the planet?
As we develop new technologies, think about being constructive. We have, throughout all of our history, taken. We mine the land, we mine the ocean, we extract, we take. This is the time when we must find the balance. We have to give back. We have to learn how to work within the natural systems that keep us alive. And, the things that we now can see that we could not see before. Be aware of the impact that what you do has on your life support system, the natural world that gives you the air you breathe, the water that falls from the sky that we need to survive. Really, to understand, think like a planet, think like an ocean. Do unto the ocean as you would have the ocean do unto you. We have so many ways of exploiting the ocean. No, don't go there. Figure out how we can use the ocean without destroying it, without using it up, as a friend of mine points out. But there's knowledge of the remarkable new capacity to explore the ocean, to understand the many ways life in the ocean can teach us. We can learn from how fish move. Tuna, for example, we right now could, if we wanted to, we could find, capture, market, and consume every last bluefin tuna. But think about bluefin tuna with a different look, not just as something to eat. Engineers at MIT began looking at bluefin tuna as these remarkable creatures that move as fast as a cheetah in the sea. They are amazing. They propel themselves by moving the tail back and forth and then capturing the energy, little whirlpools that with almost 97% efficiency. Okay, how do people capture energy with that kind of efficiency? We can't. We don't know how. Fish do it naturally. Let's learn from them. Let's go into the deep sea. Look at the microbes. Figure out how do they capture the metals that are in seawater and deposit them in these little nodules. Instead of saying, let's go get those manganese nodules and mine the deep sea, let's mine knowledge from the deep sea. Let's figure out how those mighty microbes capture the metals. Maybe we could put them to work instead of destroying the ocean floor for short-term gain. We know how to do that. That's easy. It should be more challenging and more productive for us to learn the secrets of the ocean without destroying the ocean and put that to work to benefit us. You know, people sometimes say, I have to eat fish because of the omega oils. How about cultivating the microbes that actually generate the omega oils? We don't have to squeeze them out of fish or krill. We can grow those mighty microbes in small containment. It's being done by some clever operations. But what else is out there that we can grow? Pharmaceuticals, other sources of food without killing large populations of ocean life. That's the 21st century change that we need to be intelligent about using nature. We don't have to destroy nature to prosper. We can figure out how to work with nature. And we must, if we are to have a future that is really prosperous.
Well, thank you. Thanks a lot, Sylvia. That's a wrap. So thanks a lot for making us the privilege to be with us today. You know, it's you embody a lot of values we have here at ChangeNOW, and so it's a pleasure to have you with us. Okay, great. So let's get the show going on now. This will start now on all the stages. The platform will live on all the other channels. So I hope you'll have a wonderful ChangeNOW 2021.
Good morning and welcome to ChangeNOW 2021. This is the world's largest event dedicated to the future of our planet and brings together changemakers from around the globe. People active across diverse environmental and social domains, creating a better tomorrow today. Thank you for being with us and for joining from around the globe. We have 123 countries that are expected to participate during the 3 days, so hello and welcome to you from wherever you are connecting from. I hope that you're well settled at your desk or perhaps on your couch and ready for the packed program we've lined up for you. It's huge, it's inspiring, incredible, informative, and as unique as you have come to expect from ChangeNOW. It is just past 10 o'clock here in Paris at the Palais de Congrès. My name is Kristen Davis. I'm the founder of Sanxi, and like you, I'm dedicated to creating solutions that ensure a robust future for our evolving planet, our businesses, and for our society. Over the next 3 days, along with my co-host Lavelda, I'll be guiding you through the various stages, tracks, themes, speakers, and events we've lined up for you. ChangeNOW is, as you know, really quite unique. Unique in its insightful guests that will share their perspectives and thoughts with you. Unique because of the depth and range of the program and topics that we'll be addressing. And unique in the organization and the team that make all of this possible. Hundreds of people, ChangeNOW staff, volunteers, technical teams have dedicated months of effort to creating this 4th edition of ChangeNOW. The fruits of your work are really quite outstanding. Bravo to all the team. Let's also greet all the partners who actively support and contribute each year, and welcome the more than 500 speakers who'll be joining us from around the globe over the next 3 days. Some of them will be with us physically here on the stages, and others connecting remotely. Our speakers represent CEOs, young leaders, inspirational leaders, innovators, investors, entrepreneurs, politicians, and artists. You can join them in the more than 150 sessions that are freely accessible here on the Summit platform. So, whether your passion is art, education, beauty, fashion, sport, entrepreneurship, new technologies, circular economy, health, inclusion, oceans, clean energy, cities, mobilities, or all of the above, you'll find what you're looking for right here with us. I'm pretty sure that you've already been through the program and you have a full agenda of sessions, networking and topics that you've selected that you want to hear more about and people that you want to meet. But let me tell you a little bit more about our global program. Right now, you're watching our live TV stream, which features continuous coverage of the event and information about the upcoming program, including what's going on in all the different types of sessions. You can access all the sessions from right here on the website. We have the stage program, where you can hear from prestigious speakers who will share their vision, knowledge, and insights. Then we have ecosystem highlights. This is where you go to meet ChangeNOW ecosystems players and partners. Pitch is your destination to listen to speakers who will have just 3 minutes to convince the jury of their solutions, practicalities, and promises. So that's no doubt going to be both packed and fast-paced. The World Expo is our showcase to discover 230 solutions and entrepreneurs who are waiting there to meet you right now. Then, of course, we have our workshops, where you can interact with changemakers who are developing concrete solutions with impact. At any point in time, come back to us here on live TV, where we'll be bringing you the most important content. So, as you can see, the program is very paced. But don't worry, we'll highlight all the sessions that are not to be missed. Don't hesitate to tune in or to connect back here whenever a session finishes. If you stay with us on the live TV stream, you'll meet the speakers because many of them will be stopping by to answer questions. Now, I've shared a great many things about our great program, but frankly, ChangeNOW is about the experience, creating it and living it. Your ideal program will be your program. The sessions that you choose, tailored to your need. So, after this long introduction, I'd like to welcome on stage to kick off this edition, one of the organizers of the incredible event. Kevin, come on up and join me. Kevin, welcome. Good morning. Welcome to Change Now 2021. So you have once again created one of the world's largest events for the planet. How are you feeling now that we're actually here, live on stage and broadcasting to the world?
Hi, Christine. It's really great, to be here, and it's actually a really amazing feeling. It's been such a challenge to organize this event, in the context that we all know, and after what we did in January 2020 at the Grand Palais, where we had this really important physical gathering with almost 30,000 people coming, we really wanted to do that again. And we wanted to have another physical event this year. And then we had to come to the conclusion, a few months ago that this was not going to happen and we had to move online. And once we took that decision, everything changed. It's incredible. We realized the opportunity that is, behind this format. This flexibility. We have people joining us today, tomorrow, and Saturday from more, as you said it, more than 125 countries, from Africa, Southeast Asia, Sydney, South America, the US, Europe, and this would not be possible if we were just on a physical event. So it's actually incredible to see that people really responded so well to this call for action and for people to come and rally this event. And we feel, I think it's beyond, it's really beyond what we thought it would be, and we feel really amazed.
Certainly. I mean, there's kind of like a silver lining to this COVID crowd in that through making it 100% digital and remote, you've been able to include even more people and speakers from around the planet. So bravo to you and the team for pulling that off. Apart from being 100% remote, what else is different about this new edition?
Well, it's the DNA of ChangeNOW is still the same. We're all about showcasing concrete solutions and showing that there are really activable solutions that we can all use as citizens, as professionals, and we're here to help those innovators to scale by connecting them to important investors, media, talents, experts, the public as well. And I think this hasn't changed. What might have changed this year is I would say the fact that it is actually the first time it's a free event. We really want to make it accessible for everyone because we want people to understand, we want citizens and professionals to embrace this collective momentum around positive change. And that's why it was really important for us to make it free for the first time. And that's the response is here to show that it was the right answer. And then maybe one novelty, and you mentioned it before, the ecosystem highlight, which is for the first time, our partners like the UN and many other organizations realize that ChangeNOW is a great platform to host their own events, to rally their own crowds. And that's what's happening this evening, at 4 p.m. with the He for She Summit with Justin Trudeau and many other inspiring speakers, the launch of the 1000 Ocean Coalition as well this evening, the grand premiere as well of the last, the new documentary on Netflix, Breaking Boundaries on Saturday with Joan Rockstrom and David Attenborough. So many events join our platforms and are making ChangeNOW what it is, which is a real community of communities.
Fantastic. So it's actually quite a different event from what we've seen in the past. It's augmented. This is a whole new version. We've just got 1 quick minute left, and I'd like to find out a little bit more about you, Kevin, and what you do for the planet here. So is there one thing that you do every morning when you wake up for the planet?
That's a good question. I don't think there's anything that I do for the planet. I think it's more a question of me being conscious of what the planet does for me. And I think that it's really important that we realize that everything that we do, eat, wear, feel, earn, is at some point connected to nature. And just being conscious of that is already in itself a great first step. And then after, asking yourself very simple questions about, do I need to eat meat every day? Do I need to wear, those shoes, for example? How were they made? Which fabrics were they using? And where were they actually conceived and by whom? And, simple questions that you can keep with yourself every day. And it's a path. And I guess it's really what I would say it's remembering that it's actually nature that does a lot of things for us.
Okay. Kevin, right now we've got thousands of people watching us from around the world. What would you like to share with them? Your one wish for the world after ChangeNOW?
Well, I really hope that they will get, inspired by, this content that we're sharing with them today. I really hope that many, new partnerships, collaborations will be happening during the course of those 3 days and, beyond and after that. And I really hope that this summit really creates as well new vocations and changes as well, minds and thoughts about this. And this is something that we can all participate. It's really something that we can all be a part of, and we should.
Kevin, thank you so much for joining us here on the Live TV plateau. The next 3 days are going to be packed. I'm looking forward to maybe seeing you and a few of the others of your team on this plateau. Now let's check and see what's going on another stage. Let's tune in and listen to speakers from Matera, a company that helps the fashion industry reduce their environmental impact. Joined by them are the French famous fashion group Kering, Elle Magazine and BSR, an organization of sustainable business experts that works with its global network of world's leading companies to build a sustainable world. See you back here in a few minutes.
In the sustainability field and to protect our planet. When you listen to the scientific people, we know that on climate change and on biodiversity, we have less than 10 years to bend the curve. So I think we need to develop really a collaborative approach between, as we said, media and companies, but also in our sector and also with the other sector. But I'm really convinced, thanks to the young generation, we will be able to tackle the issue. So I will be also very optimistic because I see only between 2 years ago and now, it's really changing. And also, one stakeholder that we didn't speak up to now, it's the investor and financial analysts. And they are also more and more aware, they are paying more and more attention about what the companies are doing in this field. And I think so it will be, again, an ecosystem that change, and it will be very helpful to protect our planet.
10 years, I hope.
Less
than 10 years. Thank you very much for this conversation, Marie-Claire. It was really a pleasure.
Thank you so much, Erin.
And now we're going to continue this conversation with some other speakers. But thank you, Marie-Claire, and thank you, Erin, for speaking from the headquarters of Kering with beautiful trees in the background. But kudos to the ChangeNOW team for this beautiful background as well. I feel like I'm in the forest. So I'm going to welcome now Eliza Nemtsov from BSR. And she is the Vice President and Consumer Sectors and Global Membership at BSR. Thank you for being here.
I know, I'm delighted to be here.
So tell me more about your role and exactly what you do at BSR.
Sure. So at BSR, we are a global team of sustainable business experts, and we work with the world's leading companies on sustainable business. And in my role, I work a lot on sustainable fashion and sustainable luxury to really bring about the change that Marie-Claire was just talking about, the changes that we need to see in the next 10 years. So we're very focused across the spectrum of ESG issues.
So one of the things that we discussed, you and I, before when we were preparing for this conversation, is the human component of and the human factor in the fashion industry, from the consumer's point of view, from the people that work in the fashion industry, from the people who produce the products that we wear and that come out of this industry that's so massive. Can you tell me more about what you feel is important to change from that perspective, from the human factor?
Sure. Well, I think first of all, what we see in the aftershocks of the pandemic is really more of a need to focus on people. So the issues around the pandemic have really put the S in ESG in the spotlight, and we've seen that the fallout of the pandemic means that poverty, extreme poverty, is on the rise, that inequalities continue and are growing. There are debt burdens in impoverished nations. Vaccine accessibility is not working out how we intended, with the catastrophic situations in India and Brazil, etc. So all of this means that as we begin to think about...
It's 10:15 here on the ChangeNOW Live TV stream. Welcome back. I'm pleased to be joined by Olivier Mathieu, Olivier, the least that we can say about you is that you have a very full and rich resume. You're the co-founder of Price Minister, the vice president of France Digital, and president of the CAMP. You've also now joined Marie Eklund, who will be speaking on another stage in just a few moments in the way about changing the rules. Now, you've joined Marie Eklund as the managing director of her new impact investment fund, 2050. Can you tell us what 2050 is in just a few words?
Yes, of course. Good morning. 2050 is a new kind of vehicle investment, which is really revolutionary because we aim at changing the world. But of course, every VC would like to claim this kind of target. Instead of impact, we'd like to use this new concept, which we call alignment. It means that we are looking for entrepreneurs that will be aligned with their full ecosystem, including investors, their teams, but of course, until the society and the planet. It means that we want to have everybody on the same page, follow the same mission and the same vision, and we want to support this kind of entrepreneurs because usually when we identify a very talented entrepreneurs, it usually starts with a nice and positive mission, but down the road, there are always many pressure, many constraints that will make the entrepreneurs run the risk to get misaligned with the other stakeholders of its ecosystem. So we try to define a methodology to support them to get aligned with all those components of this ecosystem, including their clients, their providers, their partners, business partners, shareholders. Everyone should be on the same page, not depending on the short-term financial pressure.
Okay, so alignment is clearly key to 2050. What made you decide to align with Marie Eklund and to join her in working on this 2050?
Of course, that would be a very long story, but I think back in 2012, with Marie Eklund, we were co-president of France Digital. That's where we met and we learned how to work together. And of course, we realized that we were very aligned together to use the same concept of this alignment methodology. And then after this France Digital experience, Marie used to found Daphne, which is a very famous VC in Europe. And I was CEO of Rakuten because we sold the company Price Meter, our company, to Rakuten, the Japanese tech giant. Mm-hmm. And after I stepped down from Rakuten, I started again to discuss with Marie, and we realized that we share the same vision about investment, how it should evolve to get those famous, like very talented entrepreneurs, but also regarding the target that we have to get them aligned with the society and the planet. And so since we were on the same page, we decided that maybe it could be a good idea to work together, not only to discuss about how we can make the world a better place, but how we can invest in it. So the idea is really to change the finance. And on this, we were really aligned.
Fantastic. So aligned in the methodology, but a shared vision between you. Now, you just mentioned the investment element of this. Can you explain to us what evergreen funds are, please?
Yes, one of the very innovative aspects of 2050 is this concept of evergreen. Evergreen means that 2050 is a rolling fund. It means that it's not closed. We don't have a limited investment duration, which allow us to give more time to the entrepreneurs to change their market, to transform deeply their businesses without a kind of a limit constraints. It means that we create a sort of buffer with this evergreen fund between the investors that require some liquidity, of course, and the entrepreneurs that need time. So we give this kind of liquidity or flexibility between the financial pressure, which is always shorter compared to the needs of the markets to get transformed on the long run. That's also the reason why we name our fund 2050, because we aim at changing the world before 2050.
Excellent. I see, yes, because often with startups and investment, it is all about time. So by bringing in this notion of evergreen, you're effectively extending a little bit the plan for them. Now, as a business angel, can you give us an example of a recent investment that you've made?
Yes, of course, from now, I will have to stop my business angel activity because I will be fully and 100% dedicated to 2050 investment. But just before joining Marie and the 2050 team, I can, for example, give this example of a ZenRide, which is a shared electric bike fleet system to allow on the B2B market, on the B2B side, to allow the big corporation to propose to their teams and employees some free floating electric bike vehicle to replace with their cars. To do the commuting between their house and their office.
Okay, so this is urban mobility, sustainable urban mobility. And can you tell us a little bit why you decided to invest in ZenRide?
Yes, of course, because we consider that the carbon footprint and the global warming is one of the key challenges that we have to face with. So it's quite obvious now to mention it. But it's very interesting and I wanted to take out to your attention that now it's not really about it's not about to ring the bell. It's also about finding positive solution and to cope with this global warming global warming issue. So this kind of electric vehicle solution is really a very concrete and practical solution that will apply from day one to propose a positive solution for people to switch from individual cars to electric bikes.
Got it. Thank you so much. So why is it important for you to be part of ChangeNOW?
ChangeNOW is, of course, one of the most, if maybe the most important event regarding the climate and sustainable challenges. And of course, 2050 wants to be part of this ecosystem. Even if we come from the VC world, we also want to change the image of investors. So just being part of ChangeNOW is a way to say, okay, now we are part of the two worlds. We create a kind of a link between the old world with the traditional regular VCs and the new world of impact. And we want to maybe find the best of each of those two worlds to try to align really as I mentioned earlier, the interest of the planet with also the business profit, because we think it should not be a kind of a clear cut between those two worlds.
Definitely, and it sounds like then with ChangeNOW, you're definitely in the right place. I want to ask a question to get to know a little bit about you as well. What makes you get up in the morning and want to do more for our planet?
There are so many things now because since I decided to switch and to change also my way of life. I used to be an entrepreneur in the e-commerce. Regular e-commerce like 20 years ago when we launched PriceMister. And of course, I mean, down the road, I learned that, of course, there were other aspects that only to earn more money. So now, of course, when I wake up in the morning, I like really to meet with people that will give me some inspiration, especially entrepreneurs, because entrepreneurs are so innovative. So that's really my main motivation, to find the right person, the most talented one, and the most aligned entrepreneurs to really keep on using this new concept of alignment.
Olivier, thank you so much. It's been great having you with us here on the live TV. As a reminder, you can meet Marie Eklund, the founder of the 2050 Impact Investment Fund, on the session Changing the Rules on the Stage program. Thank you, Olivier. Enjoy the rest of ChangeNOW. I hope that you find lots of other things to align with. It's great to have you with us. Did you realize that we have more than 300 solutions and 300 digital booths available in the World Expo? To talk about this and the concrete solutions, let's now welcome Marianne Joslin, World Expo Manager at ChangeNOW, to join me here on the stage. Hi, Marianne. Welcome to ChangeNOW Live TV.
Hello, Kristen.
Welcome. Now, at the beginning of the show, I asked Kevin one thing that he does for the planet each morning. How about you? What do you do for the planet when you wake up?
I'm saying myself, okay, let's do it.
Okay, so that's how you motivate and you get yourself started. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, so I want to ask you some questions about what we've got going on, these 300 digital exhibits, and this kind of marketplace that you've created. Can you tell us more about it, what's new in this edition, and how we access all these open solutions?
Sure. The World Expo is in fact a very special place because this is the place where ChangeNOW unveil 300 solutions for the planet that have been selected for their high potential of positive impact on Earth. So it's something huge because people will be able to meet and discover all of these super solutions from 50 countries this year that can face the biggest challenges of our century. So I'm thinking about agriculture and food, circular economy, energy, health, inclusion, and so many other thematics that are so much important for the planet and our future.
Okay, so in collating all of these, have you noticed a trend emerging this year?
Not really, but we can say that some sectors are already mature enough to scale up. And I'm thinking about the circular economy zone or all the projects in renewable energies. For example, hydrogen is one of the topics a lot of projects are already mature and really looking forward to meet potential investors that will really implement their solution.
Okay, so when you've been selected, you're part of the World Expo. How does ChangeNOW work for you? What does it do for you? Can you give us an example of entrepreneurs and what they've gone on to do after?
Sure. So the World Expo is the best booster for a project because it will get 3 days of very high exposure, and they will be able to meet hundreds of potential partners, suppliers, cities, investors, of course, and I already said that, but journalists also, all here to support their action and in fact to accelerate their positive impact, because this is what we are looking at ChangeNOW. So yes, and I have a lot of amazing stories to share. For example, last year, Planet Care met the French government, and the French government, after this meeting, has imposed to put filters on washing machine by 2025 in order to stop releasing microplastics in oceans and seas. So that's really something huge, and I have plenty other stories to share.
That's quite a considerable,
yes,
sort of thing that's been achieved there. That's really concrete as well. So the meeting from between Planet Care and the French government, bravo. I hope that there are many other things like that that come out of the World Expo this year. Thank you, Marianne. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for collating and putting together this World Expo. So please do make an appointment with all of these exhibitors. They're here and they're waiting for you. Check out their solutions in detail. Marianne, I want you to stay with us, okay, because we're going to be welcoming our two next guests, 2 exhibitors with innovative and positive impact solutions. Kamal Nait Outalab from Only One, and John Helgren from Repack, who's going to be joining us. Do we have next guests? Hello and welcome to the ChangeNOW Live TV channel. Thank you for joining us. Can you introduce yourself quickly?
Hello.
Tell us a little bit about yourself and how you started your venture.
Yes, hello, my name is Kamal Nait Outalab. I'm 43, and I start my journey at the beginning. I have 70 years experience in the banking industry. So I have a different position in the bank. I was a relationship manager, business analyst, brand manager, and so on. And my last position was head of customer due diligence KYC for a large bank. And in 2017, I decided to quit my job to create something new, a new kind of fintech, more impactful, ethical, and a fintech which offers clients a better way to manage their money.
Bravo, welcome to you, Kamal. I'm wondering whether we also have John Helgren joining us remotely. John, there you are.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello from Helsinki.
Welcome, Helsinki. Welcome, John. Do you want to introduce yourself and Repack very quickly?
Yeah, Jon Helgren, co-founder, CEO of Repack, and Repack is simply replacing single-use packaging with reusable in online shopping. So I'm living in Finland. We are all like grown up with the bottle return system, where empty bottles and cans are returned to any grocery store. It's part of our culture, and 98% of the bottles and cans are returned in Finland. So we wanted to apply the same thinking into e-commerce.
Wonderful. John, thanks very much for joining us from Helsinki. I'm going to ask you to stay there for just a few minutes because I'd like to go back to Kamal and ask him a few more questions so that we can get to know about only one. So, Kamal, do you offer all the services of an existing traditional bank?
Only One combines banking excellence and technology. We offer positive impact accounts in all-in-one application. So we propose at this stage a payment account with a recycled international debit card, and we offer the possibility to open the account directly in the app in 8 minutes. Okay. We have direct debits, transfer, free and limited in the app. We have real-time notification. We can save money easily because we have a mechanism of runs up. So we offer all the functionality of daily basis accounts, and at this stage we offer also a marketplace where we can save money, invest, and some insurance.
Okay, so you've got quite a wide range of services already. Can you tell us a little bit about your business model? How does this actually work as a sustainable business?
Yes, at this stage we have a monthly fees, €6 per month, but the difference is that you use 10% of these fees to finance some social and green project. The first one is in partnership with the United Nations. We finance a project to fight against malnutrition, and we use also the international fees to finance some project of protection of the biodiversity. And with the marketplace, we have brokerage commission used to finance this kind of project.
Okay, fantastic. And are you also advising your customers how they can invest and support projects, the right kind of projects at the right time, for example?
We do two things. The first one is to change the habits of consumption. The first one is because we estimate the carbon footprint of each transaction, and we aggregate them in main categories for example, food, shopping, home, and then we recommend some new products more sustainable. This is the first step for change the consumption. The second one is with the marketplace. So we propose hand-picked partners that have the same DNA of us. For example, we propose to the customer to invest in the forest in France with EcoTree. This is a new kind of saving. We can buy some trees, which is a new asset. So we propose all the in the fintech industry the solution with a sustainable and positive impact.
Fantastic. Okay, so let's find out where you are today in the project. Which countries you're already offering your services to? At
this stage, we launched in France, so we are live since April the 8th of April. And we are happy to announce that we have 2,000 downloads since this date. And the next step for us is to raise money to develop Only One and have a lot of impact with our future investors.
Okay, fantastic. So you've been around like 6 weeks or so, maybe a bit more, and you've already got a good clutch of customers. And the next step is raising for you, is that correct? Okay, all right. Maybe there are some investors out there watching us. Let's go back, actually, to Jonan. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Excellent. Okay. So tell us a little bit more about Repack, okay? So growth has actually COVID-19 and the pandemic has boosted e-commerce, and it's expected to reach 4 billion deliveries by the year, just in Europe, in fact, by 2029. The growth is also skyrocketing the demand for raw materials and trash. Okay, so this is a major issue for us. Are you confident that this is something that we, and with REPAC, we can address this challenge?
Yeah, last year we Europeans got more than 10 billion single-use packages delivered when they shopped online. Accelerated, of course, by COVID. I think we've all done more shopping online than we would actually like. So have the e-com managers and directors at many stores. We don't meet people anymore who run e-com businesses and say that they don't personally shop online. That has definitely that is thing of the past. Everyone is facing the issue of packaging trash in their homes, and that has of course resulted into demand of more sustainable solutions, and reuse has also faced unprecedented growth. So I think the amount of trash is probably, well, maybe it has increased actually a little because shopping online generates more trash than offline or in physical shops. But if we look at purely from a reuse perspective, then it's also, of course, a huge opportunity to introduce and change people's behavior, because that is where kind of returning is part of e-commerce already. In fast fashion, we have return rates of 50%. So actually taking the step and returning the empty packaging to be reused is not that crazy idea as it may have been a few years ago.
So, John, yeah, we've all seen the packaging piling up in our apartments, at our doorways, as we've received these deliveries at home. Are you partnered, and can you give us examples of the partnerships that you've developed with, say, the fashion industry or others?
Yeah, just before COVID, we actually launched in the USA and also a strong partnership with Canada Post, where Canada Post created a whole return channel just for reusables, and we are now trialing that with Canada Post. And then early this year, La Poste, the French Post, we started a partnership with them where currently if you return and repack, let's say from Germany, it goes back to our hubs, mainly in Estonia. But with La Poste, we started a collaboration where any empty return within France is stopped, leaving France and collected and delivered in bulk for us in a regional hub so that they are not transported through Europe. Well, but having said that, I mean, the logistics of returning something for reuse still make more sense than making something new. So the distance actually is not that big of a thing, but it's a mental thing more, I would say.
John, very quickly, we have just a minute or so left. What's the next step for your company? What's the next step for REPAC?
We are growing quite quickly at the moment. At the moment, we're looking for people, organizations, investors to help us scale, be that an industrial scale or a VC helping us to kind of take the opportunity that is obviously there and make grow as a company at the same rate as we've done.
So like Kamal, you're looking for investors right now to scale your business even further. Fantastic. Kamal, very quickly, are you happy to be part of ChangeNOW? Why is it important for you and for Only1?
Yes, we are more than happy. It's a huge opportunity for us to be there, and it's the opportunity to meet others companies to discuss about this challenge we have for the world of tomorrow. So yes, it's for us, it's very important to be there.
Fantastic. Well, thank you to both you, Kamel, and also to John from Helsinki for having joined us. Mariana also. So here we have had two great, outstanding examples. Very, very different worlds, banking and packaging, but one common vision, positive impact. Many values and qualities that we see in common throughout the different startups that we have here. Thank you for both for sharing your energies and your stories. Marianne, before you leave us, do you have a final word that you'd like to share with our live TV audience?
Just that I'm really happy to welcoming all of the projects that we have selected for a few months now. And I'm really proud of them. And I really hope that ChangeNOW will be helpful for them. And thank you very much for trusting us.
Thank you very much to you both and also to John in Helsinki. I want to remind you that if you want to know more about the digital exhibitors and any of the other solutions on at the exhibit, do not hesitate to go and visit our World Expo and make appointments with the change makers that are waiting there for you. Thank you, Marianne. Thank you, Repack. And thank you, Only One.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, if I say to you cooperation, coalition, and collaboration, what does this mean? This is exactly the question I'm going to be asking to my next guests. Please welcome the Minister for State, Society and Solidarity and Responsible Economy for the French government, Olivier Grégoire.
Hello.
And someone you're all going to be very familiar with, Santiago Lefebvre from the ChangeNOW team.
Hi, Kristen.
Welcome to you both. It's great to have you with us. Okay. Now, no matter what, being together, being united makes us stronger. ChangeNOW is a perfect example of what people working across different places, together, organizations, countries, companies from different backgrounds can do when they collaborate together on projects. We belong to this community called Life on Earth, and with it comes a belonging and duties. How can we be sure that we are all united globally to make things change better for the planet? This is part of the question that we're going to be exploring together. Do you consider that coalition is a key factor in moving things together forward faster today, Olivia?
Definitely. If I may, I'll take the right. I just want to say to Santiago that he's got the best T-shirt in the world. If you can show it, because I'm so in love with the T-shirt. It's important also to remind this. There is no plan B, as you say. And I feel like, there is a sentence which is well known, alone you go faster, but together we can go further. I think it's always important to remind this, and it's pointless to move forward without the support of all of those who are actually moving in the same direction, in the direction of taking into account, being very aware of the fact that we are sharing the same planet, that we're part of the same society. And I think it's one of the key points for the future. Definitely the time and the area where one country was represented by its sole government, for me, it's over. It's clearly over. We need today public and private coalitions that we're trying to build. I think that we're going to talk about this because we are working on one together. It's important to ensure a real recovery, but above all, a fair recovery, to design, to imagine new solutions for general interest. I'm a woman who spent time and years in the private sectors. I used to work inside companies, but also to create my little one. Now, I'm proud to be a member of the government, but I always, each morning I wake up, I say, I'm asking this question, where do I am the most utile, the most interesting in my engagement to this general interest? Is it inside the company or is it inside the government? My question every day is that you can be both in a company or both in the public sector or in the government to work for the general interest. And I think that we are creating, with an initiative like Pact for Impact, all around the world, I will take a few words after, we are trying to build that kind of coalition, both from private and public sectors, but also from countries all around the world, not only in Europe, also in Africa, in India, in America, in Asia. So I think this is what we're trying to build together with people like Santiago and members of the impact community.
So effectively, as you said right at the top there, this is about going further and not faster through coalitions. Okay, so Santiago, which coalitions are part of Change Now? Who are you working with?
Well, that's super interesting because we saw during the years really that coalitions emerged. At the beginning, we had a lot of solutions working alone, you know, and this year we had the chance to host the launch of several coalitions. One of the major launches is the 1,000 Ocean Startups Coalition, which is the largest coalition in the world, gathering incubators, investors for ocean restoration. But we are also super happy to have a coalition on regenerative agriculture with the 4 per 1,000 initiative, or also the Global Pact for Impact, which is led by lawyers who want to put a framework, a legal framework to the constitutional rights of nature. You know, so they're working with the UN to put that framework. And I think that shifts like that, so huge in impact, can only come from coalitions. So that's why I think it's really the next level to what we are trying to create in the ecosystem.
Fantastic. So we've got Olivia, who wakes up every morning and says, public, private sector, how do we merge this together? You've got the Change Now community that you're pulling together as well for coalitions. Question to you both. Can we have too many coalitions? Can they cause complexities and slow us down, perhaps? Or are they still a force of good?
Well, I think that the question, we are not at that point in the question. You know, I think we need to build those coalitions, and then maybe someday will be coalitions of coalitions. I don't know, but today the point is not to know if there is too much or too few. I think we just need to create them.
Okay.
It's a very relevant question that I would say, can there be too many coalitions? I think that you're right on the point is that you get some, as said Santiago, some little coalition working together on bigger coalition. I won't be too long, but for example, I work both for the President Emmanuel Macron on G7 or G20 initiatives, such as TCFD, which is the Task Force on Climate Disclosure, with countries from all around the world, saying we do agree not to invest on that kind of companies or on the field which are not responsible. But also we get initiatives and coalition on the European level. We're working together on the directive, on the due diligence, it's another level. And we're working also in France on the national level, for example, with the social bonds I created and I spread for nearly 1 year now, which is the perfect illustration between private and public coalition towards the general interest. I think that the key question is how those coalitions are working together. And I think it's important to underline that you get several levels, and it's important to be very coherent. And I know that Emmanuel Macron is very accurate on this point. It's important to be coherent on your commitment on different coalitions from national, European, and international points. Perhaps it's a kind to be a way to be quite impertinent, but I think that it may be confusing to be very accurate and precise to your question, but it's also reassuring. I think we definitely need as many coalitions as there are causes to defend. And the fact is that we get so much causes to defend. We're quite late on a few of them.
Okay.
So I think it's important to take on a positive way. It may be confusing, but it's also a very optimistic sign of the commitment all around the world.
Okay, so we have maturity in coalitions happening and levels of coalitions. I have a very quick question for you, okay? You were earlier today, Olivier Gregoire, on one of the speakers on the Changing the Rules panel, okay? What's a rule that we need to be evolved right now to hear today? We need to evolve this rule to help trigger massive change.
I think that the rule that I was talking a few minutes before is about transparency. I think it's important today to cope with the new revolution. There used to be a digital revolution for years all around the world. And it changes the way to work, the way to invest, the way to be the customer, the way to be an employee. It has moved everything. Today, I really think we're living the impact revolution. The impact revolution will stand the world if we don't measure, publish, and try to improve the environmental and social performance of the companies. So a few minutes before, I opened and I launched here in ChangeNOW a platform driven by French people, which is called impact.gouv.fr, which aim is to encourage, to say to companies, be part of the change. Don't wait, as used to say Churchill, the change is coming. Take the change by the hand and don't wait because it could take you to the throat. I think that the image could be quite violent, but the image is very relevant. The change is now. You get the right word. Let's make it together. And transparency is our friend. We don't get to fight against. I think it's a huge revolution. Let's make it together. Let's be more transparent, more relevant, to try to change the world together.
Okay, so we can effectively say that the impact revolution is being televised right here, right now on ChangeNOW Live TV? I hope. And transparency is going to be critical to that. This is what I'm picking up from you, Olivier.
Yeah, okay. And I think also important to say that it's a huge challenge for companies who play the game on transparency, opening the way you work, you produce, you get your employees in the work, etc., is not an easy thing. So let's try to be at stakeholders, from media to investor to NGO. Let's also underline the effort that a lot of companies are making today to open the door, to open the machine, and to say, we are working like this, and the aim we are following is this one. Never forget, Sir Ronald Cohen is talking a few meters from here. Yep. Never forget, ESG is numbers. ESG is accountability. But impact is dynamic. Impact is a road. Impact is very important to say. It's a road to take, and it can take a little bit time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So one quick question before we move on. I asked this of your team member, Kevin, earlier. What's the one thing you do for the planet each morning, Santiago, when you wake up? You know what Olivia does. What do you do?
You make nice T-shirts. You wear a nice clothes.
Well, the first thing I do every morning, well, not the first thing, but what I do every morning is working for the planet. I think that I try to align totally my career path with the right choices, the planet, the biodiversity, and so that's what I'm doing.
All right. Okay. Fantastic. And to get to know you both a little bit more, also, what's the one superpower from nature that you wish that you had?
Wow, what a huge question.
I would take the answer on this one. I would go with the power of birds and fishes. I love to explore, so to able to fly and to go in the depths.
Fantastic. I wish I could do that as well. In fact, I think we all do. It's time now to check on what's going on the other stages. Let's go back to the impact trends in fashion and listen to the new artistic director of Chloe, Gabriella Hurst, who is an advocate for ethical and responsible fashion. See you back here in 10 minutes.
The goals are many, and we have quite an aggressive ones moving forward, from materiality to transport to life cycle. You know everything that's going on, and we're just launching low impact denim and upcycle sneakers. So it's really, there's a lot more that one can do. That it's in conclusion is making a product that is more sound with the environment and of higher quality.
Thank you very much, Gabriella, for this exciting experience and all our encouragement to continue to make sustainable development sexy, as you know.
Well, that's really your line. You told me sustainability sexy, and I mean nobody has asked me yet to be in a naked photo shoot cover, but I'm ready when they ask.
And thank you. And thank you to ChangeNOW for the invitation and to all the online participants. Thank you, everyone.
No, thank you, Sylvie. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriela Hurst and Sylvie Bénard. I really love her closing part. I'll join you, Gabriela, if you hear me, on the photo shoot. I'm down with that. I think if we have to bring awareness any way is possible these days, since we're at the 11th hour. Thank you so much to all the panelists for participating to this panel and to all the audience for being present and listening to us. We are not done with fashion. We're going to continue speaking of fashion and how we can make this industry better and more responsible and more caring. We'll do that tomorrow. We have another panel on fashion tomorrow afternoon, so please join us. It will be just as rich as this one this morning. Yeah, dress like you care. Thank you.
Thank you for being with us here on ChangeNOW Live TV. Welcome to all the people who have just logged on and all those that have come back from the Gabriella Hurst panel. We caught just the end of that session there. It's 11 a.m. here in Paris, and we still have many great things, great speakers and topics to come. Change is accelerating, and more key actors of the economy are integrating into their marketing and products a more planet-focused approach, environmental issues, and are taking more impactful actions. One person who is really active and has been an activist for many years is Marie Eklund. She's well known for bridging worlds and cultures and constantly seeking the right balance between thought and action. Today we are welcoming her as the president and founder of the investment fund 2050. To hear Marie Eklund, you can stay with us here, or you can move over to the stage program and click on the link dedicated to watch the full session. Otherwise, I'll see you back here in 15 minutes.
You're telling me I'm an impact VC is the exact same thing as when people in the early 2000s, when I was launching or being a venture capitalist in digital, were telling me, oh, so you have a fund in new technology and information and communication technologies. And I was like, this is not a sector. It's a complete transformation of the economy that we're living through. And so basically what we're currently doing is financing tomorrow's economy. And the companies who will have understood that wave better and who would have implemented it in all its strategy, in all its way of functioning, it's all its way of management, of looking and building relationship with their ecosystems, they will be the winners. They will be tomorrow's champions. And so we're not an impact fund. We do absolutely integrate all these impact measures and thinking, etc. But what we're actually are doing are financing tomorrow's champions and tomorrow's economy, and it should become mainstream, and it will. I mean, it's a deep wave of mutation, whether you want it or not. It's on. So, so then, how we've taken it and tackled it at 2050. So the number one thing we did is to set our purpose and say, what do we want to finance? What is the world we want to craft? And so it took a while to find the right word and then how it would be implemented in an investment strategy. So the right word we found is to build a fertile future. Fertile because we want it to be productive. It's a place where you need to contribute to the world, and so this is part of your own personal alignment. But two, it has to be evolutive to adapt naturally to all the big changes that we're living through. So let them be environmental, social, technological. So evolutive by nature, resilient by nature. And three, needs to be inclusive. I think we're really gonna get out of this kind of one-size-fits-all strategy of a lot of standardization, uniformization, but really trying to craft kind of freedom spaces where everybody can find the solution to their own problem by contributing in their own singularity. So this was kind of our compass, and 2050 is actually a compass in time, and so then we had a goal, right? And then we asked ourselves, what do we actually need to finance to reach that goal? And we said, well, we need to be addressing the key challenges of our world. Number one is how are we gonna feed everybody in a healthy way in 5, 10, 20, 30 years from now. Number two is how can we make sure that everyone can take care of their body and mind on a daily basis, so meaning in their work environment and their physical activity, whatever. So on a daily basis, how are you feeling well? Number three is how can we make the education and cultural system evolve so that everybody can actually contribute to build that fertile future, be equipped in terms of knowledge, in terms of skill sets, in terms of the cultural model and the type of goals that we set at a personal level. Number 4 is how can we live, explore, and exploit the world in a sustainable manner. So that means there's a huge carbon backbone of understanding to do that. But then you have everything around energy, of course, transportation, housing, and how you can build that kind of green transformation in the industries. And the last one is trust. I mean, how can we build trust back within societies with media system that is making democracy function, with an insurance system that is covering everybody with a new risk, and with a financial industry that can actually make sure that everybody can still think in the long run and be able to participate and be empowered by finance to achieve it as well. So these were eventually how we framed our investment strategy, which was really around problem solving. And so that's the first thing we did. But then is this idea that you want to solve problems in time. That means we also need to look at the type of companies we finance. And how can they be aligned? How can they align themselves in their business model, in the way they function, et cetera. So aligning their economical interests with those of society, those of the planet. And to do so, we've built this key alignment indicators that we will be sharing tomorrow on an open platform. And it's really interesting to see that this platform is going live at the same time as what Olivia Grégoire is doing on impact.gouv.fr, because it sees how having a common purpose make public and private action go together and really resonate in helping companies and helping this market switch happen by having a common action that is resonating basically in synchronicity. So it's pretty interesting. So this alignment kind of product that we've seen, it's actually super hard to align yourself alone. The reason companies are not doing it is not because they want to do harm. It's not true. It's because we've built this systemic market or model that is trending, that is tending to misalignment. So the great example I like to quote is that of Netflix, which is Reed Hastings is saying, my main competitor is sleep, right? And sleep is the #1 health factor of people. And when you think it through, right? And so in the long run, that means your whole company is trying to make your customers sleep less, which is creating maybe health problems on their side, but a public health issue. So this is misalignment. And so to prevent this, what we believe in is to say we need to think at an ecosystemic level. So our investment strategy is not only on companies. Obviously, to think ecosystem, you need to finance small companies, big companies, et cetera. But you also need to be able to unlock knots that cannot be unlocked by companies. So for example, we've looked a lot at the agricultural system, at the agricultural sector. And what you see is that there's nodes around the whole value chain. There's nodes around soils, the quality of soils, around the transmission of soils, around the knowledge, what producers are taught. They're not able to transition to a greener agriculture. It's not what they're taught at school. There's a question around seeds. There's regulatory issues around seeds that are preventing the industry to evolve. So there's nodes everywhere, and some of them are creating disruption opportunities for companies. You can see all these new companies like Impossible Foods or things like that that are having a great success. So because markets are ripe for disruption. But part of these nodes, you cannot act with companies. So you need to act with research, with knowledge, with advocacy, with open source tools. And this is why we also have this 10% of the fund and also have the carry to have it on a rolling perspective dedicated to finance these open strategic resources that say that we can actually have an ecosystemic action. And the last thing is around the product, but I will let you ask the question around it.
Well, because you're describing what is really an evergreen fund. And I think it's a very important innovation also in the governance structure, which accompanies the vision, because as you said, there are certain entrenched reflexes that kind of perpetuate each other. And in the VC industry, you know, there's also some structural issues on how a fund is built, how it remunerates the general partners, the limited part, et cetera, et cetera. So can you explain a little bit what the Evergreen Fund does? Because I think it's very interesting for our audience to understand how you've transposed something that exists, and it was created for family businesses who were long-term investors, and you've transposed it on another industry so that it will have a long-term perspective. Can you explain a little bit the governance innovation?
Sure. We couldn't say, you know, to the companies we invest in, you need to be aligned if we don't think about ourselves as being purely aligned as well. So to do that, as I was saying, we need to change the product and we need to change the governance and the way the company itself is structured. So to do that 100% alignment, we did two major changes. The first one is that the management company is held by a perpetual purpose trust. So what that means is usually it's held by the partners, the GPs of the fund, the people who are making investment decisions. And when you're doing that, and it's held by partners, that means there's value creation at that level, that the investors and the ecosystems are not sharing because it's only at that level. And you can have, therefore, misalignment between what is good for the company and what is good for the fund itself. So the way we did it is to say, we're going to give all our shares to a perpetual purpose trust, which is basically kind of a foundation without a philanthropic issue. It's really a pure governance structure that is governed by the ecosystem. So we have at the board people representing LPs, obviously, people representing GPs, the founders of 2050, but also people we have financed. And a circle of venture partners and experts that we're relying on to scale. And the last thing around Evergreen, which is the other part we changed, which is at the product level, is that the number one factor of misalignment between founders, GPs, the people and the investors, is the time frame. The fact that it's a closed fund. And so basically what you're saying is, I'm giving you the money now, in 7 years I'm gonna have to give it back to founders, or in 10 years for LPs. And so you're kind of optimizing at most in this period of time. Having an evergreen structure means that you're actually dealing with this liquidity topic at the fund level and not underneath. So you're giving a lot of freedom to founders so they can have their own strategy on the company level without having to integrate such great constraints in their strategy of dealing with the liquidity of their shareholders.
We have 30 seconds, so I would like to leave you with your own call to action to your community of fellow investors at your level, high growth companies, people who are in tech. What would you say to them today? You're raising a fund with a very specific vision. You know, what would be your call to arms to your peers in the industry? What should they be doing?
I think everybody should ask itself its own purpose. I think if you come back to that and your own alignment, then decisions are easy to take. And the one thing which I know is that the current model and reproducing the same thing, it's actually way riskier than just trying something new. And doing it with this goal and purpose and saying, this is actually why I'm doing things for. And this is the true success. You know, this is the true performance that I'm aiming for.
So lower your risk by actually aligning yourself with the future.
Exactly.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think we can close with that.
Thanks
and
for
I
the
can extend
translation.
my sincere thanks. We said enthusiasm, I think it was Antoine who said it, is a key ingredient in this. So thank you for the enthusiastic vision of what tech and impact should look together. And before we close, I'd like to call back Antoine, who will be sharing a video with us. And maybe you can say, Marie, while Antoine joins us.
Yes, and we have seen with Marie how much the visionary investors can change the world, and how much we desperately need people like Marie. And I want to introduce a video with another visionary person, which is Bertrand Piccard. Bertrand has gone around the world with a solar airplane, so it's very visionary operationally, but he's also working with partners, and especially with BNP Paribas to allocate means to solutions that are really changing the world, and I let him introduce our common project.
Okay.
Hello to everyone. Last time I was at ChangeNOW,
Welcome back. It's 11:15 here in Paris, and it was great to hear Marie Eklund from the 2050 Fund there, echoing what we heard from Olivier Mathieu earlier in this plateau about alignment. Now it's time to hear from more changemakers from around the globe. Let's go to organising the transition in the STAGE programme. You'll hear from Jean-Marc Jancovici, founder and partner of Carbon4, and founder and president of the SHIFT project, a Paris-based think tank advocating for low-carbon economy. Also, we have Catherine Aller, Vice Mayor for Environment and Climate in Stockholm, Jess Scully, Deputy Lord Mayor of Sydney, Australia, and Heidi Husko, who leads the United Nations Global Compact Environment and Climate Portfolio. See you back here later.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and good afternoon if you're watching us from the other side of the planet. My name is Olivier Cotina. I'm the CEO of Moho, and I'm very lucky today to be the moderator of this panel. We are gonna talk with think tanks, with cities, to know about corporates, how they organize the transition, which is the theme of of this session. So it's still time. Invite your friends, your colleagues. If you're at home, you can invite your neighbors. The session is going to be really fascinating. We have great speakers, and it's about to start right now with our first speaker. So our first speaker is Jean-Marc Jancovici. So Jean-Marc, you're an entrepreneur, a lecturer, an expert. You're considered as one of the most influential people when we talk about the transition. And you're also the president of the Shift Project, which is a think tank advocating the shift to a post-carbon economy that you founded more a decade ago. Many people consider that you have, brought so much already to different policy making in France and in Europe. So welcome, Jean-Marc.
Hello.
So before getting into much detail about your work, you see that now the awareness of all this topic about climate, about transition, it starts to be widespread. You can see it in the media. You can see corporates talking about it, politicians talking about it. But I was curious to know, you are like one of the pioneers in this field. You started like more than 15 years ago. So I was curious to know, how did you start it? Why did you start it back in the time? What was the rationale or the motivation?
At that time, it was basically luck, or I would say random. It happens that I spotted for the first time the expression greenhouse gases, I think, back in the early 2000s, when I was working on everything that was telework, remote teaching, etc. I then began to look at what it meant to pour greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. And from there, I just, I would say, pulled the thread and all the rest followed. Basically, it could never have happened, basically.
So, okay, so we are lucky that you joined the movement. When I was preparing this session, many people were trying to, ask me and comparing what we live with the digital transformation. It started like 20 years ago, and now we are starting to live, or we are living the required climate transition. To which extent do you think we can compare it in terms of, social impact, in terms of jobs, in terms of, emergency? So do you think this comparison is valuable or not?
No, not at all. Because the digital transformation, the essence of it was basically to add something new on top of what already existed. It's not because we have smartphones and computers that we do not have any more cars or buildings, or that we do not grow carrots anymore, or that we do not travel. Or that we have changed anything, or I would say that we have waived anything of the ancient world. The low carbon transition is something which is very different because by essence, it means that we have to waive a number of things and quit some habits. So it's not at all comparable. I would say now we have to choose. When during the digital transformation, we didn't have to choose. We just had to welcome something new and use it for new users. We didn't have again to make any renouncement of any kind.
And you think the impact on jobs, for example, a lot of people were like comparing that, the job impact could be massive in both cases. Do you think it makes sense to compare? Or?
Actually, there is something which is very misleading regarding jobs, which is that a number of people believe that some technologies increase the number of jobs, whereas the reality is that basically technology decreases the number of jobs for the same output, and it's precisely what it's designed for. And the reason why you have jobs that increase is because in the same time, you have the global economy that grows, and you have productivity that increases because of technology. As long as the productivity gains are lower than the global expansion of economy, you create jobs. But if you have productivity gains that are over the expansion of the global economy, you destroy jobs. So technology basically doesn't create jobs by itself. It employs people in some new sector, but it displaces jobs because in some other sectors, you do not need people anymore. So the idea that the digital revolution is creating jobs per se is misleading. Actually, it is not. It is doing so in a growing economy, and it's the growing economy which is creating jobs, actually. The low carbon transition is going to be an exercise which is very different and much more difficult, because basically we will have to keep jobs or create jobs in a contracting economy, because when you look at the basic rule of three, which is named the Kaya equation, which is the Kaya identity, actually, you realize that having at the same time a growing economy and decreasing greenhouse gases emissions, or decreasing at the right pace, is not something which is compatible with economic growth, most likely. So we will have to keep jobs or create jobs in contracting economy, which is something brand new that we have never faced before, and which is of course much more difficult than creating jobs in a growing economy.
Okay, so that's lead us to the core of our discussion today. So with the Shift project, you started to work on this transformation plan of the French economy. Can you tell us a little bit about the rationale why you started to work on that?
Well, it came to our minds at the beginning of the COVID crisis that actually you need to draft the emergency plan before you have an emergency. When the COVID crisis began, one of the things that a number of people, myself included, dreamt of was to restart the economy on a different ground. And basically restart the economy in a way that would be more compatible with the Paris Agreement. But actually we realized that it couldn't happen because the plans were not ready. It's not when you have a fire emergency that you draft the plan to evacuate everyone. You better have done it before. And it's exactly what we decided to do with this plan to transform the French economy. It is to draft what we should do in order to make our economy compliant with a decrease of the greenhouse gases emissions at the right pace, which is namely 5% per year. This plan was not ready, and we decided to propose something that could correspond to this rationale, which is having an economic system compatible with the decrease of the emissions of 5% per year worldwide.
Okay, very clear. So before talking about results, could you tell us roughly how many contributors? What are the profile? How many of them?
Well, the Shift project is remains a small NGO. We have right now about 30 permanent staff, a little bit less. But the number of people that have been involved in this plan so far is by the hundreds or even more, by the thousands. Because the Shift project is a dual entity. We have the mother association, which is the Shift project itself, and a daughter association has been created 5 years ago or so, which is called the Shifters, and it's all the individuals that want to give a helping hand. And these people amount to 10,000 right now, and we have significantly called on them to work on this plan, and I don't know the exact number, so it's anything between a couple hundred and over 1,000 people that have so far contributed to the drafting of this plan.
Okay, well, that's very impressive. Can you highlight, even though it's recent, can you highlight maybe your first result or the first choices? I've seen that you try to tackle many different industries in France. So do you have any already insights of the first result that you guys have been doing?
Well, the results are being released over time. So, for example, in a couple of weeks, we will release preliminary results on the health sector, because you know that the health sector has a significant carbon footprint, because you have to build, heat hospitals, you have to manufacture all the devices that you into a hospital, whatever, medicines, equipment, etc. You have to move people to and fro, etc. But we also released a preliminary report on freight a couple of days ago. So how do we transport goods in a world where we have much less energy and so much less transportation, or much less transportation capacities, etc. All the results will be available in the fall. So we will release the full plan in September. But actually, we have scheduled a number of things until then, and I would say that in many cases, people will realize that the suggestions that we make is just, in a way, good common sense. I will give you an example. In the digital sector, more than half of the global footprint is on manufacturing the device that we use. For example, the computer that I'm using right now, the computer that you are using right now, all the network which is in between us two. And the other half is using the device. And among that other half, the data centers account for 20% of the global footprint using the data center, not manufacturing. If we want to lower that, basically, we need to have less data to move around, and it's mostly linked to decreasing the flow of videos that we use, mostly. And it also, one of the things that we should do also is increase the length of time, or increase the time for which we keep equipment, our smartphones, our computers, etc. So what we are going to suggest is a number of regulations that enable people or even force people to keep their device for a longer period of time and to lower the data flow that we have around, and which is mainly online video.
Okay. Is it why you're like...
That's an example. If I take another example, which is daily mobility, when we move around as people, basically you can split that into two. You have daily mobility, go working, go shopping, go to school, etc. And long distance mobility, which is mostly for leisure. Globally speaking, when we move, when we go further than 100 kilometers from our home, it's because we're on holiday or something like weekend, whatever. Regarding daily mobility, we have issued recommendations that mix more cycling, walking, public transportation, car sharing, electrification, etc. And actually, it's always a matter of figures. You cannot say we should do only this or only that. You have to do the math and say, if we want to decrease at 5% per year, we should do this and that and this and that at this speed in order to meet the objective. So this is the kind of recommendations that we are, or propositions that we are going to make, and we will try to go up to political measures that could be enforced. So we'll suggest regulations or political measures that can be taken.
Okay, very clear. So the first point, so that's the reason why you're for example, skeptical about the necessity of 5G, right?
Yes, one of the things that we have said is that the 5G is going to increase the carbon footprint of the digital usage. And the benefit of using 5G is mostly having video with higher definition. And most of the time, it's going to happen on device that won't even use it. For example, if you stream ultra high definition or 4K or 8K on smartphones, it is not going to give an image or a picture of better quality to you because the screen is too small for the screen to benefit from this standard. So basically, what the 5G is going to enable is more video of higher definition on portable device and more gaming, I would say. we consider, of course, it's a choice, definitely. We consider that the balance is not good and that the advantage of cloud gaming is not worth an extra climate change, which is going to bring unhappiness and despair. So it's always a balance between advantages and inconvenience. And regarding the 5G, we consider that the balance is not good.
Yeah, and you need also to benefit from 5G to renew your mobile phone in most of the cases, so it's linking also to the product.
So it's going to increase the carbon footprint because you have to renew your equipment, because you have to increase the number of devices that you put into the networks, and because you are going to increase the electricity consumption of data centers, because you are going to increase the definition of the videos that you stream. So all this is going to increase at the end the number of mine pits that you have and the number of coal power plants that you have, basically.
Okay, so very interesting. So when we talk about all that, especially you always emphasize that corporations could play a very important role in this transition, and there's always this mix because at one time, like big multinationals, you see, but they communicate a lot and they have the money to embrace this transition and to change things, etc., etc. But there's a lot of question regarding like small and medium businesses, where most of the people work, actually. It's valid for almost all over Europe. So how do you make sure that the work that the Shift product has been doing, that you take care or you take into account at least their constraint of our small companies?
As you probably know, small companies, they cannot always master the destiny. So the companies that can master the destiny, actually being small or large, are generally companies that are dominant over the market segment. So they can look, I would say, pretty far away because they know that they are in a stable position. And most of the time, of course, it's large corporations that match with this definition. So what can small and medium companies do is basically try to understand what's going on, try to sort between the evolutions that they won't avoid and that they will have to cope with, and the evolutions that they can master because they have some influence on them. But generally, it's evolutions that are very local and pretty short term most of the time. So the best they can do most of the time is try to understand what will happen, like it or not, and how they can cope with it, like it or not.
And do you talk to them? You feel like they are like aware, because when I talk to them, most of the people they think to know the big picture, but they are like very scared. Like, so this is where probably there is a comparison between digital transformation. It has been impacted a lot of them in their process, in their productivity, and they are like very afraid because they want to do good, but sometimes they are lacking of knowledge or of expertise to really execute and to have this impact. So do you talk to them and are you optimistic that they are like able to embrace right now?
The small and medium companies?
Yeah, the small and medium companies.
No. The first thing that I should say is that most people still don't know. Actually, people believe they know because they mix up two things, which is the frequency at which they can see the word climate in the paper and the in-depth look that they have at the issue. It is not equivalent to read very frequently a word in paper and to be well informed on the issue which is at stake. So far, more than 99% of the leaders of small and medium companies still don't know exactly what it's about. They don't have the big picture on climate change, and they don't have the big picture on the role of energy in the way our modern society operates. So, and it's not the media which is going to give them this knowledge because the media doesn't substitute training. Training has to be done as training, and reading the paper is not equivalent. So there is, I would say, one of the first things that someone can do if someone wants to master a little bit better the destiny of the company that he or she has in charge, is to understand better the issue. And that goes through training, basically, to really understand what is the physical issue. I would say a self-training, which is acceptable, is to read the documents which are issued by the IPCC, but sometimes it's very technical, it's not that easy, or to read the books or the documents that are wrote by people that try to vulgarize the issue, a crowd to which I hope to belong.
Yeah, so I mean that's basically what they say most of the time. They need to learn, but then still remains the how to put that into action, which is a big challenge if we want trying to keep the job, etc. So
it's also what we try to do at the CHIP project, and also within the company that I work in, Carbon 4, which is to try to go from the issue to action. So once we know what it is about, what can we do? And of course, it's not something that you do in the blink of an eye. You have to study a little, think a little before you act.
And do you see any industry or any space where you're like confident that the transition is going to be not easy, but let's say easier or implemented given the short time frame that we have had? Or you think it's a general, more or less the same?
It's very difficult to answer this question because I would say guaranteeing from now a result that is going to be attained in 2050 is a tricky exercise. What I can say is that the number of people that accept to discuss the issue increase, that the number of companies that accept to investigate what it could mean for them increase, that it's still not at the proper level, and by far, and that now you begin to find a small number of corporations, but much smaller than the corporations that say they do something serious. You begin to find a small number of corporations that try to frame a long-term strategy, a realistic long-term strategy, that would be compliant with a strong decrease of the greenhouse gases emissions in the world, which is, again, I repeat, a strong decrease of the emissions of the energy supply, which is a strong decrease of the fleet of machines that produce for us, which is a strong decrease of the size of the economy.
And what do you think is missing the most? Is it like political, will and involvement, or laws, constraints? How can we accelerate all that?
The first thing which is missing is information, basically. Today, a number of political leaders, well, actually, I shouldn't say a number, almost all the political leaders still don't precisely know what it is about. They mix up everything, they mix up issues, that don't have the orders of magnitude at hand. I mean, they are still very much ignorant. And as long as you ignore an issue, the probability that you will hit right when you frame a solution is very low.
So we need to train the politicians too.
I would say the first thing that we need to do is spread the correct information. Yes, okay. It's not enough, but if you don't do it, if we don't do it, we take a reasonable chance to fail.
I see. And when we go back to what you guys have been doing at the Shift project, how do you actually check that what you recommend is, let's say, feasible or easy to implement? Do you check and you talk with like the stakeholders to measure that, or how do you ensure that?
Kind of, yes. Along with the framing of our plan, we have initiated in France a large-scale debate that we have called the Big Review, during which we try to ask for the opinion of as many people as we can, and coming from all the society, I would say, not only executives like we are, to test them on what they think of our propositions. And we are doing that with, I would say, of course, people that are already in our network, in our community, but also people that are outside. For example, we're trying to set up this with the employees of a company that is doing office cleaning. So you see, it's people that are mostly immigrants, non-qualified, without any diplomas, that go early in the morning into offices to use a vacuum cleaner. And we want to get the opinion of these people on a number of measures that we suggest. We are also discussing with people from trade unions. We're also discussing from a number of people in the political world, of course. And for all these people, we try to, we test our suggestions and try to see what reactions we get. And of course, if we get reactions that lead us to change our mind, we do change our mind.
And sometimes do they reject? Do they say, okay, no, it's completely infeasible, or?
They can, but then the good question is why? Yeah. The good question is, why do you think it's infeasible? In most cases, it's a matter of counterparts. So basically, saying that it's infeasible is a way to say, I don't accept the counterparts given what I know. It's what it really means. It is infeasible to breathe in the interstellar vacuum. That's fully infeasible. I mean, without any technological help. But waking up 1 hour earlier in the morning, waking up, sorry, 1 hour earlier in the morning, so that you walk to your job instead of driving is not something infeasible. It's just something you don't want. So when somebody says it's infeasible, we have to sort between it is physically infeasible and I don't feel like doing it right now, or I consider that it's not worth the game. And of course, we have to discriminate between the two and understand why people say it's infeasible if it's the answer they give us.
Yeah, so what you say, it's also educating the people to make them aware that the sacrifice, let's say, or the change that they need to do has an impact, and it's just only to piss them off.
Yeah, it's trying to highlight what arguments are pro and what arguments are con when we look at making things different. What are the advantages and the inconvenience, and can we get to a conclusion regarding what we want to do?
And when you see when you talk to people, do you see, like, for example, if there is any different reaction depending on the age, or depending if I'm living in a big city or if I'm educated or not, or have you seen any patterns? Or
I cannot answer this question right now because we have not enough material to answer.
Okay, clear. Now, another question that I had, let's imagine that the work that you do during the next months here for to really study each part of the French economy, I was wondering to which extent it can be scalable. Does it mean like another country could take, the recommendation that you're going to do for, I don't know, like the X or Y industry in France, and they just have to copy? Or do you think there are some adjustment that will have to be made in any case because there's like other criteria, other hypotheses that depends, I don't know, for the geography, about the demography or whatever?
If other countries want to follow the same way,
yeah.
No, a number of the suggestions that we make are context dependent. Some others are not. I'm going to give an example of the two. When you look at the Swiss cities, it happens that they have been built at the bottom of valleys because it's not very easy to build cities on the slopes. And so urban spreading has been limited in this country, much more than in France. So a number of things that we could suggest, that we can suggest in France regarding shifting from cars to urban transportation, it is not necessarily to suggest it in Switzerland because it's already the case. On the other hand, what we can suggest for both countries is that when you manufacture cement, you release carbon dioxide into the atmosphere because you break the molecule of calcium carbonate in two. And this is something universal. It happens in France, happens in Switzerland, happens in the United States, and happens in Brazil. And so if we want to emit less in the cement industry, basically we will have to manufacture less cement. And this is something we can recommend in any country because it's going to be true everywhere. So these recommendations that we can make on the diet is also something which is going to be different depending on this country that you are looking at. Obviously, it's not going to be exactly the same in all countries. So a number of recommendations is context dependent, and another set is going to be universal, kind of.
But are you
the process, which consists in starting from we should decrease emissions in a given country at a pace which is compatible with a 5% decrease in the world, is the same starting point in any country. And the fact that you must divide the economy into sectors is going to be the same in any country. And the fact that you have at the end to have a system which is, or you have to have a systemic approach is going to be the same in any country. For example, if you want to increase massively the number of windmills and solar panels, you have to look at the amount of steel that you have to manufacture for that and take into account the emissions coming from the steel manufacturing that you need in order to spread all these devices. So you have to look at the system as a whole. That's also a starting point, which is going to be common to all countries.
Okay, very clear. So yeah, let's say that there's some part that could be able to be reused by others. In any case, it has to be done beyond France, because it would not make sense that France would be the only country that take care of your accommodation. One last question. I was curious to know to which extent you're optimistic. I see you have been teaching for like years and years. So you have seen the evolution of the younger generation. They are the ones that are going to lead the change at one point. So are you optimistic when you see, their mindset or, the question they ask during your class or what they want to do as corporates or startups or whatever?
I think that there is a historical figure that said once it's too late to be pessimistic. So that's exactly what I'm going to answer. Anyway, it's too late to be pessimistic. Whatever we do at any time is good to be done. Is the younger generation more prone to action than the oldest one? Yes and no. Because they have two, I would say, they have two antagonistic pressures. The first one is that in an insecure world, you are prone to consume everything you can before it's not going to be possible anymore. So there is a tendency of the younger generation to take all they can because you don't know what tomorrow is going to be made of. And in the same time, they are conscious, I would say, of the challenge that awaits us. And a number of them want to participate to something useful in order to lower the risk and frame a better future. And they have the two at the same time. And it's very difficult to draw from there a unique conclusion, saying they are all like this or all like that. They are very ambivalent, and we have to do with it. I think that the best thing that my generation can do for their generation is precisely to act and to frame a long-term vision, which is realistic and which we implement with the hope that it is going to increase global happiness, I would say, for everyone.
Okay, so thank you very much, Jean-Marc, for this session and for this initiative. For all the audience, the Shift Project is a non-profit organization. They are currently raising funds and they need more money to try to scale faster and to be able to work faster. So you can feel free. It's tax deductible if you're in France, so you can check that on their website directly. But thank you for your time, Jean-Marc, and let's continue the work. It's very impressive, and we hope you're going to find a lot of great ideas that we can all implement in our daily life as a citizen and as corporate leaders. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
So now we are going to move to the third part of this session. We started with 2 men, and I'm very happy that we're going to have only women at the end of the session. We talked, in a very systemic approach with Jean-Marc how to change the economic of a country, and we are going to go down to the local levels. It's very important because we're going to talk here about cities. And why is it very important? Because if you just look at the European Union, more than 70% of the greenhouse gases are emitted in cities. So it's a perfect timing to discuss with 2 leaders of 2 very international cities right now. So I'm very happy to introduce the 2 panelists. Our first panelist is from Australia. She's in Sydney. Jess Scully, she has been a curator, very active in art and event space in Australia for more than 10 years. She has started, at least explicitly, her political involvements 5 years ago and has been elected 2 years ago as Deputy Lord Mayor of the city, the wonderful city of Sydney. She is also an author. She wrote a book that's been published last year, Glimpses of Utopia. So welcome, Jess. And our second speaker, her name is Katarina Luhr. She is from Stockholm in Sweden. Sorry. You're currently Vice Mayor for Climate and Environment. You have been you entered the Stockholm City Council more than 10 years ago, representing the Green Party, and you are very concerned about climate, biodiversity, air quality, and water. So thank you, both of you, and welcome, Katarina, to join today. So my first question for both of you, again, like we're saying with Jean-Marc, everybody talks about climate change. We see it a lot in the press right now. But according to you, and when we talk to your amazing cities like Stockholm and Sydney, they are often quoted as very advanced cities. You're a member of the C40, etc. But according to you, when the real action really starting regarding this transition for your city? So maybe Jess to start first.
Yes, hello. It's such a pleasure to be with you all in the evening, my time, but good morning to all of you. Our climate action really accelerated from 2007 and 2011 we were also certified as the first city in Australia to be carbon neutral, and last year in 2020 we were able to bring forward one of our key goals much earlier than intended, and we fully achieved 100% renewable energy in the city of Sydney last year, which helps us to achieve our target that we had set of it being 70%, achieving 70% emissions reduction by 2024. We were able to achieve that early. And we've now set a target of reaching net zero emissions by 2035. So it was a journey that sort of really accelerated from 2007. And now we're starting to see the results of that sustained effort.
Okay, so thank you, Jess. What about Stockholm? So Sydney was about 14 years ago. What about Stockholm? When did you really started the?
Say that the environmental work started about 50 years ago when we had the first international UN conference on environment in Stockholm. So we adopted our first environmental program in Stockholm in 1976, I think. But then the climate work has actually, I think, it started around maybe 2000, after 2000, and since 1990 in Stockholm we have been able to reduce our climate emissions by more than 70% per capita, and of a total more than 60%, or over total more than 60% since 1990. So we have been able to reduce our climate emissions and fossil fuels, emissions from fossil fuels. But I think with our climate action plans that we had taken every 4th year in Stockholm, we have sharper goals every time. We now have a goal to be fossil fuel free and climate positive in 2040 in Stockholm. Our own organization should be fossil fuel free in 2030. And now we're steering with a climate budget that says that between 2020 and 2040, we can only emit another 90 million tons and then nothing more of fossil fuels. So we're now steering with a carbon budget, and we're actually going faster than the goals that we have. And we're going now from almost 2 tons to 1.5 tons per capita per year in 2023. So I think the goals are getting sharper and sharper, but we still have to move faster. So I think this conference is really important to be able to share our different challenges and also the good examples, because we really need to act faster than we do today. And I think that includes Stockholm, it includes Sydney, it includes everyone.
No, thank you. So Jess, you mentioned a little bit already, like your strategy about renewable energy. So I was curious to know more about your plan. It sounds very, very ambitious, and you set very high deadlines, let's say. So could you a little bit elaborate and to explain to us what was the reaction also in, I don't know, the citizen and the corporate when you set such ambitious goal?
I think at first there was some hesitance, and I think one of the challenges that we have in an Australian context is that we have almost much more action at a local level and slightly more action at a state level and almost no action at a federal level. So we have...
Welcome back to ChangeNOW Live TV. Now, if you ask yourself, how do you change the world by inspiring thousands of people to take action? There's one person to ask, Loic Yikval. He knows just how to do this. Loic, you're joining us remotely. Welcome.
Thank you.
Where are you joining us from, Loic?
Actually, I'm from Marseille. You can see the sea just right here.
Oh, beautiful. Thanks for that view.
South of France. The weather is great.
Okay, so Loic, you are the CEO and co-founder of Ulul, a crowdfunding platform for a more sustainable, inclusive and open world. And you have also launched, in the midst of the COVID crisis, a new magazine called So Good, dedicated to maker solutions. Now, So Good is an ad-free magazine that brings together about 70 companies, 100 plus activists, and already over 25,000 subscribers. I remember the launch campaign slogan, if you like the world the way it is, don't read us. Is that right? That's very bold. It seems that nothing scares you, right?
Well, yes, of course, a lot of things scares me. Spiders, no more seriously, are things that the idea is to go forward. The idea that we had behind that is that we actually, the first time we thought about this magazine, we heard that Le Monde in France had a title saying it will be plus 70 degrees in the end of the century. That scared me. I mean, this scared me. But in the same time, when you see on Ulul thousands of projects coming and trying to change the world positively, you say, why you don't talk about those guys? Why you don't talk about those small singles, about those people who are trying to change a few things? Might be a few things, but few, that's the big things. So let's talk about positive. Let's be positive. You know, in France, we are not that many things. You know, we are not that positive in a certain way. So we said, let's try to do a magazine talking about the people, not necessarily being positive, but people who are bringing solutions. Doesn't mean that they have the solutions, but what we want is to inspire as most people as possible. So that's basically our idea.
So you're about changing the norms, changing the cultures, changing the codes even. And that's a little bit what So Good does also. It's changing things and it's out of the box. Can you tell us a little bit about how it was born and where you're at the moment?
Well, it was born, I mean, we are a lot of co-founders of So Good. I mean, it was through a drink, I guess, to tell you the truth. I'm saying let's try to talk about those people who are changing the world positively. And in the beginning, we were like 2, 3 saying, yeah, that's a good idea. And then, you know, with a group of So Press in France, who is already managing a certain number of magazines, we talked to Frank Hannes and we said, are you ready for that? Because this is not our job. We don't know how to write articles. The DNA of SoPress is human, humor, and story. I mean, it's what we in French is three H, humain, histoire, humour. And we thought it was the good things that we, the right partner to work with. So we started with that. We put some managing directors of big companies around the table and saying we don't feel good about having advertising inside this magazine because it could be greenwashing. We don't see a bottle of beer in the end of the magazine or that kind of things. And they said, yeah, that's a good idea. We should, all the managers of those companies explained us that they thought it was not a good idea to have advertising inside of it. So we said, okay, let's do it without any advertising. So everybody thought it was not possible, actually, but we thought that's maybe some, like everybody wanted this magazine. We said if everybody wants, it should happen. And we launched it in March 2020, actually, just a few days before the COVID. And it went actually pretty good. I mean, as you said, we got 25,000 people who subscribed. And the best thing is that in the beginning of June, we started to sell it in France, where the country was a bit closed on that time. And after a few days, there was no more magazine in all the stores where we sold it. So we thought that there was something happening. And that's the way it was, actually. And that was in June, about a year, actually. And since that, we had 4 magazines already. And each time there is a lot of people who are buying it.
Okay.
So that's the situation. And we launched a radio because we thought it was a good idea. So we launched a radio a few weeks ago.
Okay, I want to ask you about the radio in just a second, actually, Loic. So you launched the magazine about a year ago in March, as you mentioned, just before COVID. And it's based on this collective commitment and positive actions, okay? Clearly, you think it's important to talk about this in a more positive way, in a less sort of like guilt-ridden or scary approach either. What have you seen as been the impacts of giving this positive and more, say, let's thoughtful and considered approach to your editorial?
Well, some people are saying that we are more than a magazine and a media, we are a movement. I think that a lot of people have been inspired by what they have read. And that's basically what we are trying to do. One more time, we're not doing positive for positive. We are doing it as solution makers. We think that if we want to change the world, there is no bad guys on the right and good guys on the left. And, we think it's together that we're going to change it. So what is so good is people as big companies, but as also activists, as also people like you and me who are just trying to inspire others and saying that there is solutions. And let's show the solutions without saying, this is the right one and everybody. I think that there's a lot of things about impacts, about the fact that we feel guilty about it. A lot of people feel guilty. They don't feel because they eat meat, because, I don't know, for many reasons, they are saying, okay, this is not for me. It's not true. Nobody's perfect. I'm not perfect. But the idea is to go together. And changing few things together will, I think, bring us to a better world.
This is it. And this is what I find in the pages of So Good magazine. In fact, it's stories of people that are trying, that are out there doing things. They may be small things or big things, but everyone is, in fact, making a collective effort. Let's talk a little bit more about collectives and partnerships. Your partnership with ChangeNOW. What links So Good and ChangeNOW?
Well, it's exactly like what we've done by launching the magazine. I mean, we've been talking with ChangeNOW and saying we love what you do, and they said we love what you do. So we said let's try to do things together. So we said there is a lot of people inspiring inside that are coming to ChangeNOW. Why we don't make them talk inside of the magazine? So we started to think about it, and we asked some of our partners to be journalists actually, and to write about people, change makers who are at ChangeNOW. And this is actually a tremendous magazine that is going to be inside of our next magazine on the 13th of July, where there will be interviews of change makers that are in ChangeNOW. interviewed by people, some of our partners who are not journalists in the beginning, but we are very interested in that. For example, there will be the interview of the ex-CEO of Danone will be interviewed by the CEO of Maïf. This is very interesting. This is going to be exciting.
Okay, so as you mentioned, you've got this special issue coming out in the summer. I think you said July the 13th. Is that your launch date?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us a little bit more about it. How can people get this special edition?
It will be on the magazine, actually. All the people who are actually who have subscribed to the magazine will receive it. And everywhere in France, so far, you will be able to, when you will buy the magazine, it will be inside of it. So one more time, the idea is to inspire people. And we changed now what we thought was interesting. It's a conference, it's one time. The good things with the magazine, so our magazine will be about 200 pages. There's 4 every year. It gives you a long time to read it. So you will discover, Change Now, it's going to be 3 days. For us, it's going to be months where you could be able to see few people who are trying to change the world and who are actually in Change Now today.
Okay, so if you're a subscriber, you'll receive the special edition naturally. Otherwise, I'm guessing you can find it on the kiosks and the newsstands here in France. Okay, July the 13th. Watch out for that date, people. Now, Loic, I know you a little bit. You're a dynamic entrepreneur. You never really stop. You've always got something else that you're working on. You alluded to it just a few minutes ago. Can you tell us a little bit about the So Good Radio that you've launched?
Well, as I told you, the magazine is something on the long term. Long time, you got like 3-4 months to read it. And regarding the fact that we think that there is new comportment, new behavior with the audio, we thought about launching a radio. I mean, it's one of my friends said, why not launching a radio? I mean, who is the last guy who have launched a radio? I mean, so we thought it was fun. It was exciting. So we started to launch a radio. So it's a live. We had the former president of France who came for the inauguration on the 6th of May. We got different shows who are coming on. We got a big partnership with Deezer and Spotify in France.
How do we listen to the radio? How do we tune in to So Good Radio?
You go to sogoodradio.com or to sogoodstories.com, or you go to Deezer or Spotify, and we'll be able to listen the radio live, or we listen all the show that has been taking place before.
Fantastic. Loic, thanks so much for joining us. I'm looking forward to your next issue and for tuning into the radio as well. Everyone out there, if you've not yet checked out So Good, do so. It truly lives up to its name. It is so good. Loic, have a fantastic rest of the day in Marseille. Thank you.
Thanks to you.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Now let's move on to another stage program session, and let's meet leaders and CEOs who want to change the rules, challenge their business model, an organization to make them more sustainable. We're now going over to the Leadership for New Models. Thank you.
Taxation, regulations, and you are wrong and everything, and you should give hope actually to the generations to come.
If this is the only case, over time, people get smart about going around regulation, around measurement.
Of course, that's right.
So it cannot be punishment only, it has to be incentive to do the right thing. So we do a lot of that because we think it's the right thing, but also, the political will has to be followed by basically what it means on the ground to ensure that beyond the regulation, you can put pressure on people doing the right thing, but it cannot only be by pressure. At the end of the day, there has to be something positive about also doing it that basically enables the system to hold over time, versus versus reacting in the short term.
And of course, the problem is that so much of this debate these last few years has been couched in those cost terms. This has to be done for reasons that we understand. It's going to cost everyone. We all have to get together and cost. One of the points that's been made these last few years while the Trump administration was busy denying climate change altogether is that people like Michael Bloomberg, company leaders, have said, look, city leaders, we're going to take over and represent this because we can actually make these changes happen. And a big part of that is presenting it not just as a cost, but also as an incredible amount of opportunities. Absolutely. Have you found, for instance, as you've put this at the heart of a group like Orange, that there have been opportunities that might have been overlooked had this not been seen in that way?
Well, yes, definitely. Let's take a few quick examples. First, when you build networks, that consume less energy, you save cost, because energy is more and more expensive. When we invest in a solar plant in Jordan, we are going to supply our energy needs for the networks 100% in Jordan, but we are also creating a business model because we are becoming energy producers, and so we are going also to be able to sell overcapacity of this solar plant in the local market. We have a huge activity in the venture fund, corporate venture fund at Orange, 500 million euros invested in all sorts of startups, of course in technology, but also now and more in young companies and innovation linked to climate change. So yes, there are plenty of opportunities, and basically I think that it's not only a matter of cost, of course, it's a matter of creating value, creating business, and we'll have more and more business and profitable business out of this transition.
And that's the point. And finally, to each of you, and very quickly, because I think we're already overrunning on time, or at risk of doing so any second. Very quickly, your hopes. You all represent groups that are incredibly large, that go way beyond the borders of the countries in which they were born, that represent a sort of power that some states would only dream of. You will, by the way you've acted, lead smaller companies to behave in a certain way. Are you hopeful that this is what's going to happen?
I'm hopeful because there's a very strong will by people to make that happen, right? I think that will overcome financial market, regulation and everything, because there's so much energy in people, in society at large to make that happen. I think the consciousness over the last year coming out of the pandemic is so high on the subject. We need to keep the intensity.
All the more so after the pandemic.
Exactly, I think so. Yes. But it brought good things. We don't have time to go into detail. Our big emission is coming from travel. And we realize that we don't have to necessarily do all the business travel. We dropped our carbon footprint by 50% per employee over the last 12 months just because people stopped traveling, right? So I think there's a lot of positive things. Technology can really help in terms of making that happen. I think technology has a big role to play in sustainability, in enabling that. But the will is there from the people, and I think that will make things happen at the end of the day.
Gabriela, your thoughts and hopes?
Yeah, just in a few words, I think that the last year, the crises are not creating trends, but they have transformed and accelerated those trends. Those trends pre-existed, and now people are much more collaborators, employees, partners are much more engaged on what makes sense and what the purpose is about, rather than it has freed actually our innovation, our capacity to work together and to emphasize what makes sense. I'm not saying that all the issues are fixed, but I'm saying that a lot has been done, and now we have to, it's going to overcome everything. And I by the way, we are here to say we need to push and change now.
Make it happen now. Yeah. To you, Stéphane Richard, I'm curious for your thoughts.
Well, for me, we are talking about something which is both a duty for mankind and for leaders, but also a fantastic opportunity. And to me, maybe we don't speak enough of the opportunity side, and maybe too much about the duty. It is a duty. But it is a great opportunity. And I am very, very optimistic, very enthusiastic also about the prospects that this will open for everyone, and especially for our industry, because it's a fantastic objective, it's a fantastic target for all our stakeholders. Employees, once again, especially the young generation, customers, and of course, the governments, the societies, public opinion. So to me, it's really, in fact, a very good news for industry and for business, generally speaking, to have this now sustainability flag and prospects ahead of us.
Thank you so much for all your thoughts. And just if I could, and I couldn't agree with you more on the fact that the pandemic has given us so many different solutions. It's been delightful to have you all in person in this room. Such a welcome relief from Zooms. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time and making the effort.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. That brings us to the end of that session, which slightly overran. In just a moment, our keynote speech. Thanks very much for being back with us. We're going to have an opportunity now to speak à distance this time with Marco Bertacca, who is the CEO of Corn Foods and who joins us now remotely. We're starting a little bit late, and for which I apologize. I do hope he's able to join us now. For now, my screen doesn't tell me whether that's the case, but with any luck, we shall be able to hear from him shortly. Thank you very much for being with us, and we look forward to hearing your thoughts.
Excellent. I really hope you can hear me. Unfortunately, as you mentioned, I'm connected remotely. I am not able to be in Paris, very, very unfortunately. And my name is Marco Bertacca. I'm working for Corn Foods. And I have quite an ambitious objective for today, which is to share some energy with you all, wherever you are. And I realize this is quite an ambition to do it via camera. And the energy I want to share with you is the type of energy that drives actions, not just ideas, that identifies solutions and not just reflects on existing problems. I think we have enough of those. And more than anything is the positive energy that builds on the power of partnership. Now, imagine if by working together, we could create protein from waste. Now, I hope that by now I got your full attention. And if you want to hear a little bit more about the why, you will have to stay for at least another 10 minutes with me.
It's very well sold. I think you will have our absolute attention, and we're looking forward to hearing exactly on that what you have to say.
Fantastic. So, listen, the very essence of this conference, I think, of this session, is really to try to gather momentum around collaborations. And I've been reflecting what is the fundamental thing, what really brings us together. I believe that food brings cultures together. It's in fact the one thing that we really, really share, all of us. Being able to make a dish and share with the people you love is one of the most universal concepts, because it's at the root of the survival of the human species. But according to a recent United Nations report, achieving zero hunger by 2030 is now in doubt. We have to acknowledge that our global food system is broken. 690 million people were hungry in 2019, and that's an increase of 60 million just in the last 5 years. We've been going in the right direction for a while, but then we started to go backwards. And the pandemic has added another 130 million people into chronic hunger at the beginning of 2021. Now, it's not just about hunger, unfortunately. While 2 billion people are overweight or obese, 460 million are underweight. And unfortunately, 45 million of those are children under 5 years old. What is even more striking and upsetting, I would say, is that all of this happens while 1/3 of all the food produced for human consumption is lost or wasted globally. This is 1.3 billion tons per year. Now, I'm not just quoting figures from available reports. I've lived and worked in the Philippines for a number of years, and I've seen with my own eyes how the need to feed yourself and your family drives people to search through waste for material they can reuse or resell, and even...
Welcome back to ChangeNOW Live TV. Now, have you heard about the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals? The ODD, the Objectifs de Développement Durable in French. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals are a call for action by all countries, rich, poor, and middle income, to promote prosperity whilst protecting our planet. Dassault Systems 3D Experience Lab has developed an innovative software to help us measure our progress on each of these goals. And every day here at ChangeNOW, we're going to be checking in to see our SDG weather forecast. Today, we're going to be checking in on the climate goal. Tomorrow, we're going to be looking at water, and on Saturday, on health. So let's go over now to our SDG weather forecast.
Hi everyone, I'm pleased to present you the weather SDGs. Through a personal dashboard, you are going to discover what happened in the last days and weeks on the climate change. So, come on.
Climate change is affecting every country on every continent. It is disrupting national economies and affecting lives. Weather patterns are changing, sea levels are rising, and weather events are becoming more extreme. The evolution of the article shared during the last days showed that all along the year, people, journalists, media are sharing a lot on climate change. The curve increased a lot for the Earth Day. That was last April. The most popular themes during Earth Day was greenhouse gas, carbon footprint, renewable energy, and AI. It's really interesting to detect that AI in this domain appears as a technology used in this domain as well. If we follow the trend on artificial intelligence and climate change in the last year, the curve is growing up. And if we go deeper in the AI and climate change, the keywords associated are machine learning, robotics, and automation. Among the recent article, the Washington Post shared that technology on agriculture are creating more smart machines to replace people on farm. Agriculture is one of the startups accelerated by Dassault Systèmes, who is developing a smart and autonomous robot already available in France. Forbes is presenting the future of gastronomy. Futura Gaia, a startup based in France, is designing a solution of indoor vertical agriculture on living soil in a controlled environment. I do suppose you may know many other initiatives, innovation, like Insect, which is reinventing food chain.
Thank you for your attention and see you tomorrow on What a Topic. Bye-bye.
Welcome back to the live TV plateau, and please also welcome to the stage Ronan Delacroix, and also we're going to be joined by hopefully two artists we already have from Onyo, Charlotte Amelivo. Welcome to you also.
Thank you.
Now, as you know, art is incredibly important here at ChangeNOW, and since the very first edition, art has had a dedicated place in the programme. Believe that it's important as part of the culture for change. So before we dive into what Onyo have done this year, Ronan, you're the curator for ChangeNOW. Can you tell us a little bit about what the Art for Change program is exactly?
Yes, thank you, Kristen. So Art for Change, basically, the program is our contribution to accelerating social and environmental change in the industry, in the art industry, and with the art industry. So this morning, our CEO and co-founder, Santiago, said that ChangeNOW was probably the largest gathering of innovators and players around transitions, and kind of a university for change. And we would also like to do this with the art program. This is why we invited so many artists like you guys, but also, yes, designers, institutions and professionals of change and of art. Yeah, we basically those who move the needle, and so we have a kind of a comprehensive and ambitious program with the Art for Change program. We have won a series of conferences about art for change, so with game changers from all around the world, and that's tomorrow morning. We also curated a virtual exhibition of sustainable art. So that's it's art that integrates circular economy, and we are very lucky to have the support of Christie's to help us with the auction that's going to start and be kicked off tomorrow evening. And we also have a film festival with superstars like Sir David Attenborough. So that's going to be awesome, a film market too. And
How many artists are participating?
Participating more than 20. Basically.
Okay, great.
Yeah, so it's and from all around the world, really, and world class. And last but not least, talking about artists, so we are very every year basically we would like to offer Change Now participants the opportunity to kind of have a step aside from the program, because it's a very like buzzing program, and we would like to create a little space for our participants. So usually it's in physical, so it's a place, it's a work of art. And this year we also wanted to make people take a step back from their screen, and this is why we asked our partners Le 104 to present us with innovative solutions, and they presented us with Onyo.
Fantastic. Okay, and that's a lovely segue as well for me to introduce and turn to you, Charlotte Amélie. And I believe that maybe at any second, one of your partners, Jan, may be jumping onto the plateau with us here as well.
Maybe.
I love that about live TV. Just things can happen like this. Okay, so you've, if I understood correctly with Onyo, you have created a artistic, immersive experience called L'Arbre Soleil.
Yeah.
Can you tell us about the concept?
Yeah, so we were very inspired. Well, first, thank you for inviting us, and we are very happy that Ronan fell in love with our project and gave us the opportunity to be present during the Change Now Festival, which is really like a very big festival. And also for us, it was kind of a premiere, because our physical installation, which is how we in the first place conceived it, is barely getting ready. So this is really like an avant-première, and we are very happy with what we could provide an online experience. And so to answer to your question, to the concept, our first inspiration was Baptiste Morisot thinking, and we read Manière d'être vivant, and it really resonated for us in his thinking, because he has a very positive, even though I don't like that word, but it has a very positive and a happy viewing of the environment and on the ecological fight, I would say, because he's proposing not to fight against something, but to fight for something, and to fight for our relationship towards all kinds of living beings. And so this is the very concept of our experience, is to give back that sensitivity with other forms of life. And so the story is that very long time ago, we don't know how, we don't know when, but Hikari, a sun deity, put a little bit of her heart into a tree, and so it became the tree of light, and thus life could grow. And so it, of course, is a metaphor of the tree giving us oxygen, and that allows all kind of life to perform. And then every 100 years, we have to perform a ritual to give back energy to this tree. Otherwise, it will fade away, and we don't want that. And so humans are invited with other forms of life. So in the experience, you can hear birds, you can hear also mushrooms, you can hear wild pigs talking and say, but all those humans can be part of the experience. And so we are taking part into this ritual as a human, but most importantly, as a living form of life with other form of life.
Okay, so you've effectively created almost like an energy cycle between the tree and the humans. The tree gives us energy, we give the tree energy. I love it. Sustainable. Now, Arbre Soleil, so tree of sun, tree of light. Tree of light, okay. And by the way, what does Onyo mean?
It doesn't mean much, actually, but the first inspiration, at first our name was Onirisme, but for a different kind of reason, we changed the word because it's too long, and many people actually don't know the word onirisme. And one of our DNA is to be the most accessible possible. And if with just the beginning, half of the people cannot understand our name, it's not accessible. So we chose something inspired by onirisme, but shorter and more poetic, I hope.
Makes sense. And Thanks to being here on the plateau with us today. Hopefully very many people will know about Onyo after this. So you've created this incredible digital art experience. Let's tell people about how they can find it. It's on the Art for Change page, is that correct?
Yes.
And it's going to be there for the next 3 days?
For the next, yes, 3 days, of course, and then it's going to remain on the platform. It's bilingual. We are very lucky to welcome it. It's a world premiere, so we are very happy to welcome it at ChangeNOW. And it's a moment. It's 7 minutes. You close your eyes. You take a step back from the craziness of ChangeNOW, and you will see, you need to experience it. It's amazing.
Okay.
You will laugh, you will maybe cry, I don't know, but you will not get out of there the same.
Okay, so at some point during our program, make sure that you do go and check out L'Arbre Soleil from Onyo. Now, tomorrow we will meet another great artist,
Tim's Day.
Tim's Day. Thank you for the
The one who
pronunciation there.
created all
with the first sustainable art auction in partnership with Christie's. Now, just before I let we go backstage, Ronan, what's the one word that inspires you the most every day?
It's not only it inspires me, but it's kind of my compass for life. It's beauty. I try to follow beauty everywhere.
That's something I think we sometimes maybe don't think about, but I like that a lot. Thank you for sharing that with us. Charlotte, Amélie, what about noise and sound? You mentioned there were pigs talking and we can listen to mushrooms. What's the noise that you like the most, the sound that you like?
Well, for this experience, we also got very inspired by the sound of forest. And in the forest, we often feel like, oh, this is calm, this is silence. But it's not silence. You can hear the trees, you can hear the birds, and all kind of birds. And I'm trying to learn which bird makes which sound, but we are not very used to that, to paying attention to those details. So I would say the sound of the forest with all the richness that's inside it.
Okay, so really starting to almost learn some of the skills of our ancestors.
Yeah.
Listening to the mushrooms, listening to the different bird songs that are out there. Through this experience in building L'Arbre Soleil, have you found a sound that you think we should try and move out of our heads and our spaces?
Yeah, we should pay more attention to the forms of life. And now that I've created this experience, I realize how much birds we can hear in the city. And just if you pay attention, like behind all the noise of the buses, the drivers, the horns, everyone during everywhere, you can hear some birds. And so I invite everyone to pay attention to those small sounds which are present all around us.
Fantastic. Well, in fact, the theme, it seems, for this afternoon is about sound. We had So Good Radio, and now with Onyo and L'Arbre Soleil, we're bringing the sounds of nature back into our lives. Thank you so much for being with us, for helping open up our eyes to art and how art is part of the change movement also. And if you want to know more about Onyo, you can visit their website, onyo.fr?
Yeah.
Onyo.fr. For Anglophone friends, check that out. Okay. Now the world is always... The world is and will always be more beautiful if we can take care of it. And that's exactly what I'm going to be doing with my next guest, Gérard Bellet. He's joining from Jean Bouteille and is joining us remotely. Gérard, are you there?
I am.
Hi, welcome to ChangeNOW Live TV.
Thank you very much for inviting me here.
First of all, could you introduce yourself quickly and tell us a little bit about your work, please?
Sure. So my name is Gérard Bellet. I'm the company founder of Jean Bouteille. Jean Bouteille is a 35 people company trying to resolve a trash issue. It's how can we consume liquid product without generating trash. For that, we combine a bulk liquid and a reusable bottle.
Fantastic. And whereabouts are you based? Where are you joining us from?
I am based in Lille. Most of the team is in Lille, and we have people a little bit everywhere in France and a bit in Europe soon.
Excellent. Okay. Now, I believe that this isn't the first time that you've been part of ChangeNOW, in fact. So what has ChangeNOW done for you? Can you describe a little bit how it was for you before ChangeNOW and after ChangeNOW? How has it acted as a stepping stone?
It's a very interesting question, because the first time I heard ChangeNOW, I had difficulties to understand what was the goal and what the ChangeNOW wanted to achieve. And I had a very great first experience at the show last year, and we could meet really high-level people coming here to try to rethink everything from the beginning, and we could meet some of our next great clients for this year, and we could also exchange with a lot of companies like us who face the same challenges and want really to act the quickest possible, as the goal is to arrive with a ready solution.
Okay, and if I understand correctly, you met a partner at ChangeNOW last year that's enabled you to develop further. Is that correct?
Yes, exactly. We met L'Occitane en Provence, which is one of the major worldwide brand of beauty and care ecological products, and they are based in maybe all the countries of the world. And we will ship. We are shipping currently fountains in 60 different locations, in 25 different countries, in 4 different continents. And so they help us reach a level that we need to have when we do high exports. They help us pass all the necessary certification, and they help us by their project management skills to arrive to this kind of deployment.
That's fantastic. So that's quite rapid international growth that you've seen through that partnership. People that are looking to actually grow through collaboration with big companies, do you have any tips to share with them? How easy is it to do this?
It can be very hard. With L'Occitane, it was not hard because they have very good project management skills. What is really you need to be careful how you are ready to deal with this project management, the time consumption it will take, and the fees you will need to charge to those big corporations to make sure you have the resources put on it. At the beginning, we never put enough resources because we are so pleased big corporations want to talk to us, then we give everything for free. And at the end, we are not professional enough, and we don't put enough people on difficult tasks. And so we realized we need to charge the proper amount of fees as we do services. We accompany the company, we help them understand what is bulk. And so if you want to have smart people, well managed, you need to make sure you put the resources on the difficult task of dealing with big companies.
Thank you very much for that insight. I'm sure that anybody out there that is watching right now and is looking at a collaboration is going to take away some learnings from what you've just shared. Thank you so much for that. So where are you at the moment? Oh, don't leave me yet. Stay with us.
Yeah, sure.
Where are you? What's the current situation? You've mentioned that you're growing at the moment. What are you working on at the moment? What's your next steps?
We are in more than 1,000 shops. We are in 4 different countries right now, and we will be at the end of the year in 30 different countries. And so we are trying to find a way we can standardize everything and find the perfect customer journey in the store, so it's deployable very easily. Because our solution, which is reusing a bottle, it's really the simplest and the most affordable way to have an impact on your consumption. Reusing a bottle is straight away very efficient in terms of energy consumptions, in terms of trash generation. So we need to help stores implementing those systems so they can propose it to their clients. So the roadmap is simplifying, make it more affordable and more accessible for everyone.
Okay. Now I have another question for you, actually, that other people may want to tune in, especially on this part. So last year at ChangeNOW, you met a partner. What would you love to get out of ChangeNOW this year?
This year, that's a good question because it's a very complex year, and I thank you all the ChangeNOW team. I thank all the ChangeNOW team to put so much energy to succeed with all this complexity of organization. And it's more how can you make sure you still have the serendipity of a show. That means attend places where you hope to find someone and you find new ideas and you find new exchange and you find new people. I really trust that trade shows or a big summit like this is really perfect for serendipity. I love this term, and I try to make it happen all the time. And so I will try to succeed to have a successful serendipity summit.
Fantastic. I hope there's plenty of serendipity for you also. One last question before we end this interview. What's the word that brings you the most hope in your work?
That's a difficult question. It's the energy. I think the energy people can have, for us, it's the consumer, the energy the consumer puts in their change behavior. And so I'm very hopeful that we can succeed because the base and the consumer want to change. And so the rest of the market will follow. We just need to show that it's possible. We are kind of the flag that show the rest of the people that it's possible.
Certainly, energy is a fantastic word, and it's something that we have plenty of here at ChangeNOW TV Live. Gerard, thank you so much for joining us. Come back and tell us more about it in 2022. Now, one of the most energizing things about ChangeNOW is, in fact, the fact that it never stops, including right here on this TV channel, where we're featuring continuous coverage of the event and major breaking stories. So now let's move straight on, because it's time to welcome our next new inspirational guests. Olivier Morel, the founder of Sync and Think. Hello, Olivier, welcome.
Hello, Kristen.
Welcome to the plateau here. You are the founder of Sync and Think. Can you tell us what that is exactly, please?
Yes, please. Actually, for 5 years now, after a long career in innovation for corporation, I decided to move as an entrepreneur, and I am helping organizations to better move into the complexity of the ecological transition thanks to collective intelligence. So I am managing groups in order to let emerge common sense, I would say.
Common sense, something that we will need plenty of. Thank you. Now, over the episodes of lockdowns, it's shown us the necessity of being outdoors and of nature, something that actually Charlotte Amélie was just talking about, especially for our mental health and our mental stability. Many people left cities to go to the country, and we have the impression that today we're more aware of nature of a source of vitality and emotional stability. Do you share that point of view?
Actually, you shared about common sense. When I feel angry, when I feel tired, common sense drives me to the forest. Having just a walk, breathe, smile, look at nature, it gives me good air, but also quite of good hope. Life is a long story, and even if we are living an emergency phase by now, life is wise. So yes, it's quite supportive for me, but also for the group that I am working with to take a step back, breathe, and activate common sense, and to follow somehow the law of the universe, the law of life. It doesn't mean that we need absolutely to leave cities. It just means that we have to live in city and to take also in other places with less mental representation, more natural representation, space to live, to dream, to think about, to challenge also our models, and to going forth to create a desirable future, I would say.
Okay, so there is the physical aspect of it, going to the forest, but then there's also a sort of a mental space element to it then, if I understand what you're saying about creating a quieter space where we can, maybe a bit like what Anya were just talking about.
Absolutely. I just moved from the Art for Change experience, and it was fantastic. I do recommend this 7 minutes travel with 3D audio. In deep ecology, what I am a practitioner of, we insist about deep experience leading to deep questioning, leading to deep engagement. So in order to have the correct action, I start from an experience. There is no frontier between me and external environment. I am part of nature. So having a safe space within me, comfortable, I can find more clarity, indeed.
Okay, so that actually brings me to a question. I read on your website that you say it's no longer enough just to think, calculate, and plan change, that we actually have to live it. So how do we do that, what you've just described?
Actually, I came from corporate finance, math, science, so I do love calculate, but I have to face that it's not enough. Actually, we have multiple kind of intelligences: intuition, relation, kinesthetic, audio, intelligence, and it's good time to leave it bluntly. We have a multi-side potential, and thanks to collective intelligence, thanks to the others, thanks to diversity of intelligences, we can fine-tune what is the correct solution to face our problem. The Work That Reconnects, which is an international movement, is a fantastic way to go into emotions, to honor our interdependency with all the livings, and somehow to witness also the anger, the fears that I can have, but not to be stuck into this, to find at the bottom of this you, within the theory you, at the bottom of this you, to find the courage to activate my hope and going forth.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. I'm going to come back to that a little bit later, but whilst I have you on the plateau here, I want to take advantage of that and ask you in particular about freedom form, okay, which is sometimes called F form, I believe. We hear a lot about it, but first of all, what is it? Can you describe it for us?
Actually, thanks to all our knowledge so far, we create wealth, but we created also boxes. And we need to liberate our potential, our energy. It is a way, actually, life is thriving, creating things, encountering limit, frontier, and to go beyond it. So to go out of the box, sometimes I need to change my representation, to change the way I see things, my plans, and to let this divine energy, if I can say, which is freedom inside of me. And we can see that with holacracy, sociocracy, new kind of governance are operated in organization, in social business, in order not just to question the purpose of our actions, but also the way we take care of this purpose. So this freedom movement is about, okay, let's go back to who are we, and we are just here to create, and to create in partnership with nature.
Okay, so we've talked about this in a personal concept. I do want to push you a little bit more in a professional concept, because it's actually quite new. So if there is an organization that wants to adopt freedom form, become an F form company, how do they do that? What are the first steps that they can take?
I would say, take a breath.
Okay.
Acknowledge from where you went. Actually, the future is very important, but in order to welcome it in the best condition, I have to keep the present moment as a gift. So, honoring the pain, the suffering, the anger that I can have, all the struggle we are in, and we are quite in a mess, will help me to find also maybe a door to go into a new level of consciousness in order to embrace complexity. And it's not a lonely travel. To exchange with our stakeholders, our employees for sure, but also our suppliers, our clients, our distributors, our competitors even, could help us to see life or to see our market from different point of view. And from this diversity of point of view, we can find a better solution to go forth. Actually, I would like to acknowledge also all the movement of entreprises à mission in France, mission-driven company, who are not just focusing on the why, but also on the how they will take care of their evolution. And it's a multi-stakeholder conversation that they are opening. So thank you very much to the community of entreprises à mission, such as B Corp, for instance, is as an international level.
Okay, so what I'm hearing from you, from a professional standpoint then, is it's actually about pausing, taking a breath, considering what the path forward is. And it's interesting, that links back to what Olivier Grégoire said this morning about, this is not about speed. It's about going faster. It's about going further. So there's a similar message that I'm hearing from you here.
Thank you, Christina. Actually, yeah, it's a good transition also to the next session that we will have on Saturday with Satish Kumar, the founder of Schumacher College. Actually, he helped us to distinguish that there is no opposition between emergency and patience. They are sisters. If we are in the hurry, we won't do the good choice. So in order to face the emergency we are living in, yes, pausing and choosing the right direction is important. So it's not about how fast we will go, but in which direction we decided to go. We named previously the Works That Reconnect, this movement launched by Joanna Macy, and she's asking for a great turning. So it's not just about the great acceleration, but it's about the great turning. Where do we want to curve this growth in order to live in a sustainable manner?
I think this is really important because so much today we know that we need to change now. That's the entire subject and why we're here. But sometimes just taking that pause, and as you said, urgency and passion, they're not in conflict. They can come together if we take the time to consider what it is we're working on.
Thank you. Actually, yeah, it's change now. It's not change fast or change in the hurry. Take care of this gift, which is the present moment. Now, it is the time where we can choose and make the good decision together.
Okay, Olivier, I want to ask you a question that personally to yourself, but that maybe help our audience out here. If you have to select a word that will help you define the future that you desire, can you maybe describe what, if we all take a pause now and we consider maybe what the future would look like for us?
Good question, thank you. Actually, asking this question is not just asking a problem. It's somehow an hygienical process. Every day, every week, I can ask this question in order to be sure that I am in a consistent pathway with life, which is unpredictable. But having this dialogue, this honest dialogue with life, do we dance together properly, is quite important. And in this, I would say, as a word, enjoy. Enjoy. Enjoy the ride, enjoy the flow, enjoy your walk. Joy is both a destination, but also a good way to go through. If we want to save the world, but we save the world with anger, with speed, with culpability, guilty, actually, it will contribute badly to the world. So do things with joy, personal joy, and also serving the world is quite joyful. For me, is a good compass to see if I am in the right direction.
I love that. So you are effectively using joy every day to help you navigate where you're going to be going.
It doesn't mean that I can't witness fear and anger, but it's the way to go back on the correct line is also to say that I am just to serve life and to enjoy the ride.
Okay, and that actually jives very much with what we heard from Ronan as well. He was saying about beauty. That's the word that he's looking for. And if we find beauty, we can maybe also find joy.
Thank you to quote Ronan. Yeah, actually, I do mention to go to Art for Change. On the program, you have this experience, which are just beautiful, full of sense in terms of common sense, but full of sense also in terms of experience. Yeah, enjoy.
Fantastic. No, I definitely need to check that out. I want to go in here and listen what the mushrooms and pigs are saying as well. Olivier, thank you so much for being with us. Okay, so now you may want to channel surf, to drop in on other sessions. There are plenty of other sessions for you to visit out there. Otherwise, you can stay with us here on Live TV, as we're going to go and check out very shortly the carbon culture session. Now, this started just a few minutes ago, so we're going to be joining it in the middle, and it's all about how to capture CO2 from the atmosphere. You'll see how nature can be leveraged and how oceans and soil can be strong carbon sinks if they're well managed. Join that session now. I'll see you back here in 20 minutes. Thank you.
Accelerating, accentuating, and emphasizing some of the things the ocean already does. There are a number of different ocean-based pathways from what we call biotic, which are plant-based, either macroalgae or microalgae, to abiotic, which are things that are more industrial, like dissolving alkaline or silicate materials into the oceans. We at Ocean Visions have been working on a series of roadmaps, technology roadmaps for ocean-based carbon dioxide removal, because basically this area has remained very underinvested as a pathway for carbon removal relative to terrestrial approaches like planting trees or biochar or BECCS, bioenergy with carbon capture and storage. And so to address this sort of lack of investment and lack of awareness, we've convened experts over the past year from across the globe to really understand what are the ocean-based carbon dioxide removal technologies that are available, what are the current states of technological readiness, and what is needed in order to move these fields forward. We looked at 3 big domains that you see there in the middle of the screen: macroalgae cultivation and sequestration, so that's seaweed; ocean alkalinity enhancement, which is putting alkaline material into the water in order to interact with CO2 in the seawater and actually remove CO2 from the atmosphere; and then electrochemical approaches, which is using electricity, needs to be renewable, to separate carbon dioxide, carbon ions out of seawater. We also looked at 2 additional cross-cutting themes: growing and maintaining public support, because we greatly lack public awareness and support for the importance of this area, and expanding finance and investment. You can see these maps at oceanvisions.org. This is what they look like. They're designed to be very interactive. So when you click on one, right now only macroalgae is up. You will see this graphic, which shows you basically the technological readiness, the obstacles, the development needs, and in that lower left corner, what we call the first order priorities. And these are the things that we are galvanizing effort and attention around. And so this is just a click into the first order priorities. These are actually renamed. They're more specific now, but basically we are working to get more an array of controlled field trials across the globe on growing and sinking seaweed. We're working to build and maintain public support, and we're working really hard to unlock more investment. So I would encourage you to visit this. And also there's going to be, as we add functionality here in the next days and weeks, a way to actually become an authorized user, to be part of a community that is working on key pieces of these roadmaps. And so we're really excited about this product. We're really excited about the possibilities and potential for ocean-based carbon dioxide removal. And I'll just leave you with a couple of thoughts. We cannot solve the climate crisis without addressing the crisis in the ocean, and we cannot solve the ocean crisis without addressing the climate crisis. Cleaning up carbon dioxide removal has to become part of the agenda, and we have to expand greatly our attention to cleaning up carbon dioxide removal, and the oceans can play an enormous role in all of this. So thank you for your attention. Thank you for joining today. Please reach out to me through the platform, and I'd be happy to talk to any of you. Back to you, Megan.
Thank you, Brad, for that call to action and for your leadership. It is now my pleasure to introduce the 3 speakers on our panel. Henrietta Moon is the CEO and co-founder of Carboculture, a carbon technology startup drawing down atmospheric carbon. The company has developed a technology to rapidly transform woody biomass into a stable form carbon called biochar, which will stay out of the atmosphere for 1,000 years. She's a Finnish serial impact entrepreneur, an alumni of the StartX founder community, a sailor, and a camper. David Duccini has spent more than 30 years focused on environmental issues in the water sector and now leads Origins.Earth, the company created by Suez to help communities monitor their CO2 emissions in space and time with precision and to implement projects to reduce emissions. He described his work to me as from science to clients, which works well in this panel as our next member is a world-leading scientist. Philippe Sier is a globally recognized expert on the terrestrial carbon cycle and its interactions with the climate and human systems. He has authored more than 900 publications with a focus on the quantification and understanding of CO2 emissions. He contributed to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change's 4th assessment report, which won the Nobel Prize, and was lead author of a chapter on carbon and other biogeochemical cycles in the IPCC's 5th assessment report. Welcome all. And to start, I would like to ask each of you to briefly introduce your work, and tell us what aspect of the climate crisis you are most focused on. Let's, excuse me, let's start with Henrietta.
Okay, hello everybody. I'm very honored to be on this panel with such esteemed members. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Carboculture. And at Carboculture, we make a new type of biochar. So what is biochar? It's a biological carbon. And what we do is we waste woody materials into carbon in a very high temperature. And in that way, when we carbonize the biomass, it remains stable, it won't rot, it won't decay, and it won't be eaten by microbes, and it'll remain out of the atmosphere for 1,000 years. And then that biocarbon can be used for useful applications such as soil enhancement or nutrient management. And so excited to be here today. I'm Finnish, but I'm calling in from London, and nice to see everybody. And which part of the problem? We're focused, of course, on the carbon cycle, so actual physical removal of carbon from the atmosphere. But in addition to that, we're also looking at other planetary systems and where we can be of help there.
Fantastic. Thank you, Henrietta. And I've just been informed, actually, Philippe is not able to join us. So we have Henrietta and David with us today.
He's here.
I think I'm here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't know if you can see me, but hello.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll work on that, and let's move to David next. So David, please tell us a little bit more about your work than we learned in the bio in the introduction, and what aspect of the climate crisis you're focused on.
Yeah, thank you. Such as you said, science to client. In fact, we realize that there is a lot that is being done with the scientific world since the last decades, but there is not enough that is used by the decision makers to be sure that we do the right choice and then we go fast and well in what we have to achieve. So Origins decided to focus on this, to be able to arrive, to move from the estimation and the estimation in CO2 and topogenic emission to a real measure. To do this, at the end of the day, what we try to focus is a digital twin at the city level to be sure that combining together physical measurement, data analytics, and modeling and inversing modeling atmospheric one, we arrive to have a global pictures of what are the anthropogenic emission of the city and to support the city to fight against this problem of reduction. Important bridge, Origins can go nowhere if there is not in contact with science, and so I'm very pleased that Philippe is with us today, because we want really to maximize for the use of the decision makers what is the best production of the scientific world in the different continents. That is Origins.
Can we move to Philippe? I gather we may have only audio.
Yeah. I tried to switch on my camera, but okay, now you can see me. Hello. So I've been working mainly as a researcher to understand the fate of fossil CO2 emissions, which has been produced by humanity, because part of it is the main source of climate change, but another part, actually about half of the amount of carbon which is emitted by human activities, is reabsorbed by the vegetation and by the ocean. So it's extremely important to understand what are the regions which are pumping CO2 from the atmosphere, what are the processes by which this absorption occur, and how long will it last in the future. And more recently, I've been working more on the side of emissions with the setup of a near real-time monitoring system to estimate daily CO2 emissions, especially during the COVID period. And we've been doing some work at city scale to help use atmospheric concentration measurements in order to quantify how emissions are varying at the scale of a large city. We do that in collaboration with our colleagues and partners from Origins.
Fantastic. Well, we're thrilled to have you all with us today. And I wanted to start with a question for the panel. We have seen trends in the voluntary carbon market and in corporate net zero commitments that favor carbon removal over avoided emissions, and perhaps favor engineered solutions like machines that suck carbon out of the air over nature-based solutions. How can we leverage nature to meet climate change goals, and why is it important? So let's start with Philippe.
Yeah, that's a good question, because we should not forget that today nature is already offering us a 50% discount on climate change, because nature is absorbing on average about half of the emissions. So the question is, how can we make it additional? And
the main technologies which have been proposed, at least by economists in the IPCC, is to produce biofuels and to take the CO2 out of the stack of a power plant and to bury it in the earth crust. This is very futuristic because we don't even have pilots for this technology. The second one has been to say, okay, let's plant trees or plant forests to increase the carbon storage. But we are living in a climate which is changing rapidly, which is very different from the climate we lived in only 10 years ago, which means that we are facing with carbon offset related to forest, the risk of losing the carbon we are trying to store if we face a disaster event like fires or windstorms or drought. So the carbon offsetting problem or the carbon additionality of carbon sinks, we have to find something which is very long-lived, which can stay on the ground for a very long time. That's why I kind of appreciate the biochar idea, because compared to other more like temporary storage techniques, in principle, if you put charcoal in the ground, it's going to stay there for a long time. And it's not very harmful for other type of land uses as well.
Henrietta, do you want to chime in?
Yes, I think these are so excellent points, what Philippe said. I think for me, the biggest thing was, as we were entrepreneurs and trying to figure out how can we help this climate crisis, is that what is the most elegant way to actually remove carbon from the atmosphere today? And we were thinking about, okay, well, nature is already doing this today at gigaton scale. So why should we reinvent the wheel? So to say, instead of trying to imagine machines capturing parts per million out of the atmosphere, we've outsourced that part to biomass, which does it every day, completely 100% solar powered without any additional energy use. And so it's such a massive scale machinery or leverage that we should totally not discount when we're talking about climate change action. And I think I can just concur with everything that was said already.
David, I know that Origins.Earth is focused in part on cities, and I'd be interested in hearing your perspective on the role that nature can play to address this challenge from a city perspective.
I need just to do a short comparison to explain what is my mind. They say that Italian people, they like to speak a lot about food, and it is true. And as I'm Italian, I will take how to build and to do a cake. Let me say that the cake is a tiramisu, if you like it, just to visualize. And to me, it is clear then when you do a cake that you have three elements that you have to take into account. First of all, it doesn't exist a recipe with a single ingredient. So this is number one. No way to use just one single ingredient. Number two is that you need to arrive to well know each one of your ingredients if you want to achieve your result. And so it is important that for each one of the components, you are able to estimate what is the characteristic, the behavior, the impact, the difficulty, the right time to be used. And the third one is arrive to have a very clear understanding of what is the interaction of the different elements one with the other together, because when you mix together, the physical of the exercise change. So let me say now, if I go back again to the story of the planet and I do a comparison, if you do your tiramisu and your tiramisu is no good, you throw it away. You lose some eggs, you lose some carbon, some cream and mascarpone, but you can do again. With the planet, we cannot play. It's not a joke. It's a serious game. And so we need to work very properly. So we are strongly convinced that the right approach is arrived to measure each one of the single action, either will be nature-based, engineering-based, or reduction of emission that has to be the priority. We need to understand the contribution of each one of that. And to do the contribution, we have tools. The tools is called to measure what is going on. And if you arrive to measure, you can arrive to learn from the past. So you learn what was already done in the proper way. You control what is going on in the present, and you will forecast the future. So to me, the real truth and the solution is not one to have a position, but is to find the right recipe to achieve a global result, knowing what is the contribution of each single element. So there is place in the city, there is place in the country, there is place in the sea. What is important is to build the right recipe in different geography.
Well put, and I like the tiramisu analogy. The planet definitely is not as disposable. Not that I would argue the tiramisu should be disposable either. Well, building on your point about the importance of data, we know that for nature-based solutions to have integrity, which there's a lot of conversation about today, and to have market access, it's really important that we have efficient and reliable ways to quantify carbon stocks, to measure, monitor, report, and verify greenhouse gas data. Each of you has expertise in precise data measurement and in technology. And I'm curious if you could share a promising technology or perhaps identify an important area where additional research and innovation is necessary for our audience, some of whom are tech entrepreneurs, in order to move forward on this nature-based solutions carbon data question. And I'll start again with Philippe, and certainly encourage you all to make this a conversation and raise your hand if I can see you. I'll make sure that we call on you. Please go ahead, Philippe.
Yeah, thank you again. I think indeed the credibility of the natural climate solutions will in the end hinge upon the capacity we have to monitor their effectiveness over time. And this is sometimes a very complicated problem, in particular when you try to look at how soil carbon increases over time, because there is a lot of soil carbon already, and we are looking at relatively slow changes over time. In terms of emissions, I think what is really important is to see the signal in the atmosphere. I only believe what I see. And if you see that the kind of accumulation of CO2 upwind of an emitting source, whatever it is, a power plant or a city, is decreasing over time, then you know that this source is getting effectively reduced. The problem is that we can apply atmospheric measurements for hotspot sources, but it's difficult to apply them for project-level carbon sequestrations because the signals of CO2 removals are too weak to leave an imprint on the atmosphere. And I believe a lot in the use of satellite imagery. Now we have a lot of satellites. Some of them are very high resolution. And for instance, we are working on algorithms that can segment every trees, looking at satellite photographs. So we can track carbon not on a kind of forest area or color basis, but on an individual tree basis. And there you really discover how trees exist, grow, where they are present. For instance, in Denmark, we found that there are many trees in urban and peri-urban landscapes that were not classified as forests. So I really trust that very high resolution satellite imagery can help us, at least for natural-based solutions looking at forest or vegetation.
I can also add something from our solution. I don't know other solutions as well, but for us, when we produce the biocarbon, we know exactly what's in the biomass. So for example, walnut shells that we use, we can measure the weight of the biomass, the moisture content. We know exactly what comes out. In a laboratory scale, we can go to the percentage level information of how much of the resulting biocarbon is fixed carbon, how much is, for example, ash and different minerals, and how much is something else. So we can actually physically hold the carbon in our hand. I should have one jar next to me somewhere, and we can weigh it and we can send it to a laboratory to know exactly how much carbon is there. So it's very quantifiable in that way.
Hello, Philippe.
Then of course, what humans do with it, or what humans do with a forest is more tricky to measure.
David, please chime in. It's your area of expertise.
You spoke about which axis we see. I see three axes. The first one, and Philippe was very clear, is a satellite. For natural base, we need to use this technology for large scale, but to zoom in small detail. And this is what is necessary to take action. The second one is what we decided to work on, because as was repeated several times this morning during the day, cities represent less than 2% of the planet's surface, but the contribution is nearly 70% of the anthropogenic CO2 emissions. So for us, cities is a priority if we want to achieve a consistent result. And to work and to measure on the cities, such as was clear again in the word of Philippe, we need, to me, is the right word is to arrive to build the digital twin. Digital twin means that really you arrive to represent what is going on at the city scale. And it is a combination of the physical measurement that you have to put at the right elevation to be sure that you measure in not influenced local way. You need to use as much as possible the millions and billions of data that cities have. So we arrive to develop algorithms that are able to provide a very clear insights of what are the anthropogenic emissions that are coming out of the human activity. And together with the measure, we inject in the modeling. And with this, we arrive really to reproduce what is going on at the level of the cities. And to me, this is a must-have for all the cities that want to achieve consistent result. But there is a third axe, a third one that I think research has to work on, that is the local project impact. Because if we want to build a solid bridge between the measure and the finance, climate finance, we need to arrive to prove, measure, and certify what is the achievement that were consolidated with a single project. So really, to drive the city policy, I think digital twin is the right word. But to bridge with climate finance, we need to arrive much more in detail and to arrive to measure, estimate, and certify what is the measure at the project level.
And
this
I
is the
think
three axes that I see.
If I can add something, so one of the questions that you had is what should be done in more capacity to actually answer these questions of how we can measure things. And for example, in our area, there are many emissions that are still completely unknown. And for example, in Europe, there's a large problem with nutrient management. We have way too many nutrients running off from the fields and not just into water, but also airborne pollution is being made by those. And airborne pollution is quite difficult to measure, or it's actually quite costly. So at least for us, measuring, for example, what kind of soil conditions are there, what kind of weather conditions, what kind of inputs can we do, and what are the results of those. It requires a lot of trials, a lot of computation, a lot of people work. And so that's kind of areas where I would like to see more things happening and more funding, for example, from governments, and so that we could get a more comprehensive idea of again, like the quality of those measurements needs to be high so that we can actually get to the solutions that are going to help us.
Welcome back to ChangeNOW Live TV. I'd like to take this opportunity to say, through the guests we've heard, how this event opens up our mind and allows us to meet so many exceptional new people. And it's far from over. How lucky we are, because Respect Oceans is a partner of this 2021 event, and for a second year in a row, they're a recognised association of economic actors committed to the protection of oceans and the coasts, initiated in 2013 by Raffaella Lagouvelle. They organised the Ocean Pitch Challenge to bring to the forefront economically viable solutions for the protection of the ocean and marine and coastal ecosystems. Recently, they pre-selected and trained 10 finalists in pitching in order to increase their ability to get their solutions financed by investors, and then whittled that selection down to just 3, a shortlist. These 3 pitched yesterday, and we have them with us now today, the winner of this great Ocean Pitch Challenge. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Harold Guillemin. Harold, welcome.
Yeah, hi. Thank you for inviting me.
It's great
it's
to
a
have you.
pleasure for me to be there.
It's great to have you with us. Congratulations. Can you tell us the name of your company?
Yeah, Finex. At Finex, we are developing a new propulsion system for nautical industry. We are replacing propellers of boats by an undulating membrane moving just like a fish. So this membrane is basically like a disc. So you got an undulation on this membrane and it propels a fluid from the peripheral to the center. So it's a breakthrough technology in the nautical industry. And for the moment, we are beginning with a small outboard motor.
Harold, I've never seen anything like this. Where did this idea come from? How did it all start?
At first, after my school, engineering school, I worked in a startup developing this technology in the pump industry. So replacing propeller of pump by an undulating membrane. Then I became expert on this technology and I created Finex and got a license on this technology. So now for more than 2 years now, we are developing this technology to replace propeller of boats.
Okay, so this is fantastic, and if I understand correctly, then through the last couple of months, with respect to oceans, you've been in an association with them as such. Can you tell us what this association with respect to ocean and ChangeNOW has brought you and has brought Finex?
Yeah, they are coaching us, and they send some information on the the environment of the maritime field. So we get many coach and information from Respect Ocean, and of course we can communicate thanks to Respect Ocean. We send them our news, and they spread this news around their community.
Fantastic. So how was the pitching experience for you yesterday? Can you tell us a little bit about that? And then tell us what also you won.
Yeah, it was a bit, I was a bit stressed, pitching our solution a bit in front of a community of experts. It's very not easy, but we are passionate on our technology, so we speak with a heart, and I'm sure that speaking with my heart helped me yesterday to win this challenge.
Speaking with the heart, that's fantastic advice. What other advice would you give to those that are out there right now trying to get their ideas and their innovative ideas financed and are doing pitches like yours?
Believe in yourself. Believe in yourself and never stop. You get so many problems after problems, but you finally found the solution. So that's why now we are very proud to show our first outboard motor. So it's just believe in yourself and think big to reach the stars.
Okay, so clearly you're someone who does think big, because this is quite a big idea that you've had here. What's next for you? What's the next big thing on your horizon?
Yeah, last year we closed a fundraising of barely €1 million, and in order to develop our first outboard motor. So now we are thinking of the industrialization of this motor. So we are raising more money to industrialize it and propose and develop another motor. So we will think big. We will reach 100 kilowatt motor for big boats and nautical sport,
Okay, so this is not just about being able to use this. Maybe if I go and hire a small boat, you're talking about large boats, sort of big bulk carrying boats out there as well. Your idea will work for them?
Yes, sure. Actually, our technology is basically like a propeller. You can do very small size propeller, and you can have a big propeller propulsing a super tanker. So our technology can grow and can be adapted to every type of power. So we are beginning with a small power because it's easier for a small team to do that. But of course, we will reach higher performance. The big whales, they are so heavy, but they can move 30 kilometers per hour and with only a fin, without propellers. So we think we can do the same.
So there's an element of biomimicry you're bringing into this as well.
Sure.
Being inspired by the big whales out there and how you're going to drive big ships in the future.
Yeah, sure. We are just getting inspired by the nature. Nature is the biggest company that never failed. It has so billion years and they never failed. So we are just getting inspired by it, and in order to propulse new boats with an electric technology.
Harold, I love it. Thank you so much for being with us. Bravo to you and to Finex. I look forward to seeing a Finn-inspired propeller on my next boat trip. Now,
great, thank you.
Thank you, Harold. Thank you so much. And as Harold said, you know, nature is the biggest company that never failed. We can definitely all keep that in mind. So, thinking about companies, let's see how it goes on the Investors' Role to Change Companies session. We should be able to meet Mark Van Baal and other guests who will share their vision about how investors, by changing their investment methodology, are contributing to the change in business models of companies. How can they support growth? Where can we put our money where our mouth is? Let's go over now to the Investors' Role to Change Companies session. Thank you.
I thought I have to do something about this. I'm an engineer, I know what's happening, and I know I'm sorry, I'm hearing myself double, so it's quite difficult to...
No worries, Mark. Can someone on the sound help us? He's getting a repeat. Try it again, Mark.
Yeah, okay. This sounds better. Maybe I just, when I talk, I just put off my mic. But in 2006, I saw the inconvenient truth. I was an engineer for 12 years, a little bit ashamed that I'd never worried about climate change. But then I thought, okay, and now I know the problem, I know the solutions, I have to do something about it. I first did it as a journalist, and I wrote down many times, wouldn't it be great if the oil majors, Shell, BP, Total, would put their full weight behind the energy transition? They have the billions, they have the brains to speed up the energy transition. They didn't listen, and then I thought there must be another way. And then I thought the only people they have to listen to are their shareholders. The shareholders are all long-term shareholders, pension funds, for example. They have a big stake in stopping climate change, so I thought I should organize pension funds to support the oil majors to make these drastic changes they have to make. And I started with Shell. Basically, it started quite simple. I thought, I felt pretty powerless towards climate change. I thought, okay, I can put solar panels on my roof, but that wouldn't make any difference. I have to ask the people who can make a difference. And that's Patrick Pouyanné from Total, Ben van Beurden from Shell. They have like 20 billion a year to spend. So I, on behalf of a few hundred shareholders who are interested enough to buy one symbolic share in Shell, I went to the shareholder meeting in 2015 and simply asked the board of Shell, we need you for the energy transition, we need you to stop climate change, what are you waiting for? And then the answer was, Mr. Van Baal, it's great you come to our shareholder meeting, and please come back every year and we will tell you when the time is right. But then the next year, I had managed to get enough people together to file a shareholder resolution. And then things get serious, because then it's on the agenda, and then investors can vote for it. So in 2016, for the first time, shareholders, big institutional investors, voted for our climate resolution. Only 2.7% was brave enough to vote against management advice of Shell. But that's how it started, and it became more year after year. And after we passed the threshold of 6%, Shell started to respond. And Shell was the first oil major to make a big promise to reduce all emissions, so also their product emission, the so-called Scope 3 emissions.
Thank you, Mark. Let me maybe now bring to Tarek. How did you get involved? And what are some of the similarities or differences between action in the Netherlands versus France?
Well, there is a very first similarity is that I have been an engineer for 12 years, precisely in oil and gas. So I'm basically in the same position as Mark when he watched An Inconvenient Truth. So we basically have the same starting point. And I found myself asking, how can the oil and gas industry that is so powerful and so able to change, how is this industry able to change towards energy transition, and to basically save climate from old habits. I happened to hear about Follow This and what Mark was basically doing in the Netherlands and in London through press releases. And I went on LinkedIn. I simply contacted him and said, "Oh, hello, Mark. My name is Tarek, and this is my background. And I'd love to see how I can help in France." Because when you look at big oil and gas majors, you think basically in 5 companies, and one of them is French. So I said it was very natural to me. Well, Mark, what can we do in France? So we met in September 2018. And here we went, and we agreed on working our best to have a climate resolution filed by shareholders here in France, which happened in 2020.
Bravo. So
just with 1.5 year, and let me emphasize how extraordinary that is. We met in September 2018. 1.5 year later, there was a climate resolution on the agenda of Total. And I just want to say this is such a great example of when you start something like Follow This on your own, how many people read about it, hear about it, say, wow, this is really going to make the difference. This is really going to help. How can I help? And Tarek is an excellent example of that. After a couple of hours, we decided, okay, Tarek is going to start Follow This France.
Well, I think Tarek has never followed such a literal sign like follow this, and you arrived, so congratulations. Perhaps fast forward a little bit, Mark and Tarek, tell us what is happening with climate resolution in the last few weeks or few months, but I think in the past 2 weeks we've seen an increasing success, if one could say. Tell us a little bit, what were the factors of that success and whether this is a movement that has no return?
Shall I start, Tarek?
Yes, please, Mark. I think it's yours.
I think investors, big institutional investors, one by one now realize what's at stake. They know that if we're not going to meet the Paris Climate Agreement, we will end up in a world which is devastated by climate change. And also a world economy was devastated by climate change. So the investors who not only invested in oil and gas, but in the entire economies, realize we have to make sure the Paris Climate Agreement will be met. And we are the shareholders in these big oil companies. They can make or break the Paris Climate Agreement. So this year they really decided, or at Shell 1/3 of them decided there's no time for another round of discussions. We have to compel Shell to really take action and therefore vote for this climate resolution. So this year there was really a surge in support for a climate resolution. Remember, we started at below 3% in 2016, 2017 it went 6%, we kept on 6%. Last year at Shell it went 14%, at Total it was 17%. This year, all the big oil majors are telling their shareholders, so BP, Shell and Equinor, there's a resolution from Follow This, but we have now this great promise for 2050. We're going to be net zero by 2050. So now leave us alone implementing our new strategy where we will increase emissions. And we said to investors, if you allow this, you allow them to do business as usual the next 10 years. And the next 10 years will be decisive to meet the Paris Climate Agreement. And I think investors have realized that. So in Europe, to give Shell as an example, despite Shell's very strong communications, we are Paris aligned, you have to vote against this resolution, 30%, more than double from last year, voted for this resolution. And in Equinor it was even 39%. But even more important, in the US, we were able to file our resolutions for the first time. In the Trump years, it was impossible, but now with the Biden administration, we were able to get the same resolution on the ballot in Chevron, Phillips 66 and ConocoPhillips. They responded exactly the same as Shell a couple of years ago, Total, BP a couple of years ago. The emissions of our customers, Scope 3, that's not our responsibility, that's not our problem. We're going to decrease our own emissions, but you can't ask, it's unreasonable to ask us to decrease the Scope 3 emissions, the emissions of our products. And investors in the US, by 3 majorities, 58, 61, and even 80% said, no, that's your responsibility. You have to decrease emissions in the next 10 years. So that's really a game changer, I think. And then, if I may, yesterday, a Dutch judge said exactly the same to Shell. Yesterday, this is world news, I hope, and also reads Paris. Yesterday, a Dutch judge said in a court case, Friends of the Earth versus Shell, you have to decrease your emissions this decade by 45%.
Perhaps to Tarek, and I was going to follow on that, indeed, quite a breakthrough from a legal standpoint. You know, it took a legal process to get a company to act on something they should have acted before. But also, we've recently heard also the International Energy Agency put out some research that if we were to meet Paris Agreement, we need to somehow start or stop a lot of the coal production and some of those things. So evidence and science seems to be very important. As an engineer, Tarek, what else is needed for some of these players to actually align further, right? I mean, to make sure that they remain in this journey?
Well, I work for Follow This, and this is why I believe in what Follow This does. What Follow This does is accompanying companies in this journey towards change. And that's at the bottom of every one of our resolutions. We always end up our resolutions with you have our support. We step in as shareholders, as long-term shareholders, willing for the company not to lose value, not to destroy value, nor for them and nor for the rest of the economic system. So what we need is to support them on this long-term journey, to stand by their side and to keep asking the same fair ask. Take into account your scope 3 and have it go downwards. Because that's the elephant in the room. Maybe we didn't even mention that. We always say net zero. And most of the time, net zero is linked to geography or net zero on scope 1 and 2. And it sounds like a net zero, but it's not until scope 3 goes net zero. Right. So we have to accompany them on the journey. We have to stay by their side.
The fundamental change requires a lot more engagement. And Mark, you've been quite successful in this shareholder engagement and advocacy. But given that we have COP26 only a few months down the road, and Article 6 of the Paris Agreement is such an important final negotiation that is pending and is going to have an impact on carbon, what's the role of Follow This, if at all?
Welcome back to ChangeNOW Live TV. The stage program has just kicked off a very exciting session with some great speakers, including Professor Michel André, who received the Rolex Awards for Entreprise in 2002. He is a bioacoustic expert, in fact an explorer, who studies the evolution of biodiversity of the oceans through sound. Let's join Michel André in the biodiversity conservation session and the other guests right now from the stage program. I'll see you back here tomorrow morning, and the program continues with Clémence Bensebi. Thank you.
We have images from satellite and from drones and from planes, but we have very little data on how much life is below this canopy. And all the scientific approaches in the past have led to taking some samples and extrapolate this result to the rest of the forest, while it is very difficult to penetrate. The technology we use based on the listening of sounds, and we may have some time to discuss about what we do. This technology allows us to understand biodiversity and detect possible external problem coming from climate change, as you were saying, but also from human activities.
Okay. So basically, you measure the loss of biodiversity, with sound, right? I mean, or you measure the activity of biodiversity with sound in the Amazonian canopy. And my question to you is, why would you use sound and not anything else?
Yes, sound has the property to propagate much longer, much far away compared to any other means. The image is cut after a few meters because there are so many trees that you cannot see much. The animals have evolved in a way that they hide in the forest, so this is difficult to take pictures, although we also do that. But sound has the property to propagate far, and this allows us to monitor an area with a single sensor. It's a microphone that is able to capture the different sounds that even a human ear is unable to hear. We know that we're not able to hear all the sounds that nature makes. And with the sensors that we call nodes, there are the sensor nodes, we are able to capture all these nuances of the sound at a distance that not another technique would allow. So we monitor really square kilometers compared to a few meters with a camera.
I have with us a recording of your work. Mm-hmm. It would be great if we could listen to it. So Michel, what did we just listen to?
Well, this is a recording that was just brought back from this expedition, as you were saying, that we conducted in the last month. And so this is the recording of the rainforest in the Amazon, in a reserve, in Brazil, Amazon state, where we have started this very long-term initiative that aims at deploying thousands of these sensor nodes that we are speaking of to monitor the whole Amazon forest. And this is where we started 5 years ago, and we are expanding this network of sensors. And what we just heard now is one of these recordings taken by the sensor node.
Why do you think that recording, this activity with sound can help us, combat the loss of biodiversity? Why do you think that this technology is really innovative?
Yes, I would start to say that sound is truly the only support on Earth that all living creatures share. And I'm speaking about also plants, animals and plants, and in marine environments as well as in the rainforest. This is the only support of information that all living beings share on Earth.
Plants as well?
Plant as well. Sound has two components. The first one is the pressure, so this is the acoustic pressure, the one that we can hear. And then we have this mechanical component that is the vibration. And plants are sensitive to this vibration. And so sharing the same capacity of preserving the sound provides the monitoring of nature through sounds, a unique tool to understand biodiversity and to take the pulse of the planet. So studying the sound doesn't have any borders, so we can compare what is going on in the ocean as well as in the Amazon forest. The ecosystem are not seen now as a marine ecosystem or rainforest ecosystem. We are speaking about a planet ecosystem, and sound is the common component that we can use to compare. And when we look at the pulse of the planet, we need to take into account all of the sounds. In the Amazon, we know that the role that the Amazon forest has is he plays a big role as any rainforest to help us breathe on this planet, together with the ocean, of course. And we are seeing in the last years that the respiratory exchange in the Amazon is changing. While in the past it was providing more oxygen than CO2, now it is providing more CO2 than air. And this is something that is of a concern, of course, because the balance of these gases for us to breathe as human beings, but as also any creature living on the planet, is of concern. So sound allows us to take this pulse. The technology that we developed allows us to process the data in real time. So through AI techniques, we are able to identify the different sources, and we are speaking about thousands of these sources. There are what we just heard. There are hundreds of these sounds from insect, birds, primates, from fish too that we couldn't hear at that time. And so this technology allows us to really get a picture of the soundscape, and this picture allows us to understand the state of the health of the planet, and in that case, this Amazon jungle, and to detect the problems that could come from climate change again, but also from human activities.
And I understand that this technology that you just described is derived directly from your work on ocean noise pollution. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes. Tell us more on that? Yeah.
Yes, everything started 30 years ago when we were studying communication in the ocean and found out that there was a lot of noise coming from human activity, from shipping, oil and gas exploration, Navy maneuvers, construction of windmills. All these activities all our activities at sea produce noise. And we didn't know about that. We think that this is a new pollution, but it's not. It started exactly at the same time when we started to explore the ocean in an industrial way. And the only difference is that this noise pollution is invisible to our eyes. And it's invisible, but also it's inaudible. We all know this World of Silence in the 50s, this movie from Cousteau and Louis Malle that described the ocean as the world of silence. This is totally true, but only for human beings. We are not able to listen underwater, to hear underwater, and we spend our whole life, human life, ignoring this sound dimension in the ocean, when sound in the ocean is life. Without sound, there is not another way for the creature living in the ocean to exchange information that is vital for their survival. So if we pollute the channel of communication, we condemn the ocean to a loss of biodiversity, and then we follow. As human beings, we are part of this biodiversity, and if we condemn the ocean, we are the next stage to be condemned on this planet. So we started to look at this effect of noise pollution back in the 90s, and understood that this invisible pollution was really affecting the food chain, not only the animals or the species that we know use sounds for their daily activities, and I'm thinking at the moment to the whales. We know they exchange, they produce sounds, but we found that invertebrate species, cephalopods, crustaceans, coral reefs, jellyfishes, bivalves, all these creatures, thousands of species that do not have any ear, that cannot perceive the acoustic pressure, they perceive the mechanical aspect of the sound, but they perceive it. When you expose them to human sound, human noise, they present acoustic trauma that are not compatible with their life. And the whole food chain is affected by the noise pollution. And so this is really an urgent matter to face. It's not well known. As you said, this is considered as a new pollution. While we ignore it for 80 years, while we were dealing with plastic, that is, of course, something that everybody knows, and we can see it. We ignored during 80 years that we were polluting the ocean with our sounds. And now, for the last 20, 30 years that we know that this exists, we have the responsibility in our side, science, to detect this effect and to propose the solution to address this very important issue.
When you mention noise pollution, you mean, I guess, cargo transport, you mean oil and gas drilling, deep sea mining, and I'm sure as well wind turbines, right?
Yes, wind turbine, this is very interesting because we consider wind turbine as a clean energy, and we ignored when we promote it that the construction of these windmills goes through a phase where you have to put a big nail, some hundreds of meters long, into the ground, into the bottom of the ocean with a huge big hammer. And this hammer, when it impacts this nail, this pilot, makes a lot of noise, and this noise is one of the most intense sound source that human can produce underwater. And when you do that, you put at risk a few species around a certain, so not the whole ocean, but there is a certain range where these species, and I'm speaking about flora and fauna, can be affected by this noise. So you really, everything that we do in the ocean introduces noise. The good news about noise compared to other sources of pollution that we know of is that compared to plastic that we know have a lifetime in the ocean of 3 to 4 centuries before it disappears, the sound, when you shut it off, the effect are gone. So this gives a lot of hope, because we can develop technology to isolate the sound, and we work on that, not only our group but other colleagues in the world, to limit this effect of the operators. So we accompany these efforts. We want to help to maintain this cohabitation between human activity that are necessary for our planet, but also to be taking care of the conservation of this ecosystem, and particularly these oceans.
Michel, you've been, I think you've been trying to bring awareness on this issue for the past decades, and I'm sure that you are actually in touch with a lot of people when you teach classes or you give conferences on, I know personally, on boats and in the Antarctica or in many other places of the world. Do you think, because I read a study by WWF that was published last week, that says that there seems to be an eco-awakening, an ecological awakening around the world, around the issue of biodiversity preservation, and I think it's also due to the crisis that we're facing. Is this something that you've seen in the past few years, or do you think that people are more aware? What's your view on that?
Yes, you're right. I think it's quite recent that we see this phenomenon. And you mentioned the Sense of Silence Foundation, that one of its aims is to provide access to society, to nature, through the sounds that it makes, and to try to expand this message to the world, to act as fast as we can. We are close to a rupture point of nature. It is giving signs that we are close to it, and we probably see it. Our generation will probably see this rupture, and we have in our hands a way to slow down this process and maybe to change it. And we believe that we can change it. And if we are here, ChangeNOW, we can change that. But yes, I think that because of the pandemic, we as human beings have started to fear for our own survival and understand that we should be part of nature. I strongly believe that we lost this contact with nature when we started to articulate our own language. We often speak that the industrial era is when we had this rupture with nature. I personally believe that comes much earlier, 150,000 years ago, when we started to speak our own language, which has prevented us to understand the message from nature with the sounds. I mentioned that sound is the only support of information that we all share on Earth, and this has put human beings outside of nature. And this is the time now. We don't have much time left. This is the time to bring back human beings into nature and not speaking about human beings and nature. We are part of the biodiversity. Our survival is part, as you said, of the biodiversity. If we speak about biodiversity loss, we are speaking about our own loss. So we are facing this challenge. It is a big challenge, and you said it. I think this is the most important challenge that we are facing now, is to maintain the biodiversity as the way it is, try to rejuvenate it whenever it is possible, and I believe we can do it if we come back to nature.
So Michel, there's a lot of people watching us at the moment. What do you want to tell them? What should we all do individually and collectively? What do you think are the solutions?
Well, I would like to say and to tell everyone, I don't know if the camera is there. Can I speak to the camera?
It's here.
Is the camera here? Okay, so I would like to speak to the camera and to say that listen to nature. This is easy. You don't have to go to the Amazon. You can just go in a big city or in your garden. There are birds, there are insects, the wind in the trees. They're all bringing the same message that every single living creature on Earth understands. We are the only one to have lost this connection. So bring back this connection, start to listen again to nature, these simple sounds. And I think that together we will change everything.
Thank you, Michel.
Thank you.
It was such a delight to have you with us today, and for this great testimony. I'm really a big fan of your work. And thank you for your trust in coming here. I know that you've been traveling a lot in the past few days, and it was a challenge, but we made it. And you can count on us, to really push your messages, to how many channels we can.
Thank you very much, Kevin. This is of a big help. Thank you very much for having me here.
Thank you. And so we now move towards the second and third part of this great discussion on biodiversity preservation. And we'll try to focus more on, what is the vision of the business community on this aspect? How is the loss of biodiversity addressed by our economic and political leaders? What are the challenges that they face to bring this topic to the top of their agendas? And what are the best practices that they've seen on the issue? So stay with us. We will start with a video that was shot a few days ago from the Groupe Clarins, which some of you may know this. They've been working on the preservation of biodiversity since the mid-80s. One of the first large companies to do so. And we will then move to the third part of this session with a live discussion, and I'm sure which will be quite lively, with Pavan Sukhdev from GIS Impact, Francesco Bellino from BCG, and Laurence Pessez from BNP Paribas. So stay with us. Thank you. So we just heard a really powerful and alarming testimony from Michel André. And I guess the underlying question for us as citizens and professionals is, well, what can be done to prevent the next crisis? What can companies do to tackle the biodiversity issue? What are the solutions available for them? And to discuss this topic today, I'm really delighted to welcome here on stage, Christian Courtin-Clarins, who is the president of the supervisory board at Groupe Clarins, and Virginie Courtin-Clarins, who is the Deputy Executive Director and Head of CSR at the Groupe Clarins as well. And the goal of this exchange today is to discuss what is the vision of this biodiversity issue and what can companies do to incorporate this issue in their strategy and in their business decisions on a daily basis. So my first question to you, Christian, is, the first step of action for companies is to really understand what are the different pressure points of their own activity on biodiversity. And then once they're able to measure it, then to think on the levers to reduce it, because you can't reduce what you don't measure. So my question to you is, how do you measure your own impact?
To answer to your question, I have to come back to the story of Clarins. My father started with 6 products that were 100% pure plant extract. So it means that the first day we were very concerned, by the plants, and we start to love them. He used to bring me to the Musée des Sciences Naturelles in Paris, and I was totally flabbergasted by all the ethnobotanistes, the botanists. For me, I was young, they look like druid, people that make formulation, people that make miracles. My father, in fact, was a true precursor because he already understood very quickly that we have to protect the ingredients, and only in 1985, I realized what it was meaning. Because it's the word, a new word appear, you know, the word biodiversity. And the biodiversity make me realize that we made some mistake in the past. And there was a lot of things that we have to do for the future. And that was the story and the philosophy of Clarence. We don't have only to protect the nature, but we have to restore the biodiversity. We work, you know, with a lot of different plants. We have more than 200 plants, you know, in our catalog, regular plants. We scan about 400 of them every year in order to be sure that we have always the best. And all this knowledge, all those people that we meet that grow those plants help us, you know, to build what we want to do is to restore the biodiversity. I always say something, nature does not need us, but we need the nature, and we owe everything to it. So by saying that, you have to respect the nature, you have to respect the biodiversity, you have to do your maximum in your personal life and in your business life in order to work, to help, to shape and to restore the beauty in our world. So it's the best way, you know, is also after to prove what we are doing. So there is a lot of different impacts, and we have to do diagnostic, and we use the UEBT label. And I think that my daughter will tell you a little bit how we use it. But that gives us, you know, to answer to your question, that's the way we are able to know our real impact with numbers.
So measuring, reducing, recreating. Once you started measuring and then reducing your impact on biodiversity, the second step of action for companies is to present solutions to recreate a positive condition for nature to blossom and to find ways to accelerate its redeployment. So I guess you have a lot of content to share on this aspect. Could you tell us how do you achieve this at Groupe Clarence?
At Clarence, we take care a lot about the environment. And we have a very strict policy when we choose our ingredients. We have a policy that is both restrictive and positive. Restrictive by prohibiting techniques that are harmful to the environment, but also positive because it preserves the good balance of biodiversity. We also have developed an internal tool that we call Green Score. It calculates the environmental, social, and health impact of a formula. By 2025, all of our products will have been scored by the Green Score, and we have the aim to improve the score by 10%. We have also put in place control over ingredient sourcing, option toward 100% organic farming practices and reasonable agriculture, as well as fair trade. And we want to go even further with agroecology and reforestation programs. Let me talk to you about traceability and transparency, because it's a main goal for us. That's why we have established in 2020 a sustainable sourcing charter. In this charter, for example, we want to accelerate the conversion in organic.
Good afternoon. In a few moments, Michel André, you've just heard in the other station, will be joining us here on the live TV. My name is Clémence and I'm so pleased to be with you today. It's a great honor for me. I will host the live TV until 3:30. I would like to thank Kristen for the amazing job she's done this morning. It was like a real marathon. Many exciting interviews, many committed people, many innovative solutions since the start of this summit. It's not over yet, believe me. Now, can you imagine that ananas could replace leather? Can you imagine wearing shoes made from grapes? Let's go to the Circular Economy, a World of Creation, on the stage program and meet very famous leaders such as Antoine Arnaud and other changemakers entrepreneurs. And let's see how from design to new materials, circular economy open new frontiers for creativity. We'll be back in 25 minutes.
Life 360, but I think we'll go to that a little bit later.
It's awesome to hear that you've been in this space for so long because, as you know, circular economy and recycling and reusing, especially in fashion, it's become almost like a buzz term at the moment. So can you tell us a little bit more about, in the context of the work that you're doing, some of the things that you're doing at LVMH?
So circular economy is an interesting economic model because it sort of reconciles the protection of natural resources with growth. We are clearly into a growth model, and this French word of décroissance is something that irritates our ear because we believe we can reconcile growth and sustainability. So it's a model that makes total sense for us also because our products are highly dependent on nature. I mean, we cannot drink champagne without grapes. You will not have perfumes without flowers. There's no leather without cows. And our responsibility is to take care of these natural resources, to give back to nature what we borrow from it, and to, as much as we can, enhance the sustainability of these products. And it goes very well with what luxury is. Luxury is a very sustainable industry. These products are meant to be kept and are not meant to be thrown away. So that's why we decided to make circular economy a key pillar of our program Life 360. And at LVMH, we talk more about creative circularity because we see it as a new source of inspiration for our designers rather than a constraint.
I love the way that you look at that as a source of inspiration for designers rather than constraint, and that the luxury market, contrary to popular belief, is about creating things that you keep for a long period of time. And so sustainability is baked into it, whereas I think the popular belief is almost, it's not respecting nature, which I love to hear is the complete opposite. Can you give us, and I think you've alluded a little bit to it, but can you give us some concrete examples of the sorts of things that you've been doing in the context of circular economy? Can you tell us some of these creative circularity initiatives that you have?
Absolutely. So there are several. There are countless, actually. So a few of them. Probably one of the most recognized one and most visible ones was Virgil Abloh at Louis Vuitton when he raised the profile of upcycling with his new collection of sneakers. And in that collection, he actually fused the brand logo with the logo of circular economy. So it's not only symbolic, it's also something that we use in a little bit of a marketing way, but if it works for circular economy and if it works to raise awareness around these topics, then we're all for it. Another example is our internal activist, Stella McCartney, who joined the group a little bit more than a couple of years ago. Well, she's made the circular economy a fundamental of her model, and she chose very early on to eco-design, and it's how she works. It's the only way that she works, and her customers are drawn to her brand because of it. And for example, she's refusing to use any material from regions that are threatened by deforestation. But in smaller brands also, in a brand called Patou, the brand has very specific objective to avoid waste. Celine as well has launched a project to recycle its leather scrap. At Berluti, which I know well, and that where I try to enhance those initiatives, we've asked an artist to recover the leather scraps and use them to make furniture for the Belmont Hotel. So you see there's also this sort of neutralization of sustainable ideas inside our group. I don't know, Hennessy has integrated eco-design into the entire development process for its new products, where all departments of Hennessy are working together: the marketing, the purchasing, the packaging, the development, the environment. And recently at group level, we've launched an initiative called Nonosource, which is a fabric trading platform between our maisons, where one brand has not used all the fabric that it was supposed to, and another can come and use it. And it's also open to young designers who can come and for a very, very low cost buy that fabric for their collections. So these are just a few examples, but there are many others, and we're very serious about it.
Wow, I mean, I'm blown away seeing as you just literally scraped the surface of some of the things that you're doing. And those initiatives are broad. They're using recycling principles. You're looking at the waste and what do we do with that? How do we make it available to young designers as well as other parts of the group? So many creative ideas and so many creative initiatives in the way that you're implementing, which is, I mean, I'm astounded because I think it's the sort of thing that a lot of people perhaps just don't even know is happening. So I'm really happy that you've been able to come here today and share that. I also hear that you've been providing products with a second life through repair services. Is that correct?
Oh, yes, and forever, in a way. I mean, our customers trust our brands and buy our products also because of it. It allows us to maintain a real trust relationship with our clients. At Berluti, it's a bit different because part of the history of the shoe is that you can buy it, but you can come and change the color. So you come to repatinate it, and a red shoe becomes a green shoe, or a green shoe becomes a brown shoe. So it's more a gimmick to have our clients come back, but at the same time, they can have it repaired. All our watch brands also propose that service of a second life. And at Louis Vuitton, I mean, I've worked there for more than 10 years. Basically, your product is guaranteed for life. So, yes, it's something that's part of the success of our industry, but it's also part of the moral contract that we have with our customers. And they know when they come to a luxury brand that they're not going to buy something that's going to get used and that you're going to have to throw away the next season. To the opposite, it's a product that you'll keep for life, and that's why we can affirm and we can say with pride that our industry is a very sustainable and durable one.
I mean, I love that. I absolutely love it. Because at the beginning, you said luxury is all about creating something that you can use for a long period of time. And we do have this developing culture of almost throwaway materials in fashion, especially the opposite side of luxury, where you can get things at incredibly affordable, dare I say, cheap prices, where people feel like they can just keep buying new things. So the idea of being able to repair, or in the case of Berluti, come in and repurpose, rejuvenate, change the color of something you already love, you know. We're bored of black, let's make those shoes blue. You know, those ideas are really exciting to me. Look, engaging in the circular economy initiatives can also apply to new products and new solutions or using less polluting materials. Can you tell me a little bit about how, if at all, you're applying this in terms of the materials that you're using?
Of course. Well, all of our maisons are bursting with imagination for that. And let me tell you that we don't have to push our designers or our marketing teams to be on the first step of that ladder. They're already up there, and it's not difficult to push them because they actually don't need to be pushed. They're already, on the dance floor. They're all for it. So yes, we have many of our maisons who are at the cutting edge of innovation when it comes to creating new materials. And they innovate, but they also follow demand. To be honest, it's what our customers want. So we're at the same time trying to create something new, something good, but also we're following what customers are asking for. So, for example, some of our maisons are partnering with specialized companies to create new materials. Guerlain works with a startup which creates new materials composed of at least 70% of natural materials. And at LVMH, we also support all of our maisons by offering trainings provided by our internal academy, by making these tools available and by creating More recently, it was online materials in a library called Matière à Penser, which enables all our brands to come and choose between 500 sustainable materials that are very adapted for this cause.
Oh my, you're blowing me away with the sheer volume, honestly, the sheer volume of what you're doing. And I love hearing that it's part of the fabric of your business, that you're not having to push the designers to, here's some materials that could be reused, please incorporate them in our designs. But you've got the demand from your consumers and the creativity of your designers who are more than willing to dive in and use some of these new technologies. That being said, I'm pretty sure it's not always easy to take on circular or creative economy type principles. Can you share maybe some of the challenges with implementing circularity?
So the main challenge is to make desirable products while remaining environmentally friendly. Let me explain this. Sometimes you think you have a good idea, you think you have a good material, but the hand isn't just right. So you need to not jump into the water without testing it first. However, we're willing to embark on this journey with our teams, but also with the customers. And I think the most exciting thing about creative circularity is that we're creating this new kind of luxury that is respectful of nature and that simultaneously protects it and celebrates it. The biggest challenge for us is going to be how can we systematize it? How can we implement it at every level in our maison? How can we make highly successful products that are 100% sustainable? And it requires us to break certain habits and to systematically measure our impact, which is something that's more difficult to do than it seems. And then to source responsibly and carry all our suppliers with us. And that's also difficult because, of course, we produce most of our products, but we also work with a lot of suppliers that need to be as responsible as we are.
It's a complex problem, and it's one that we do all need to get behind. And it's exciting that large organizations like yours are taking on this challenge and encouraging suppliers as well to get involved, because if you can find that sweet spot where you've got something that people desire and you're able to have this ripple effect of encouraging others to get on the same train as you, we really do have the opportunity to see some significant transformations in the way that we engage with fashion going forward. So what would you say to others who've been watching this and are thinking of perhaps kicking off certain similar sorts of initiatives for themselves? Is there any insights or wisdom you can share with them?
Listen, no, it would be too pretentious of me to give wisdom, but I can give you a few things I'd like to share, which are, first of all, my optimism, because I firmly believe that the circular economy is the right model to address, and I know, because I see it every day with the teams, there is it's not even a consensus, it's a unanimity around the fact that everybody wants to embark on that ship. So I'm very optimistic about that. And second of all, my enthusiasm, because circular economy leads to innovation, and I feel there's so much left to invent, especially in new materials and less wasteful manufacturing process, that I feel we're not almost there, but we're at least halfway into this journey. So, and last little piece of advice I would give is don't hesitate to partner up with suppliers or to build alliances, even sometimes with competitors. And that's probably the most effective way to create process. You know, very recently we just announced a partnership with very important competitors. We have a word in French which is confrères, which is our brothers. I don't really know the word in English, but it's maybe a nicer word than competitors. So we announced a partnership with Prada, with Cartier, and with a few other brands, and this project is open to any competitor who wants to join, small or big. And its plan is to bring blockchain tracking and transparency into the heart of luxury. It's a bit of a technical tool, but when you look into it, it's going to be a great one to avoid counterfeiting and to avoid many issues that our industry is a victim of. So it's a good tool, and by pooling our expertise and experience together, I think we can go forward much quicker. And last, I would like to say it's important to share expertise and savoir-faire with the new generation and the students and the ones who are learning right now. So that's why we launched a little bit more than a month ago now, a partnership program with Central St. Martin's. It's called Maison Zéro for Regenerative Luxury. And the goal of this program is to empower emerging talents through creative education to respond to these environmental emergencies and to better design and to know how to better design for a better future. So the CSM students have been very imaginative, and already I think this is a good partnership.
Incredible. I mean, you said you don't have any wisdom and then bombarded us with wisdom. So I don't believe that. I think there's a huge amount of wisdom there and a lot of awesome resources you shared as well for those who are watching and want to go and check them out. That's all we've got time for in this particular section. Antoine from LVHM, thank you so much for joining us today and for your time. See ya.
Thank you. Bye.
For our next segment, we'll be moving on to a very quick session from the CEO and founder of TerryCycle. He's a global leader in collecting and repurposing complex waste. Please welcome Tom Saki.
Thanks so much for having me. It's a real pleasure to be here in this setting and to be able to address everyone. I'm excited to share with you what we have been up to over the past year since we've last had a chance to present at ChangeNOW, and especially the insights that we're learning around the circular economy and how that's adjusting during this time of pandemic. So to jump right in, as a little bit of background, the organization I operate, TerryCycle, is on a mission to eliminate the idea of waste. And we are essentially, if you will, a waste management organization. Today, the company operates in 22 countries around the world, focusing in 2 markets as a nonprofit organization in Thailand and India, and then everywhere else as a mission-driven for-profit organization. Now, in the journey of a circular economy, we really begin with objects that are linear, products that today end up as waste after a number of uses. And so the first question in this is, of course, how do we start bending this and start creating a circular economy based on recycling, being able to collect and recycle just about anything that's out there? I think one of the interesting things, especially now, living through the pandemic and a lot of the shifts, is that during this time we are consuming, depending on the statistics you read, anywhere from 30 to 50% more disposable goods. But we're also recycling less. And when you think about what allows that bend to occur, what makes something recyclable is, can a waste management company make money? Are the costs of collecting a certain waste stream and processing it more than the value of that material, which will make it not recyclable, or less than the value of the material, which would make it recyclable? And why I think it's important to always look at this question is it really clearly shows what's been happening to it. In 2018, many countries stopped importation of waste, and that made it very difficult for recyclers to maintain their businesses. 40% of end markets disappeared. Also, what we feed our waste, packaging, for example, continuously gets lighter, thinner, which makes it less profitable to recycle. And then finally, oil prices, that's the orange line in this particular chart, have been decreasing. When oil goes down, the value of materials go down, like polymers, and that also has been challenging. So there's been a lot of headwind, if you will, for recyclers, and the way that shows up in the teal-colored line, as you can see there, is cities have moved from making money on recycling to losing money on recycling all over the world. So what we've done at TerraCycle, whether it's cigarette recycling that is now live in 400 cities around the world, all the way to aerosol containers into exercise parks, or flip-flops into playgrounds, has been to try to think about how do you bring the philosophy of recycling and business models to just about anything. A big trend we're seeing that has really emerged in the past 6 months, whether it's manifested through personal protective equipment recycling all the way to dirty diaper recycling, this is live in Amsterdam and soon launching in France and Japan, is that retailers are shifting their point of view from being sort of peripheral on the question of recycling to significantly more interest in being the place where people take recycled materials, whether it's car seats at retailers like Target or Walmart, or whether running even more ambitious kiosks like this is DM in Germany, or even massive platforms like what recently we brought live with Asda in the UK. So I think a real shift at the moment in this first sort of journey on the circular economy we've seen, especially during the pandemic, is retailers are really focused on being a part of the recycling supply chain and much more open to these concepts of, for example, in-store recycling and how they can be a part of that solution. We've also, in the past year, launched a foundation because we've noticed that it is very important to bring these solutions to emerging markets as well. In Thailand last year, we pulled 500,000 pounds of river plastic out of the rivers through a foundation model. And that gets us really to the first part of the circular economy, which is how do we collect and recycle things? Of course, the next part is how do we help companies make their objects from waste or recycled materials? And a big sort of insight that we've learned here, a big trend, is this challenge that many organizations are out there looking to use recycled content, but they're all using the same stuff. So in the world of, say, PET, the type of plastic that makes up a soda bottle, whether you're making a backpack or a t-shirt or a shampoo bottle or a carpet, it all tends to be municipally sourced or city-sourced beverage containers that make that up, because that is the material that behaves the most in characteristic of price and performance as virgin materials. And so that leaves a big problem, right? While there's this great demand for that material, there's simply not enough of it to go around. And so, and that leaves our rivers, our lakes, our oceans, our natural parks, our inner cities, Aboriginal communities, still covered in waste. And this has to do, again, with the fact that these materials, cleaning up materials like this, cost more to collect and produce lower quality outputs. So what we have noticed here in the long-term solution that we all must think about here is how do we design products to be able to embrace what waste is out there, and in the characteristics of waste, in what waste can be produced into, and what price has to be spent so that everything can be cleaned up. In the short term, a way to unlock this issue is leveraging the power of narrative, whether it's from the bottom of our oceans, turning into shampoo bottles, or even now working with luxury watch companies to clean up the top of Mount Everest. And there, at least, the power of narrative can help do a short-term unlock while we think about more systemic solutions. As we think about the circular economy, we've described here a circular economy based on recycling. Of course, this is not the end point. The next step is to think about how do we tighten that circle to get to a circular economy based on reuse. And so I was actually very proud that in the last time I had a chance to be on stage at ChangeNOW, we were sharing that we were launching a platform called Loop, which actually launched for the first time in the world in France.
Thank you so much. Back on live TV, I'm very pleased to be with Michel André, an explorer who traveled the world to study noise and noise pollution. He records sounds from unexpected places like the Amazon or the oceans. He has just finished his session and is kind enough to visit us on the set of the live TV. Thank you, Michel André, for stopping by. And it's a great pleasure to have you on this stage. Actually, I have a first question. I've heard that you just came back from the Amazon.
Yeah.
2 days ago?
2 days ago, yes.
What did you do over there?
Well, we have a mission there to deploy sensors, acoustic sensors, to monitor biodiversity. We started in the Amazon state in Brazil, and we started 4 years ago. And we deployed these sensors that are acoustic sensors, this microphone able to capture sounds. And the objective is to cover the Amazon forest with these sensors, so we take a pulse of life and status of the health of the Amazon through the sounds that it makes.
And is it sound or is it noise in the Amazon?
It sounds. In the Amazon, we have some noise produced by human activities when we cut trees, of course. Mining as well produces noise. But the most important impact is climate change and these activities, the deforestation, of course. So what we do there is to deploy sensors where they are able to capture sounds at a distance much greater than any image. The image is blocked by the trees. The animals have learned to hide from predators, and so sound can travel far away, kilometers away. So with a single sensor node, which is an observatory with microphones, we capture the sounds kilometers away. We are able, with AI techniques, to identify the different sources and to reconstruct the soundscape to understand where the biodiversity is threatened.
Okay. And with the successive lockdowns, how did you manage to continue your researches?
Well, yes. So we were, of course, as everybody else, trapped where we were. We couldn't travel, but luckily we have these sensors all over the world, mostly in the oceans, but also in Asia, in India, in Africa, in the Amazon forests. They work for us. So these nodes, they are deployed in these regions, and they live transmit the data to our laboratory, and we put this data on internet. So we were not blocked. We could not deploy new nodes.
Yes.
This is what we did when we came back 2 days ago. So we went there to deploy new nodes. But for last year, of course, we were blocked at our laboratory.
Where is your lab?
In Barcelona,
Barcelona.
Spain.
You're based in Barcelona?
Yeah, I'm based in Barcelona.
All right. Almost all of us in the world were forced to stay at home this year and last year. I guess there were less noise pollution on Earth?
Yes, we measured it. Since we're measuring these noise pollutions, particularly in the ocean, we were able to measure it. And yes, in these shipping routes, we could find that during the 3 months, there was a sort of a slowdown of the noise close to the shipping lines. Less ship were cruising the ocean, but it was not a stop,
yes.
Unfortunately. So we measured a certain...
It was better, but not enough.
Exactly, and it was short. It was a few months. So when we look at the overall impact, this has had very little significance in terms of the effect on the marine environment.
But do you think that people, governments, companies, I mean, all of them are sufficiently aware of the problem?
I think that we are awakening when we look at nature and biodiversity, because we now understand that our species, human beings, is threatened, and we are part of biodiversity. We cannot separate human health from biodiversity. We are part of nature. We are part of the solution. Nature is also part of the solution, and it's time for us to integrate again nature and not to consider it as something apart from us, as we say, man and nature. We are part of nature. We probably lost the contact with nature when we started to articulate our own language 150,000 years ago. This is, to my point of view, when we started the rupture with nature, when we started to stop listening to the message nature was giving us. At the moment, we are the only species on Earth that doesn't understand that nature is getting close to a rupture point and to a breaking point, and we probably will see it if we don't act with emergency.
But do you have any example to give us, actually, when you said just that there are many things that we are not aware of all the actions we do, I mean, and we are the first people who are really have bad impact on the nature. I've heard that in India, for instance, elephants had changed their behaviors because of the noise pollution. Could you explain?
Yes, in India there is an interesting problem, which is not interesting. This is a very bad problem that elephants die by collisions with trains. The trains in India are crossing the whole country. In big cities? In big cities, but also in parks and in forest. These trains have to cross the whole country, and they invade the space where the elephants are, that have to cross these railways to go and drink and eat, and when they cross, this is when the collisions take place. And with the technology that we have, we are extracting the sound that an elephant produces, both vocally but also when he walks and when he breaks branches, from the rest of the soundscape, and we can alert the drivers of the train so they know that in a few kilometers they might find an elephant that is crossing, and that might be killed by this train. And we are speaking about hundreds of elephants that died from these collisions. And the behavior changed, as you were saying, because the elephants become aggressive to human beings. And you know that in India, the elephant is considered as a god, is Ganesh.
Yeah, sure.
And Ganesh is, on the contrary, is kindness. And the elephant is becoming aggressive because of these collisions. It attacks people in these villages. It crosses these tea gardens. And so this has really become a huge problem. So we are trying to contribute with the technology to really make a change and help this problem to be solved.
So noise pollution is killing nature?
Yes, it is killing.
It's invisible, actually.
Yes, totally. So we pollute, in particularly the oceans, for 80 years without even knowing it. This is not a new pollution. It started at the same time as we started to explore the ocean in an industrial manner. And this noise pollution was kept totally aside of our knowledge for 80 years. It's only for the last 30 years that we are aware of it, because we have the technology. Well, thanks to us and to all the colleagues. But yeah, we are a few people who work on that issue that is crucial, as you say. The ocean particularly is fragile because of this visible pollution, plastic, we know it, but this invisible pollution also, we cannot hear it. Our ear is not made to listen underwater. And
it's hard to imagine, actually, when you say it's like a sound of silence, but what kind of noise you can hear very deep in the sea?
Well, it's not a world of silence. This is what we all believe because of these extraordinary images that Cousteau and Louis Malle produced in the 50s. But it's true for human beings. Our ear is not made to hear underwater. So we ignore during all our history, human history, that the ocean was a world of sound. An ocean that is silent is a dead ocean. There is no life. Life depends on sound in the ocean. So when we pollute this channel of communication, we are condemning the ocean to an irreversible change. So this is truly something that is important to understand, that sound is life. And as a matter of fact, sound is the only support of information that we share all the creatures on Earth, including plants. The only one, not light, not anything else. Sound. Sound is the guarantee of life on the planet. So this is why it's so important to listen to it.
You open our eyes and our ears, actually. It's quite new. I mean, it's a new approach. What are your next expeditions?
Well, we face these different challenges. As I say, there is an emergency to act, and we have these initiatives. So in the poles, the Arctic and the Antarctic, we will go this year because we know that the ice is melting there, and we have very little data on biodiversity. It's vital to get this data, baseline data, reference data, so we can prevent or being ready for the change in the next year that we will see when the ice would disappear. We'll be ready to present these corridors for the whales, for these wildlife. But for that, we need to have baseline data that we are going to gather now with the project that we call Listen to the Poles. And the Amazon, we are going back in July as well to continue expanding the sensor network.
And do you think that people know how to listen to others and the nature?
I think that we have to learn back quick to listen to nature. And I would encourage everyone not to wait to go to the Amazon. Of course, if they have the possibility, this is the beauty where life is.
But leave the Amazon alone,
yes,
maybe.
But in your own garden or in a park, in the city, there are birds, there are insects. The wind in the branches, in the trees, they are giving all a message that we need to understand back. Otherwise, it will be too late for us.
A few questions to end this conversation. A question and a quick answer. What is the noise you cannot stand anymore?
Our silence when we speak about nature.
Oh, that's a good one. Bravo. What is your favorite noise?
Silence filled with natural sounds. Because when you listen to the Amazon sounds, this is, of course, thousands of species produce sound, but this is silence filled with natural sound. So this is the most beautiful silence you can ever have the possibility to listen to.
Your favorite music? The sound of silence, maybe?
Yes, but
it's
also...
an easy way. It's an easy one, sorry.
But yes, jazz, because jazz has this improvisation that I believe nature... They do not play. We can compare nature sounds with music, but I think they are improvising because they need to give a message. So jazz maybe is the closest way of understanding the sounds of life.
What is the quietest place in the world you would like to retreat to?
In the deep ocean, where human activity noise doesn't get, and being able to just breathe underwater and to listen to the creature underwater. This is a magnificent world. It is an extraterrestrial world. There is no need to go to Mars or to another planet. We have it just there, and we need to go. So this is really the place where I would like to be. Yes.
Okay, so many insightful things to share with you. Thank you so much for coming and for being with us today. Actually, you know, we have a few minutes left. We're not going to take like 3 minutes of silence, but maybe we should, or we could try an experience to share with all of you who are listening to us.
That would be wonderful.
I don't know. It's a good idea.
Yeah, it is.
Like
I love it.
10 seconds,
yes.
30 seconds of silence, just to check what it...
Let's do it.
10 or 30?
15.
15? Okay, 20. 20 minutes of silence. 20 seconds, sorry.
It's a gift. Thank you.
It's like a meditation time,
yes.
Right?
Yes.
Well, thank you so much again for being with us. And maybe I have one question left. What does Change Now mean to you?
Well, it means everything. We, in our research, we believe in changing. Otherwise, we will not invest so much effort and energy to deploy this technology that is just a tool. We're just a tool to contribute to this change. So being part of Change Now really provides us the possibility to give the message, thanks to you, Clémence, and to the audience, and to encourage everyone to listen and to, yes, pursue and be convinced that together we can change everything.
Thank you, and we wish you a lot of success in your next expeditions, and let's stay focused on silence. Sometimes it can be good in our life. Thank you so much. Now it's time to move on and to visit and see what's going on another stage program. It's Corporate Sustainability Commitment Session. We'll be back in a few minutes.
What need do you respond to? And how you can deploy a mission at the heart of your strategy and in all aspects of your operational issues, recruiting, brand construction, keeping people, talented people, the product. Well, everything is linked to the why. And we were a little group for several years. Not many of people were yet interested in this issue. And when the Loi Pacte was launched in 2018, we co-initiated what is now called the Communauté des entreprises à mission, which has many dialogue with B Corp, and it's very complementary to B Corp. And now there's 220 members, and there's a lot of interest in France for this getting out of the RSE, responsibility, or CSR, I would say, CSR issue, which has gotten a bit like a compliance issue.
Yes.
A bit too much.
Or a bit of a side.
And a bit aside of the business.
Yeah.
And a bit aside of the strategies. To go up one level and say, well, this issue is up there, it's strategic, and we cannot, well, we believe the major companies in this century will be companies who bring solutions. So we have a double vision in bringing solutions on one side, and this is our impact strategy, and all our impact thesis is based on what new solution are you bringing that serves a social or environmental issue.
Yeah.
And on another hand, there's how we diminish or do no significant harm, which is the European term that's... and there's a whole lot of things to do to diminish harm in our companies, but it's not the same. We don't use at all the same tools for one and for the other.
Yeah.
So we're based on bringing solutions, but our B Corp commitment is a lot on being sustainable and staying sustainable with the growth of the companies we back.
Yeah, no, because B Corp is much more all-encompassing, basically, as a tool, no? And I think what's interesting about the mission-driven enterprise is that it brings what used to be CSR, something that was aside, and says, no, this is front and center of who you are as a company, and that really changes the way that you construct your strategy and the way that you do things. And this is great, and it's very nice that it's in France. And I think you also told me this was in Japan and the US. Am I remembering right, that they also have similar laws?
Italy has a Società Benefit, and yeah, I think Japan does too, in fact.
Growing.
And it would come close to benefit corporation, the status in the States.
In the States. No, because I think that's really nice to see, because we have 150 nationalities that are there, that it's something very specific, but that it's something specific to the law. And that B Corps is something that really is international, right? It has nothing to do with the law, and it's much more encompassing. Can you tell us more about B Corp, and how does it work? What does it mean to be a B Corp?
Okay, so initially Nature et Découverte was very committed from the start, and we knew that we are doing some things right, some things less right, I would say. and becoming a B Corp for us provided us with a fantastic roadmap in order to assess what we were doing. And with B Corp you have to, basically with B Corp you have to pass the BIA, the Business Impact Assessment,
yes,
where you have to reach about 80 points bar.
Of 100?
No, out of 200, but it's impossible to be 200.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. Okay. So you have to reach about 80 points bar in order to become a B Corp. And it's very tough, because we thought we were good when we initially passed it, but being a retailer is so complicated.
Yeah.
Lately you had Naturalia that we welcomed into the community in France, and you had some restaurants, chains as well, like Big Mama and Cogent. It's extremely hard when you are into retail or restaurant to become a B Corp, because you have to assess all the things, from the products to the community, to the clients, to your impact.
Yeah.
And it's like you really have to get yourself naked, I would say, to really strip down all the aspects of your company. For us, it's a process we started.
Back on the live TV, I'm with Romain Troublé. Hi.
Pleasure to meet you.
Thank you for being with us today.
Pleasure.
With a double degree in biotechnology and business management, you are equally known for your selling skills and participation in the America's Cup in 2000 and 2003. You are also specialized in polar logistics in the Arctic. Antarctic and in Siberia. You coordinated many expeditions over there, and since 2004, you are executive director of the Tara Ocean Foundation. The Tara Ocean Foundation, in a few words, what is it?
It's a non-profit, French-based non-profit that is crisscrossing the planet since 17 years now to better understand the planet, the ocean, and how it works, how much services it gives us every day.
Could you give us one or two examples of the kind of expeditions you have done?
Yeah, we launched 2 to 3 years expeditions around the world, like back in the 80s, not to discover routes or countries or cultures, but to discover the life we have on the planet. And everything we do, half of what we find in the ocean is new to mankind. So it's a big effort to be done on this aspect of the planet.
How many people do you bring with you on the expedition?
Usually, the boat Tara is a schooner, 36 meters, pretty small to do this work, but compared to big boats for science, okay. And we have 16 people on board, but we have 200 scientists usually from 25 labs from 15 countries on every expedition. So it's a very, very, very serious scientific business. Yeah.
Issue too.
Huh?
An issue too.
An issue too, and also it's also an adventure to share, and we make a lot of effort to share this with the people.
Since you have been conducted these expeditions, what changes have you observed?
Well, since 17 years, we observed, the closer we go to the shore, we observe plastic and pollution everywhere, most of the place. Even now, we start to see plastics in the Antarctic, in the Arctic waters, where you have not much people, mankind living. And so we observe this, and also we observe the heating of the ocean. It's heating a little bit, and now today we see that the ocean is absorbing a lot of heat that we have on the planet, produce on the planet, down to 800 meters of the ocean. So it's quite a... Without the ocean today, this world would be not habitable anymore.
Yes.
So we have a lot to care about it, and we have a lot to do.
Emergency too?
Yeah, there's clearly emergency to stop the stresses, and the stresses are pollutions, carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, of course, heat, but also pollutants from chemicals as well. That is coming to our mind now.
Have you ever been to Weddell Sea?
Yeah, we've been there a long time ago now.
So you should maybe be aware of what happened last week?
Yes, big, the size of Mallorca iceberg.
Yes, 80 times Manhattan.
Yeah, it's big stuff.
So what is your vision about it?
I chose, this is not new. Icebergs are produced every day since ages. Huh? But this is a big part. This is a big guy, we say. And this showed us that the pace is accelerating, and the Paris Agreement is not there. The states are not there for the Paris Agreement. We are very far from what we have to do. So this is the alarm. This has to be taken as an alert again.
Yes, but what are the concrete, if I could say, consequences of this kind of big event?
It's a big event. Yeah, it will have some impact on the life in the ocean, but this is not known today. And
I mean, from Paris, from other cities, from wherever we are, sometimes it's hard to really understand the consequences of something which is happening very far from us.
Yeah, it's far from us, but you have the same things happening in Greenland, which is not very far from us, which is 10 days at sea, and which is 4 hours by plane. So this is happening in Antarctica, of course, but this is happening very close to us in Greenland, which is a part of Denmark. It's not a very strange and long, faraway country, and this happens since a long time. You see the Titanic; he's been sunk by an iceberg who came from Greenland. So this is
going, natural.
But the pace of the pace of it is accelerating very fast, very fast.
And are you concerned? Can you stay? I mean, are you worried, or can you stay optimistic? Can you be confident?
We have no time to be pessimistic. In fact, I was born optimistic. I'm a lucky guy, maybe. So that's the team of Tara, and I think I have 2 kids, and since I have 2 kids, I have to be optimistic. I have no choice, and I think what we do today will describe the world of tomorrow, and so everything has to be done. We can do any changes, any transition has to be done quicker. And it's just in our up for grab. And I think we have to do something. And I am doing something with Tara every day. I'm happy. It makes me very happy to do things. But I encourage people to be engaged in such stuff. because it makes you happy every
And
day.
how to be engaged? Do you have any advices to share with us?
You know, the leverage for change is not not only in the personal life. The leverage for change is in the businesses, in the companies, in the way you promote the ideas for better sustainability, for better efficiency in what we do, and I think it's at every step of the game. I mean, every step of the society. Even when you vote, I mean, we all have a voice. We have a voice every day when we use our Visa card to pay stuff. This is what there's many ways to be engaged. Slowly, fast, strongly, softer. Everybody's different. Everybody has their own feelings. I'm engaged in my life, but also I'm engaged in my daily life with my kids, and I teach them a lot of things, and I explain
what kind
them.
of things do you teach?
I explain them that there is a lot to do, and there is a lot. Okay, the situation is worse than 20 years ago, but there's so many stuff to do to engage them in their life, which makes sense, and they look for sense today a lot.
What kind of companies is around your ecosystem? Do you have any support, financial support from them?
Yeah, we are an NGO, non-profit. Of course, we have big donors, private donors, but also we have companies. Because I really believe that the leverage is there as well. When you change such a company like L'Oréal, we try to accompany the transition and the change, then you're going to change the world of cosmetics in the world. If you change other companies, they will change their value chain as well.
So L'Oréal is one of your partners?
L'Oréal is one. We have big. We have many companies working with us, but
many companies which actually make plastics.
Yes, they do, but they try to change, and but we do.
And you help them to change?
Yes, we do, and also with science. And they are developing also R&D project with scientific bilateral work, not with me, but we are piloting it as well as much as we can. And they have to change. They have no choice. They want to sell stuff in the future. They have to make packaging better. They have to make formulas better. There's no choice. This is what's the future. So we are here to try to accelerate this change and motivate them.
So you're still optimistic, as you said.
I am, and I will I will remain optimistic. We have again no choice but to be optimistic.
What are the next expeditions you're going to do?
Today, as we speak, the boat is at sea in the Pacific, and she's going to cross the Panama Canal to Atlantic in a couple of days.
And you're not there?
I'm not there, no. I'm not there all the time, of course I'm not.
No, you have a family.
Yes, and also Tara is not an ego trip. It's a teamwork with a lot of people involved, a lot of people engaged, from scientists to artists to sailors. And I don't need to be on board anymore. I'm here to run the show from the land most of the time. And
to meet companies and to convince them to follow.
To discuss and so to learn from them the issues and the stakes that we need to change, the level of commitment they have to put into it to change.
Maybe I have one question or two to end this interview. The gift of the oceans, of the sea you would like to have?
I would like the sea to keep what it makes me optimistic. And this is resilience. And every time you lose stress on the ocean, 1-2 years afterwards, life comes back as it was before. So there is a very good optimistic hope from the ocean and we saw it during the last lockdown a year ago in France. We saw life coming back to the shore. We saw the stocks coming up. We saw fish stocks coming up. So the ocean is really, really, really resilient. And really, when you make a change, you have a payback, pretty short payback in time. So that's very important to keep, and that would be my gift.
It's a good gift.
Yeah.
What does Change Now represent for you?
I had the chance to come 1 or 2 years ago, ready to give a talk about our ideas and what we want to push, and it's very good to implicate people to make this dialogue also with the companies, because they are people like you and me, and they have kids, and they do have the same kind of thinking we have. But sometimes they cannot because they don't have any voice, don't have any dynamic or momentum. So such an event like Change Now is here to put a momentum and to accelerate this momentum, which is I really, really like.
And this is the place to network and to meet a lot of actors and players. So it's very helpful for your association.
Yeah, it is. A lot of people coming, a lot of ideas are flowing around here. And
did you pick some ideas maybe 2 years ago? And
2 years ago, yeah, we did. We picked
some
ideas.
What kind of ideas?
We met people. We met people who who are advocating in companies, doing animation in companies to try to address these questions and to name the issues as well sometimes. So, yeah, it's not always direct playback. It's here to just also feel the change.
Yes, to share the same vision, and it's a community actually.
Yeah, it is.
You have thousands of people who are listening to us. Do you have a special message to address them?
Keep up the good fight.
Okay.
The road is long.
The road is long, and the world will be together with your Tara Ocean organization, right?
Yeah.
And if we want to support you, it's how can we do it?
Contact us. There is LinkedIn. There is many things to contact everyone today. So keep me on LinkedIn, and I'll be happy to talk.
Thank you so much for being with us today. Don't hesitate then once again to support Tara Ocean Foundation. I suggest we go and see what is happening on the climate budget session. It will begin in a few moments. How to find reliable solutions to reduce CO2. How to find reliable methods to measure emissions. If you want to know how, either you stay on the live TV, you will have only a piece of the show, or you switch to the stage program as you wish. See you later.
Continuing to struggle to safeguard our lives and livelihoods. But even as we do that, one silver lining of this crisis has been that it has created a sort of consciousness of our shared vulnerability as human beings to the perils of a pandemic and of climate change. And so this is a good time to be having this conversation. Now, the European Union and the US under Biden have promised to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. China has made the same promise for 2060. But even as we hold our collective breaths and cross our fingers and toes in anticipation of that important transition happening, what are some of the steps that need to be taken at all levels, at our individual levels, at organizational levels, at city levels, at national levels, in order to be able to measure, to regulate, and to reduce carbon emissions? These are some of the points that we will be discussing in this session on climate budget. And we're fortunate to have with us some excellent speakers, experts who will be sharing their views on this important topic. In terms of the agenda flow, we will start with a keynote session. We'll continue with a panel discussion with two distinguished panelists, and finally wrap up with a fireside chat with the European Investment Bank. I look forward to having this session with you all today. Okay, I was told there's going to be a little jingle that will play now, so I'm waiting if that's going to happen. Otherwise, I'll introduce our first speaker. All right, looks like we can go straight into introducing Chad, our keynote speaker for today. It's a real pleasure for me to introduce you to Mr. Chad Frischman. He's the Senior Director, Drawdown Solutions at Project Drawdown. Chad is also co-author, lead researcher, and principal architect of the methodology and models behind the New York Times bestseller, Drawdown, the most comprehensive plan ever proposed to reverse global warming. Chad and his team have designed integrated global models to assess the world's most effective climate solutions and determine if, when, and how the world can reach drawdown, which they define as the point in time when the concentration of atmospheric greenhouse emissions begins to decline on a year-to-year basis. I'm sure we all agree that that's something we're very, very interested in finding out more about. So Chad, over to you.
Thank you so much for allowing me to be here today and talk to so many change makers from around the world. Talk about real climate solutions that exist today, actions that we can all take to start us on the pathway to achieving drawdown and to creating a regenerative future for people and planet. Great. So as a starting point, what is drawdown? As we just heard, drawdown is that point in time when atmospheric concentrations of greenhouse gases begin to decline on a year-to-year basis. It's that point when we take out more of those heat-trapping gases than we put into Earth's atmosphere. And the proposition is really pretty simple. When we can change those concentrations of carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, or fluorinated gases, we can essentially stop global warming. and begin the long process of reversing it. And indeed, this is a prerequisite. Achieving drawdown, that point, is a prerequisite to solving the climate emergency that we're facing today and future generations to come, and is a prerequisite to starting us out on that pathway to achieving a regenerative future for people and planet. But first, how do we get there? We have to understand at the starting point, what are the sources of those emissions? Where are they coming from so that we can identify the solutions to reduce those sources to zero? Then we have to understand, once the emissions are in the atmosphere, what are those natural or engineered sinks that can pull carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere safely so that we can find the solutions to enhance those sinks? And third, how do we improve society? How do we fundamentally look at the way we do business as a society and economy so that when we're implementing solutions, we do so from a human rights-based approach that has justice, equity, and inclusion at its core? We need to think about how we can fundamentally change the system from one that is inherently exploitative and extractive to a new normal that is by nature restorative and regenerative because it is inherently linked to nature itself. This is how we get on the pathway towards a regenerative future for people and planet. So where are all these emissions coming from? What are the sources of emissions? Well, they come from just about everything we do as a human species. From the electricity that's generated by coal, oil, or gas-fired plants when we turn on our lights, or the gas that's burned when we heat our homes, or the petrol that's burned in internal combustion engines or jet fuel on airplanes as we move around the world from point A to point B, to the smokestacks that are churning out emissions from all the stuff that we use every day and too often waste on a daily basis, to the food that we consume itself, and in how we produce that food and use the land. These are all sources of emissions. All the activities we do as a species produce emissions that enter the atmosphere. Carbon dioxide, methane, fluorinated gases, and nitrous oxide. The good thing is that we have natural sinks that pull carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere every day through a process we all know from secondary school. It's the magic, the miracle of photosynthesis that converts carbon dioxide into plant soil organic matter and plant biomass in our land and ocean sinks. This happens every year. Unfortunately, we put out so much emissions, so many, from all of those human activities, that about 59% of all the emissions that we put in the atmosphere stay there. And that's in part because our land and ocean ecosystems have limited capacity to pull that carbon dioxide out. And sadly, we are degrading those ecosystems at an alarming rate. So how do we stop emissions? How do we turn off the sources of emissions? How do you get them to zero, not net zero, but zero emissions? And how do we enhance the sinks so that we can pull more carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere and really enhance the capacity of our natural ecosystems to be sinks to achieve that point in drawdown? Well, this can happen through one of three mechanisms. First is if we can reduce the amount of consumption, all the things that we consume, all those areas of human activity. If we can reduce the amount of electricity we generate, the amount of stuff that we produce, the amount of food we overconsume through technological efficiencies and through behavior change. If we replace the technologies and practices that are contributing to the problem with solutions that are part of the alternatives that are part of the solution. And if we restore carbon to useful forms through natural sinks by enhancing soil productivity and restoring carbon to the land, but we also can see the benefit of engineered sinks in the future when they become economically and technologically viable. Through a combination of one or more of these three mechanisms, drawdown becomes possible. Now, I lead a team of researchers, 100 researchers from all over the world representing every discipline you can imagine. Over the last 7 years, we have evaluated and assessed, we have mapped, modeled, and described existing technologies and practices that when taken together as a system of solutions can achieve drawdown by addressing all of these areas of human activity. And reduce those sources, enhance those things, and improve society in ways that fundamentally have at its core justice, equity, and inclusion at its heart, but also address all of these areas that we can actually shift that system to a regenerative way of doing business and address the climate emergency that we're in, because all of these have those impact of reducing emissions, and reducing sources, enhancing things, and improving society. And it's through this framework of understanding what are the existing technologies and practices that can get us there that allow us to achieve drawdown. So it's not a technology problem. We know what to do. We have the technologies and practices that are readily available. It's a matter of will to move farther and faster than we thought possible. But let's take a look at what some of these solutions are. Now, I can't list all 82 of the solutions that we've evaluated on one slide, so I've picked about 25 of those most substantive technologies and practices that really cover the range of human activity. And you see this slide here is just a listing of those top 25 in terms of the most substantive solutions in terms of the amount of reduced CO2 equivalent, carbon dioxide equivalent, over a 30-year period from 2020 to 2050. To the right of that slide, you'll see those two numbers. That represents two different scenarios, two levels of ambition in order for that we, as a globe, as a society, that we can achieve if we implement these technologies and practices to achieve our goals, our climate targets, aligned with a 2 degrees Celsius warming target or a 1.5 degrees Celsius warming target. And this is the cumulative impact of those solutions over that period of time. Now, the first thing I think to really notice is the importance of renewable electricity systems. And of course, these are a necessary set of solutions. And it makes sense because electricity generation accounts for 25% of global greenhouse gases in total. So we see as part of these top 25 solutions or so, we see wind and solar. But there are many other solutions as part of a diversified portfolio of renewable electricity systems, including geothermal, biomass energy, electricity generation, micro-scale wind or microgrids, distributed electricity systems. All of these taken as a system allow us to achieve that 100% clean renewable grid, which is absolutely essential, because this 100% clean renewable grid, or as close as we can get to that, is the driver, is a core for the rest of the system, because it's such an important sector, contributing so much of the global greenhouse gases, but also affects so many other areas, so many other sectors that draw upon energy consumption. And that's where we think about the rest of the 75% of emissions. Where are they coming from? They come from other areas like buildings, our built environment, industry, transportation, which consume energy both from the grid as well as from on-site combustion of fossil fuels. So when we're implementing a clean renewable grid, this actually has an additional effect on our other sectors by reducing the energy consumption of those other sectors. And as we can see here, we see industry, buildings, transportation, all represented in these top solutions. And this is really important to think about, not only making improvements on efficiency of these solutions like LED lighting or insulation, which reduce the energy demand in buildings, for example, but also replacing. So this is also how we can see alternatives to technologies that are part of the problem. Things like refrigerants that are produced, we produce hydrofluorocarbons in order to use in our air conditioning and our refrigerators across the world ubiquitously to keep our food cool, fresh and frozen, to ensure that our homes are properly cool in times of heat and so on throughout the year. So we use hydrofluorocarbons, which are hundreds to thousands of times more potent greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide. And in these existing equipment, they leak over time. And there are solutions readily available to manage that leakage and destroy those hydrofluorocarbons at the end of life. Or we can also think about producing new alternative refrigerants, natural alternatives that already exist today to replace those really polluting superpollutants, hydrofluorocarbons, from entering the atmosphere to start with. So if we think about not only these reducing consumption by improving efficiency, technological efficiencies, but also alternatives, switching out to better, more solutions that do not pollute the environment and do not pollute our atmosphere. These are the solutions that are readily available. Our food systems themselves, this is one of the big exciting things about the research we've done at Project Drawdown, is the importance of the decisions that we make every day about what we consume, what we purchase, and how we consume that food. Reducing our food waste, our plant-rich diets, these are some of the top solutions because they touch upon everything in the system. If we just think about every crust of bread, every drop of oil, we think as it goes through the supply chain, from production, how we produce that food through industrial agricultural methods is a net emitter of carbon dioxide. So we have solutions that are regenerative in nature that can restore carbon to the land and produce greater yield and benefit farmers and benefit smallholders and large farming operations alike and bring carbon back to the land. So we have solutions at the agricultural production. But if we think across the supply chain, we through harvesting and processing, packaging, think about all of that glass, tin, plastic, cardboard that we produce, churning out emissions in order to put our food into, and then putting them on trucks, on trains, boats, ships, and sadly, too often planes for luxury commodities to travel all over the world, burning fossil fuels and tailpipes and through jet fuel all across the world in order to get in refrigerated containers using hydrofluorocarbons to our markets, which overstock food for presumed consumer demand. And then sadly, consumers, when they purchase so much food, so much of it gets wasted at the end of the supply chain, where it decomposes and emits methane, which is a much more potent greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide. So we can really see the importance of the food system as a whole from every point of that supply chain. And so the decisions that we make about how much food we consume, how much we can reduce that waste, and the choices we make in how we produce that food and what we're purchasing are perhaps some of the most important decisions every individual can make every day to stopping global warming. And our food systems also have a direct impact on our land systems, because the principal driver of degradation and deforestation of our land system, the terrestrial systems, is our food systems themselves. So by addressing our food systems, we also can think about how to avoid that land conversion. But we should avoid land conversion and protect our ecosystems as they exist today, because this is how drawdown happens every year, by converting carbon dioxide into plants' biomass and through soil organic carbon. So these are our natural sinks that can pull carbon out. So by protecting what is already there, we can not only avoid turning that great storehouse of carbon into emissions by protecting it, but that we can also enhance sequestration, enhance the capacity of our ecosystems to continue to pull carbon every year, but also restoring our forests and restoring peatlands and even our ocean ecosystems by protecting and restoration. This enhances our natural sinks and allows drawdown to happen. But it's through the combination of these land and ocean, our land and food solutions taken together represent the most impactful set of solutions that are available to us, readily available to today, to solve our climate emergency. And this is because these are the sectors in which we can not only avoid emissions by reducing the sources, but also enhancing the sinks as well. So it's a double effect of having both reduction of sources and improving and enhancing sinks. So taking this fundamentally changes traditional thinking on climate action, which is so focused traditionally on energy systems. But we need to see this as a holistic, comprehensive approach that addresses energy systems, our natural environment, because they are interlinked. And this is no more clearly represented when we think about health and education and its effect on population. Because health and education, by improving access to voluntary reproductive health care, contraception, and the freedom to choose your own life trajectory, to have the dignity of your own choice of your own body, and to choose when, how, and if you raise a family through the reproductive health care, and by enhancing universal access to quality education for boys and girls, has the effect of changing future population growth, reducing expected growth to more sustainable levels for the planet. And that has an effect on the rest of the entire system by reducing that demand for energy, for electricity generation, for building space, for food systems, for everything else. All the stuff that we consume as a species is reduced by having a more sustainable population in the future, by reducing the expected population growth through enhancing the basic human right to health and education for everybody on the planet. And this is readily available and easy, relatively easy to do. So these is such an important set of solutions that represent the entirety of it, of the system. And we have to remember that when we also think about health and education, this improves the capacity of individuals to make choices about their own life trajectories, their own ways of living. And when climate education and education about the connection of people and planet are embedded in that quality of education, we can enhance the implementation of all the other solutions in the system itself. So I also want to talk a little bit about the difference of, some of you may be thinking, well, how much is this all going to actually cost? I mean, we can see that we can achieve drawdown through that system of solutions, those 25, addressing all those areas of human activity, the 25 get us partially there, but we need all 82 solutions to get us there. But how much is it going to actually cost to do that? Well, we've done the financial analysis and we figured out that compared to what we would have to do anyway, we can invest up to $20 to $30 trillion over a 30-year period to achieve that system of solutions. And it may seem like a lot, but it's relatively a drop in the bucket if we consider global GDP over that same time period is over $86 trillion a year. So $30 trillion over a 30-year period is not that much an additional investment. But the kicker is the operational savings is from $90 to $145 trillion, again, compared to what we would have to do anyway. So in terms of just our thinking about our financial return, it's a no-brainer, right? This is a win-win solution where we can set of solutions where we can not only solve the climate emergency, but we do so that is going to enhance our system through a series of cascading benefits to human and planetary well-being and be financially viable. So it's important to remember this. So it's not a technology issue. It's not a economic or financial issue. We have the technologies readily available. It's a matter of will, and it's a matter of really changing the way we think about how we approach climate action and how we approach the connection to people and planet. And I think we've been operating on this paradigm of problem fixing, trying how to fix the problems of the past, and instigated by this overwhelming drive for fear, and in an environment of conflict and competition. And it's this sort of cauldron of problem, fear, and conflict that I think actually prevents us from moving forward and taking our steps towards that pathway to the future that we actually want. A future that is really based on solutions, the possibility of what those solutions can achieve, and working together in an environment of collaboration, linking arms, and envisioning a future where we're not driven by competition, but we're driven by collaborating for the benefit of all people, for the well-being of people and planet, by utilizing that solutions-oriented approach and seeing what the possibility to achieve these opportunities. That's the mixture of solutions, possibility, and collaboration to create opportunities for the future that we actually want. And we need to name what that future is. We need to name that marker on the horizon, that place where we want to go as we start to take our steps down that pathway. Because if we don't name it, we don't know where we're going. So that's a starting point. How do we create that regenerative future? Name the goal that goes beyond our climate targets and start taking our steps down that pathway to achieving our goals. And when we do that, drawdown becomes possible. We understand the existing set of technologies, the system of solutions that can get us there. We understand the financial implications that aren't going to prevent us, aren't going to be a barrier for us to make movement forward. And then we change the way we talk about it, the way we actually imagine that future. Drawdown becomes possible. And the future we want becomes possible. But only when we reimagine existing systems, changing the way we think about them, seeing everything as a global system of systems, interconnected, because they are interconnected from the local to the regional to the global to the regional to the local, vice back and forth. And all of these sectors are interacting through interaction effects, stock and flow, and system dynamics, because we're essentially operating in that global system of systems. So we need to change the way we do business to see the world and see the future that we want as a more organic, as an ecosystem of solutions, operating as paralleling, mirroring life itself, right? So we can create a more resilient, adaptable, and dynamic system where solutions are addressing
Back again on the live TV. Thank you for being with us. If you want to follow the end of this fascinating session, you can go back to the website and try to find the link of this session, Climate Budget Session, which should be in the stage program. If you never heard about We Love Green Festival, it probably means that you've been locked in a basement since a very long time. But if you don't know, don't worry, I won't blame you. You will catch up. Every year, We Love Green invites wild and exciting artists who draw the music of our time. An eclectic program that crosses the bridge between indie and electro music. And through music, this festival spreads ecological, economical, social, and solidarity values. The founder of We Love Green, Marie Sabot, is with us today remotely. Hello, Marie. Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes.
Welcome on the live TV. It's a great pleasure to meet you. Could you tell us how We Love Green started?
We Love It started in 10 years ago. And we began in the music business 20 years ago. We make electronic and event party indoor in very special place, which were quite complicated, institutional place where everything has to be built. And when we decided to go outside, to go open air and design a festival for the new generation 15 years ago, because we didn't find in Paris something that we that fits with our objective, that fits with the taste of the new generation, and for us and for the crew with me, the young crew is all around us. And we want to do something modern, something in the looking for the future and how to rethink an event outside who can be in connection with the environment of the wood of Paris and could think about every new solution that you have in production, in programming, in connection with the audience, in connection with the media, and start from the basement, from the basis of the event, and begin from the what you have in your solution, so what you conceive. So it's totally rethink the project from the beginning.
Yeah, it's quite a new kind of festival you organize. You are a committed entrepreneur who demonstrates today that a large gathering and a large event can be held in an environmentally friendly manner. How is it possible? What kind of solutions do you have?
From the artistic lineup.
Yeah, give us some concrete examples of the kind of things you do on the festival.
Because there is two sides. There is the production and there is the content. The content is what we are, the storytelling that we are organizing with all the content, music and food and conference, think tank and the scenography artists who are chosen. And the production is very technically how we build a festival. So it's waste management, it's energy, it's construction of the scenography, it's how we choose and lead the restaurant. So it's all that point, of course, that we are taking care. For example, we have made all the new tests. Since the beginning, we are 100% renewable energy, so solar, biofuel, and we have tested different specialty of biofuel. We have tested hydrogen 2 years ago for the first time in France, and we test this year the bigger generator that we find in Europe. And regarding all the waste management, we find our own solution to the compost for the dishes. We make we labelize the compost, so now the compost is not a waste, it's now have a value. And for all the solution regarding the part of the catering, we have 60 restaurants on Willow Green. So the 60 restaurants, we have a training, a workshop before the festival, after they have applied, to have some lesson and of how to make a restaurant in a festival and be extremely sustainable. And we make the link with the local producer, and the restaurant change in a bit when they come to the Willow Green, and when they go back to the restaurant, their mind have made a setup, new setup. That's what it's a movement to try to change when you go through Willow Green, when you are a supplier.
So you onboard everyone, all the stakeholders in your vision, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, and
absolutely. That's why this is the willing to change that we selection the supplier.
And actually, all the people who are attending your festival, do you think that they really share your vision? Because when we think about a festival, we can see like a lot of trash everywhere, and their behaviors could be maybe not very positive in terms of environmental behaviors.
Yes, we see that the festival goers are extremely committed, because since the beginning, and even the festival go bigger and bigger, the waste management were more and more easy. The festival goers are very committed in taking care of the inside the festival and outside the festival. So outside was a point during 1 year where we became bigger, and then we see that they follow the rules. They have some suggestion on all our network, and we learn from the festival goer a lot. Of how they feel, what they learn, and all the question, and where they lead us to go further. It's an interesting conversation on that.
So it's a real community, actually. It's a real community.
And regarding the artists, we have a green policies which is really strong, and the artists have to accept in our website, where we have all the technical specification of the festival. They have to read our green policies and say, I accept.
And sign it.
They have to read it. Then to go to have all the technical material for their tour manager to set up our collaboration. And then there is a discussion of what will be in the backstage, what will be on the stage, the energy that they have for them, and the discussion begin. And the important is the discussion. What you can, what you cannot, and the discussion is the key, of course. And then also now the artist can compensate their footprint.
Their footprint,
and
yes.
They can put some money on the footprint for the French program, which are really specific that we have chosen. So there is something going wider and wider with the artists themselves. We are the most complicated to go in the festival, and because they have so much festival different for them.
Yeah, it's a win-win approach. Actually, this is your 10th anniversary, right, of the festival this year. Could you say that your ecological practices and engagement evolved since the beginning?
Yes, because we were very close to the innovative side of the technical aspect. So
don't worry.
Our mission is kind of a laboratory, and so we can go further every year because we push the supplier to make
go
tests, to go for it, and to test on the festival on scale 1. I mean, so we go further for different points. For example, the hydrogen we test, we have the certification by the blockchain last year, and we began this year the certification 2021 this year to have the certification on all the crew and all the supplier around us on the festival. And we became drastic on plastic. And as I was saying, the green policies with the artists are really, really detailed and strong now. We avoid all the plastic bottles from in the festival, before the festival for the technical crew, after the festival, and in the backstage. It was a long way to so it's little by little that we are going further.
Little step by little step. How did you get through the sanitary crisis, actually? Did you have to reinvent your business model, your concept?
As we were very, very close from the sanitary crisis, because we are early June, so we were in the process to begin the production of the festival. So there is a big impact for us. Because
it's on September, right? The next one is on September?
We are actually in June.
You are in June, okay.
So we were in the metro everywhere, where all the and we were actually building the scenography. So we were really stuck but we decided to immediately to make digital edition. We make special content. We created like a video game in front of our website to make it really funny for the festival. And then we make special content, and we put a lot of memories and interactive memories that we ask for the festival to give us their memories, and we put in the shape of the website. And then we could make something really new. We had a lot of success on that because 8 million of connection will be done in the weekend.
Wow.
So it was, very interesting ideas from the festival goer one more time. And we decided to explore all the things that we don't have the time to do.
Like,
for example, we are trying a new solution in the tourism, in the sustainable tourism that will be in production next year. We are launching at the moment a new place, a new place in Paris, which is kind of I don't have the word in English. I'm sorry.
Say in French. Don't worry.
Un tiers-lieu éphémère.
It's a temporary venue.
A temporary venue outside in the heart of Paris, a very abandoned place, which was given by the SNCF and City of Paris.
Okay.
And we win the pilot project, and we are going to set up a place with music, with sports, with food, with new technology, which is free. So we have make a lot of time to set up this place. And the festival, we spend a lot of time because we are in the union of French producers. So we are in the pool from the concert test in Paris. We will be taking place this weekend in Accor Arena.
Marie, I have to stop you. I'm sorry. It's impressive. You're going to do many things, and I know I've heard about also the European Green Festival, and I thought you will be among the organizers. So we wish you a lot of success, of course, in this new adventure. Maybe just one last question, because we have only 8 seconds left. What is the last photo you posted on Instagram today?
I don't have Instagram.
You don't have Instagram?
No, I don't have Instagram.
And We Love Green doesn't have any Instagram?
Media. No, I don't have Instagram. I'm not into social media for me, because I think my point of view is not really relevant, because the point of view of my crew, and which is a collective point of view. So the social media of the crew of the festival, the crew of We Love Green, which is very important, and we are all together, and we speak but one voice. This is our social media. That's the way we think.
Thank you so much, Marie. Thank you. One voice for Change Now too. That was very interesting to listen to you. And actually, we will follow you on the internet to check the program of the We Love Green Festival. Thank you, Marie, once again. I'll see you back here tomorrow. I will hand over to Lovelda. But just before, as you know, during this event, there's always something going on. Breaking news, scoops, or world premiere. Well, that's going to be the case in a few seconds, and I invite you to listen to Jérôme Berger, the president and managing partner of Orange Ventures, who has an announcement to make and to share with you, a positive impact announcement. Let's check it out.
Orange Ventures, c'est la filiale d'Orange en charge de l'investissement dans les startups du numérique. C'est une initiative dotée de 350 millions d'euros, ce qui en fait un des 10 premiers fonds de capital risque corporate en Europe. Et on a 3 objectifs: la rentabilité, aider les startups à grandir plus vite et mieux, et puis aider Orange à collaborer avec les futurs champions du numérique au bénéfice de nos 260 millions de clients. Nous avons un spectre d'investissement très large qui va de l'amorçage en Afrique et au Moyen-Orient jusqu'aux sociétés plus matures en hypercroissance en Europe et aux États-Unis. Et nous proposons à chaque start-up un accompagnement personnalisé en fonction de ses demandes et de son domaine d'activité, qui peut aller depuis de l'expertise technologique jusqu'à la construction en mode agile de partenariats commerciaux avec le groupe Orange. C'est un atout compétitif très important qui peut créer beaucoup de valeur pour les startups et pour le groupe Orange. Chez Orange, nous sommes convaincus qu'il ne peut pas y avoir de performance économique durable sans exemplarité sociale et environnementale. Pour cette raison, nous lançons donc Orange Ventures Impact, qui sera une nouvelle poche d'investissement de 30 millions d'euros dédiée aux startups qui œuvrent en faveur du climat, de l'inclusion et de l'aide aux personnes. C'est une initiative qui bénéficiera d'un processus d'investissement enrichi qui nous permettra de nous assurer que nos fonds vont aux startups qui ont l'impact positif sociétal ou climatique le plus fort, impact positif que nous allons mesurer de manière précise tout au long de la vie de l'investissement.
Hello, my name's Lavelda and I'm happy to be here with you on live TV. Thank you, Jérôme Berger. What great news. We wish you a lot of success with this initiative, and it's really fantastic to see that big companies like Orange are actively involved in supporting companies that want to change the world. Changing the world is what motivates the next speakers that you will now meet in the session called Regenerative Agriculture. You will find it on the stage program. This session actually started at 3 p.m., but I thought it would be interesting to have a look at it. Regenerative agriculture has an enormous potential to heal the planet, restore biodiversity, and fight against climate change. We should meet Jean D. Louis. ecologist, soil scientist, and one of the foremost ecological filmmakers and advisor to the ecosystem restoration camps movement. Well, this gentleman has witnessed the collapse of biodiversity in many places on Earth, a man who makes us understand that we are a crucial point in history. But you will also discover a man who still hopes and believes that human beings can restore the ecological system. Now, let's join him now until the end of this session.
Fires and climate change, why do we have these things is the real question. And we have these because we've had centuries and millennia of domination, and that has become the cultural norm. But within it are these systemic inequities, and that's created an economic system which is also fundamentally unfair. And it's also fundamentally wrong because it values the derivatives higher than the primary systems. So this is the turning point in human history, where either we understand this and we put the value where the value actually is, which means that every human being on the planet has the same value, and not only every human being, but all life on Earth has the same value. And in this place, we can have abundance. And in the one where we think products are the basis of wealth, we create deserts and we create slavery and racism, systemic racism, and all these other problems. So in order for us to go further, we have to combine all these things and realize that there is a pathway for us forward, which leads to a better life for everyone, not just a better life for those with billions or trillions of dollars, and those who have nothing. You know, we say, well, how do they have nothing? You know, they only had nothing because we said that they're worthless unless they buy and sell things. But they have life, and they have inherent rights, because to live is to be born. All of us are descendants of all life since the beginning of time. It can't be any other way. And all the historical wonderful things and all the historical terrible things are contained in our DNA. So we are the representation of that. And we choose. Now we have free will. We choose which path do we want to take. Do we want to take this path where we differentiate and we have people who want power over others or want enormous material accumulation for themselves? Or do we take a path that leads to abundance and beauty in the natural systems and fairness for everyone? So this is kind of how these connect.
Maybe to follow up on that question and on what you were saying about how we need to understand really what's going on and what has been going on in our past, we have to get access to that knowledge, and that's what you have been trying to do with your documentaries and your pictures and your programs. So could you tell us more about your past, the past years, what you've been doing and your projects?
Well, okay, very quickly, I went to China as a young man, and I was a journalist. So I was a television journalist for CBS News at the time, and I documented the rise of China from poverty and isolation. And then I also observed the collapse of the Soviet Union and international terrorism, that sort of thing. But then the World Bank asked me to film the baseline study for the rehabilitation of China's Loess Plateau in the upper and middle reaches of the Yellow River. And when I saw this, I saw that, oh my goodness, all of this political, economic things, they're very ephemeral. They're important, and the people who are affected by them are suffer or succeed or whatever. But finally, it's ecology and the eternal systems that create the atmosphere, the hydrological cycle, the soil fertility, and the amazing biodiversity that are much more important. And so for the most of the last 30 years, that's all I've been focused on. And so I've seen how it's possible to rehabilitate large-scale damaged ecosystems. So we could theoretically restore all degraded lands on the earth. But in order to do that, you have to value the primary systems higher than what you extract and buy and sell. So it's made me understand all these things. And then gradually, a strange thing happened to me, because I was thinking, well, how long is it going to take for me to explain this to the world? You know, there were some successes, but there were also a lot of people who are not very interested in losing their privilege and saying that all people are equal and should have equal rights. So I started dreaming that, and I was waking up in the mornings and everyone was going camping, and they were restoring the soil fertility and restoring and propagating and planting out forests and savannas and returning all the wildlife and rewilding. And this was like, I rejected the dream. I thought, well, that's not going to happen. This is a fantasy. But then I wrote, because I kept having the dream, I wrote about it, and it went into Permaculture magazine, and then into Cosmos journal, and then it was circulating on the internet, and tens of thousands of people said, well, that's a good dream. I like that dream. And some said, I'm having that dream too. So then we said, okay, well, how are we going to do that? We should make ecosystem restoration camps. So you can go to Earth Restoration Peace Camps on the internet and find that, and you can go to ecosystemrestorationcamps.org and find about the camps. So when we got to that point, we said, well, let's just share. Instead of giving the power to the existing institutions, which have had decades to, do whatever they can, let's just join together and see if we share what happens. So we asked people, well, if we could share 10 euros per month, that would be 120 euros per year. And then if we get 1,000 people, then that's an indication that this could work. And so when 1,000 people pledged to share 10 euros per month, we started a foundation. In the first year, we had one camp in Spain in the Altiplano. In the second year, we had 2 camps, a second one in Mexico. In the third year, 21 camps. And in the fourth year, 37 camps. And at the end of this year, there'll probably be more than 50. So what we are seeing is that ordinary people can understand this, that when you go and you work in the soil and you propagate and plant out forests and grasslands and propagator meadows and wildflowers, and you all are in community and you talk to each other and you listen to indigenous leaders and to scientists and to philosophers, and you do this having fun, it works very well. And in this way, we can go rapidly to transform the earth and to engage everyone. And we can treat everyone with fairness and equality.
I think one important thing you showed us is community building skills, because I know for sure that if I tell my mom that I want to go camping and start restoring the world ecosystem, she's going to be calling me crazy, I guess. So how do you bring people with you on such a big project, which at the beginning can sound really crazy, I guess? So how do you do it?
Well, you do it by practicing. So, like if I wouldn't recommend that you say, okay, today we're all going out and we're going to live there for the rest of our lives. And, let's go for 2 weeks or for a month. Let's try it. Let's practice. And what you find when you go to ecosystem restoration camps is it's fun and it's interesting and it's educational, and that it gives you the information. So you can learn all about the fungi and the hypha, and you not only, because it's not about talking about it, it's about doing it. It's about living the change you want to see on the earth. So we don't have a theoretical problem. We have physical disruptions to earth ecosystems on a planetary scale. And we're at the crisis point. We're forced to act. So I think the fact that we're having so many crises at the same time is also an opportunity. Because if we weren't having all these crises, then some of the hierarchical sort of things and the economy based on buying and selling, it would say, well, that's fine. This is the best we can do. But as everything's falling apart, deserts are growing, the ocean is acidifying, there's thermal expansion and ocean rise, there's melting glaciers, there's biodiversity loss, there's huge amounts of toxicity from the very dangerous chemical agriculture and from the sort of toxic industrial idea that like having all this stuff, which ultimately becomes junk and goes to the junkyard and is leaching poisons into the soil and in the water and in the air. What are we doing? That is ridiculous. So we're into, I mean, you're French. I mean, it's Voltaire. We're talking about absurdism, and we need to just relax and go camping and take it easy. Look, feel the change in the temperature, feel the wind blowing, the changes in the moisture. Look at how what are the role of all these insects, and instead of trying to kill everything, try to figure out what they're doing. And together it's easy. By ourselves, we can't do very much. We're all caught in the system. And when we go camping, it's a vacation. Take a vacation, go camping. And in this vacation, sequester carbon, restore the hydrological cycle, restore soil fertility, and protect and encourage and increase biodiversity. And have a good time. Get to know people from other cultures, other races, other classes, and realize we're all the same, that the interest of everyone is our personal interest. It's not in our interest to have more than everybody else and have a bunch of poor people dying on the side of the road. It's not in our interest. It's in our interest to all take care of everybody, because then we're going to survive. We're actually a species, a meta-organism, not just individuals. I mean, we're individuals and we have the ability to think, and we have free will, we can act. But actually, we're seeing in these multiple crises that our choices are constrained. We have the choice to be selfish and ignorant, and then everybody dies, or we have the choice to be conscious and to be generous and to live in abundance so that everybody can survive. So that's not such a big choice. It's pretty much because we've had thousands of years of selfishness and ignorance. So we need to find out what it means to act from consciousness and generosity. So where do you learn how to do that? Go camping and eat together and restore the soil and the water and the vegetation and the biodiversity. That's how you get to where you want to go. There's steps after that, because we need to create eco-villages. We need to create societies, urban restoration. We need to just transform the economy, transform architecture, transform education. How can we education has been reduced to smaller and smaller things, but actually nothing exists in isolation. It's part of a system. So you can't study the small things without understanding the entire system, because it doesn't exist without the other things that you're not studying. So I think that, all of this suggests, and also the realization that much of the world's knowledge has been held by indigenous people and transmitted by oral tradition for thousands of years. And instead of that wisdom and the climax equilibriums in the beautiful forests or the vast savannas with wildlife, we've gone with the people who destroyed the cradles of civilization thousands of years ago and took their armies and went out and tried to dominate other people and said, well, okay, if you dominated another culture, you won. Well, no, you didn't.
Hi, I am so pleased to be with Garance Allion to talk about women. Thank you for being here with us. He for She and Women for Change are two partners of ChangeNOW. So Garance, can you tell us a bit more about the Women for Change initiative?
Thank you, Ravelda. It's very nice to be talking with you about this subject again. We saw each other back in March when we launched the initiative, so it was kind of quite a lovely event, I would say. So the purpose of Women for Change. So you all know, if you're here, that at ChangeNOW, we identify solutions that are changing the world, but do not receive the visibility, the recognition, and don't have the same access to, like others, to opportunities, to funding. And our job is to drive resources to them so they can grow and expand. And this lack of visibility, this lack of recognition is even more true when the solutions are led by women. And it makes no sense. So we decided as ChangeNOW to take a stand. And we created this initiative because we wanted to bring our expertise, our international network, and I think what is the most valuable, the platform that ChangeNOW has become over the years to help them thrive, and hopefully. And we have the chance to have amazing partners alongside us, like Cartier Women's Initiative, One Young World, UN Women, If or She, Women's Forum, One Young World. I told them already, but yeah, it's the idea is to give those women a space to get the visibility and the recognition that they deserve for what they bring to the world. So yeah, I would say that's the idea. That's the ambition behind the Women for Change.
I mean, I need no convincing. I'm female, so yeah, I'm sitting here like, go girls, let's do this. Yeah. So why did you decide to create the whole thematic track? Can you tell us a little bit about the thinking behind it? Why did you decide to start it?
Yeah, so we wanted to give the topic the importance that it deserves, and especially in a context like the one of the pandemic, because women were at the front of it. They were massively affected by it personally and professionally. And so we talked with our partners about what was their agenda, what was going to happen in their network. And we saw that there were like amazing things, amazing news. For example, the If or She Summit, so the campaign, the platform of the UN for gender equality, is renewing its entire strategy for the next 5 years. And it's happening right now at ChangeNOW for the If or She Summit. And we have Cartier Women's Initiative that is organizing amazing pitch sessions on Saturday at 1 p.m. All that kind of major announcements, news and initiatives. And the ambition I told you about, and mixed with all those announcements, all those amazing initiatives, and the context, pushed us, to create a whole thematic track around the women topic, kind of the Women for Change topic.
So there is a lot going on at ChangeNOW this year. particularly for women and around women. And later this evening at 6 p.m., the Women for Change event is taking place. What's going to happen? Can you give us a little bit more information about it? We want a teaser.
Not that much information, but I will tell you some things that might convince you to come. I would say it's very exciting because we've been planning this event for a year now or something like this. So it's, a long work. And we have people from all over the world. So speakers from Afghanistan, from the US, from Japan, from India that will be there. So it's very exciting to have such diverse panels and composed of men and women, obviously. And the focus is on how women are powerful agents of change and whether they are carrying like strong messages or creating their own solutions to the world's biggest challenges. Because we know that powerful like messages, powerful mindsets, and can change the world. So that's all about change now. And so this major event is at 6 p.m. tonight on the platform. Please come, please. It's going to be amazing. We have a lot of excitement around it, actually.
I mean, I'm buzzing with excitement here. I'm like, why am I in the studio? I don't get to be there and like see everything that's going on. So the partnership with ChangeNOW, can you give us like just a little bit more insight into that and you know, a bit more about, I'm just being nosy now because I kind of feel like you're giving us a little bit of a teaser, but I want more.
Yeah, definitely. So let's give you more. So I'm part of ChangeNOW, and we decided really to take a stand. So this Women for Change initiative is about joining forces with all these other like networks that are already working at highly competent networks that I told you about, and joining forces and really working together to more than just create awareness around gender equality, which is already a big challenge, but creating more opportunities for these change makers, depending on what they need, but really like joining forces to create systemic change. That's the whole ambition. And tonight, it's exactly that, because we have people from different backgrounds, from different networks, sometimes no networks involved, no partners, just amazing people gathered and stepping up for equality and gender equality all around the world.
I love the idea of using a platform like ChangeNOW, which has grown so incredibly in 4 editions. I mean, we're online this year, and I'm looking at the impact that we're able to have in this online space. And having a track that is just about putting a spotlight on powerful women and powerful women's initiatives. Can you give us any little insight into some of the initiatives that we might be showcasing later on this evening?
Yeah. So we'll have, it's not just, I would say, initiatives. So we have different speakers coming from, I said different backgrounds. So we have the chief of the executive office of UN Women from New York that will join and have this more institutional kind of speech, which is really important in that kind of topic. And we'll have also, for example, Lavina Sekera, which is an entrepreneur from India that is really involved in the rural empowerment of women all around India, in all the villages in India. And she created a marketplace. She's involved in many NGOs, and she has a real knowledge of the ground. And like, she's so inspiring. She's eco-feminist, obviously. And she has this powerful messages to spread to the audience. I won't spoil anything.
We don't want too many spoilers. We just want the teasers.
Yeah, exactly. But just 2 of them. There are also many other speakers, and I think it's going to be amazing panels and all about different, very different topics, but very crucial ones, like empowerment education, obviously. We have an amazing speaker about education, the one from Afghanistan, Shabana. But you will see that this evening. And we'll talk about funding women-led projects also, because it's one of the main issues when it comes to women entrepreneurship and difficulties to find like VCs and founding partners and funding partners, sorry. Anyway, so we'll talk about all these kind of topics, and it's going to last 1.5 hours, and it's going to be very exciting. really, with a networking session afterwards with 100 people to have concrete actions, you know, a roadmap for the year to come, and yeah, to have ideas.
I mean, it sounds absolutely fabulous. Such a breadth of different topics. We're talking about funding. We're getting information about specific initiatives that are going on. We're seeing really powerful women in their their natural power, making huge changes. How important do you think it is for organizations to create initiatives like this on a platform like ChangeNOW?
Yeah, I would say we all have to take part in the problem, because we all have something to bring to the issue. You know, we all have solutions, and at ChangeNOW, what we can offer is the platform effect, like the visibility and the network, the international network that we can bring, professional, obviously, mostly like business partners. But I think it's crucial that everyone stand for gender equality and create concrete initiative to bring what they can bring, you know, to the issue. And yeah, that's what we are trying to do with this Women for Change initiative, with what we can bring as ChangeNOW.
I think you're doing a lot more than trying to bring it. I think you are 100% bringing it to the table. And thank you so much for your time and for coming in and sharing and giving us that beautiful, beautiful teaser into what's happening at 6 p.m. today. If you wanted to discover the wonderful women, I recommend that you attend the pitch sessions on the 29th. They will be about inclusion, and you'll be able to discover the different groups, different top innovators. It takes place from 1 until 2:35 p.m, so don't miss them. On live TV, we usually end with an interview with a fun question. So here's one for you. Who is your real life hero?
Oh God, that's a tricky question. It seems like a simple one, but that's not easy at all. I don't want to say my mom, because everyone would say that, but in the context of ChangeNOW, I think the most consistent person is Christina Figueres, of course. She's so powerful. She's such an inspiration for all the women here today, obviously, who are very involved in climate change. She was the former former Secretary General of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, and I would pick her because she invented a concept that put words on what I'm trying to achieve as a young woman in my life, which is stubborn optimism. And she said, we have to be stubborn optimists right now in the world we live in. And I think that's exactly the mix that we need to have. Insolence, like we have to be stubborn, we have to be optimists, and try to put positivity, healthy mindsets in challenges that we take, not only waiting for the results and, you know, just feeling fully implicated in what any challenge that we take, and that's what we need to fight for, gender equality and for a more sustainable world, basically. So,
well, y'all heard it here first. Thank you so much for being here with us. Stubborn optimism is clearly the way forward. If you've never heard of He for She Summit, it's time to catch up. In a few words, it's a leading platform for the United Nations for policy, corporate and academic leaders who are working to be more diverse, inclusive and gender equal world. The He for She Summit has just started. The live TV will broadcast this until 4:30.
Has this respect, this authority, integrity, accuracy, which I think is critically important for what we're trying to do here. UN Women, He for She, only partners with ambitious leaders to create alliances for gender equality. So in looking for partners on this project, we look to these organizations to ensure we were asking the right questions and to help us amplify the results of this important research once it was completed.
And just looking to the results of the survey, could you give a flavour of some of the key insights that you took away? And was there anything that particularly surprised you or inspired you, and we can pass on to the people watching?
So Isabel, the way I look at it is that there are some good news and some areas where we can do more work on. Let me pick 3 insights that I think are relevant. The first, and that's where the good news comes in, is that more than half of our respondents, 57%, said that their organization is somewhat or significantly more gender diverse than 5 years ago. And for me, this shows that progress is indeed happening. Now, the second insight that I took out of this is tied into some previous research that found that small groups can trigger a change in established work culture norms if they reach a critical mass. And indeed, this research further validated the theory. What we found is that female-led businesses reported more female diversity on their boards, in senior management, and in their organizations. The third insight, which I think and I would label as an area for more work to be done, is that according to female respondents, the biggest obstacle that women face in achieving gender parity is the burden of unpaid work they have to do due to traditional gender roles such as childcare, and trust me, I'm a father and I know what that means, and household responsibilities. And this was followed by the existence of an unconscious bias. So these are, I guess, things to consider and an area where we can do more work going forward.
It's good to hear that progress is being made in lots of areas, despite the terrible year we've had globally. And Tassos, looking forward, what do you hope the wider impact of the survey will be?
So we hope that these valuable insights will inspire other leaders to create positive change in their organizations now. If I look at our own family office, I'm already a minority there. Think of positive impact that these insights can have on leaders around the world through their businesses and in their communities. Impact is, and I believe happens closer than you think. Think every day of how you treat people at work. That makes an impact. You impact them and their family.
That's a really great point about the way you treat people at work. I think sometimes we look at the big picture and we forget that just our everyday actions can have a really important impact on the people around us and affect change. So thank you for that. Is there anything else you'd like to share before we wrap this up?
Isabel, I'm really delighted to have the opportunity to share these few highlights from this in-depth report. And I really hope that it adds to this important conversation on gender equality and drives measurable action. What I'd like to say is that we are human beings. We are not human doings. Let us lead by example, and it is small changes that can prove to be very powerful and have a very big impact.
Thank you, Tassos. That's a great place to finish. I think small changes are so important for all of us, for everyone watching. And it's been wonderful to be here talking to you. Thank you for your time. Thank you to YPO for sponsoring what's promising to be an excellent and impactful survey. And I look forward to the rest of the conference.
Thank you so much, both. So earlier we mentioned the he-for-she proven solutions, which the champions are releasing today. And I'm really excited for the conversations that we're about to see. The champions will talk about how they are closing the gender pay gap, how they are ensuring equal representation leadership within their companies, and most importantly, what they are doing to engage men when it comes to gender equality. Stay with us though, we do have a very special guest on the way. In the meantime, I'm delighted to introduce a video message from His Excellency, Mr. Sauli Niinisto, President of Finland. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Excellencies, distinguished guests all around the world. Achieving gender equality requires action and commitment from all of us. It has been a true honor for me to be a part of this important work as a he-for-she impact champion. We urgently need to improve the position of women and girls. But to get things right, we should not think about equality of women and equality of men. What is important is equality, full stop. Adopting this type of mindset is a starting point for positive development. It can help us truly achieve equality in practice. In the next 5 years, Finland will be a leader in the Generation Equality Action Coalition on technology and innovation. We want to bridge the gender-digital divide. We want to bring more women in technology as agents of change. A more equal, diverse and inclusive technology is central to women's economic empowerment. It will also make technology a more powerful asset for all of us. This is what he-for-she and generation equality are all about. I will continue to advocate and advance this agenda. Thank you.
Hello, Bob. It's great to be with you today. This is an important global moment because it has never been more important than today to focus on issues having to do with gender equality, and having male champions for this initiative, for this great cause, is really important to us. You, as the global chairman of PwC, have been a champion for gender equality in many different ways in your organization, and I'm so thrilled to be able to talk to you today. I'd like to start by just saying one thing. First, thank you for being a he-for-she champion, but tell us, Bob, why has this been so important to you personally and to the organization?
So Anita, thanks for this discussion today, as well as the summit itself. It's important for us to talk as a collective group, not only to the participants that are listening on this webcast, but also to make sure the messages and the content that we share gets broader disseminated around the other parts of the world. Let's go back to your question, Anita. I'll take it from two perspectives. Why was this important to PwC? PwC, in its own purpose statement, is focused on building trust in society and helping solve important problems. Both of those issues are squarely in the center of what you just said, getting better focus on gender equality. And as a result, PwC as a business, as a large global organization, had a very important role to play as we think about the role of government, business, and community leaders to try to address the challenges ahead of us. Now, having said that, we actually had to make sure we at PwC were doing all that we needed to do in this area to be a role model. We're a people organization. We're symbolic and representative of society as a whole. So we wanted to make sure we were walking the talk ourselves. For me personally, the leaders have to be champions of these causes. The leaders have to role model the expected behaviors and talk through and create the right environment for the changes we're looking to make, the accountability you're trying to drive, and the initiatives that you put in place. One of those was clearly our focus on the male side of the equation, being sponsors, supportive, and a key ingredient for success as we move forward to try to progress towards gender equality. So we saw a great alignment with the He4She initiative at the UN and a great opportunity to collaborate in a comprehensive way. So it was very important for us not only to role model, but also to participate, to learn, and to leverage those learnings and connections on a worldwide basis to make us better and enable us to help the world be better as well.
And I want to just share with everybody some of the things actually that you have been doing, and that will lay the groundwork for what more we need. So PwC, I think from the beginning, has been a he-for-she champion. And I'm just going to read some of the things you've done because there's a lot and I'm not going to remember it all if I don't read it. But Here are some of the things that I think the world needs to know about. First, you've launched a male-focused gender curriculum, which is available both on your website and also on the UNICEF training, where hundreds of people take this every year. You've launched a global inclusion index to increase representation of women in leadership, which has been completed based on your data-driven approach. And that shows that global leadership levels went from 18 to 74 to 47%. Fantastic. Maybe we'll get it to 74%. You've raised the global profile of he for she by seeking he for she commitments from network leadership teams and 80,000 male employees. And, you know, these are just some of the things that I think PwC has done under your leadership. And to me, what that shows is that that commitment runs deep. PwC made this commitment to further support women in leadership. And one of your big areas of success, which we cover in PwC's Proven Solution, is that you have actually seen the fruits of this labor. You have actually seen a significant increase in the numbers of women who are represented in your global leadership team. So can you just share with us a little bit of this journey, what it took, how you got there, and, you know, tell us what issues you encountered along the way so that others can learn from your experience.
No, thanks for the question, Anita, and happy to share it at a very high level. But as you said, it is a case study in our PwC Proven Solutions that you actually share publicly at the UN relevant to the He for She initiative. So by all means, I just encourage people to take a read through that. First is the responsibility of executive sponsorship. This has got to come from the top of the organization. It's got to be important, and there's got to be accountability for execution, not just talk, to make the progress that's needed. Second point is we have to recognize there is plenty of talented, impactful, successful women that could step up to these roles. They just need to be given opportunity. So as a result, leaders have to think creatively around succession planning, maybe organizational construct, and maybe even create new jobs to move people to those new jobs to put women in the existing business unit roles to give them the opportunity. And that clearly was the case when I came into my role of saying this was going to be an explicit stated goal. And it was up to me to make the tough decisions, the balanced decision, the informed decisions around the women that could step into leadership roles to get to the percentages you talked about. The other point, though, I want to make is some lessons learned. First and foremost, use data. Data that gives you a sense of where that pipeline is, both structured data and unstructured data, to understand the trajectory of the women that are up and coming, the future leaders, and make sure that you're helping them with sponsorship, education, and the like to continue to develop and grow. What we're talking about here is giving them more responsibilities so they can demonstrate they can manage scale, and they'll get into those senior positions shortly thereafter. The second piece is one around accountability. At the business unit levels, making sure our leaders, male or female, have the responsibility to drive that focus on succession planning, the need for better representation from gender, as well as other classes of individuals, as we think about the concept of diversification. Last but not least, though, is something I guess was a personal lesson. It takes a lot of time and energy to put people in the roles. You got to make sure that they're able to succeed in those roles. So sponsorship to get the role is one thing. Continued sponsorship to succeed in that role is another. And that's where the concept of mentorship versus sponsorship is really, really important. It's that personal capital people will put forward. And those were some of the lessons learned that I could tell you as I thought about this, and if I cascaded this through the organization, became very interesting for us to maintain and sustain the momentum for change and make sure it's not one done. And that was the opportunity I think that we were looking for, but to keep the focus on the actions. Anita, let me maybe come back to you with a question.
Sure.
I was really excited about the generation equality and the actions coalitions. So maybe talk a few minutes about where was he for she's focus and what's their vision for some of those initiatives and what are you looking to accomplish on a global scale basis?
I mean, it's really building a little bit on what he for she has been able to do because the idea behind generation equality was to create an inflection point and a real push for transformative change. So we wanted to create something that would bring together governments, the private sector, civil society, think tanks, academics, young people, and get this multi-stakeholder approach to pushing the agenda. That's what Generation Equality is. That's what the Action Coalitions aim to do. I think we have to wrap up now, Bob. So let me, in wrapping up, maybe just ask one last question, and that is, as we look forward, I think you and I would both acknowledge that there's still a lot of work to be done. Where is your focus going to be, and what are we going to see from you in the future that is going to be inspirational?
Well, thanks for the confidence in PwC and myself in that regard, Anita, and thanks for the update on the Action Coalitions. There's probably two areas where we're going to be more focused going forward. One is around the learning side of the equation. Everybody's talked about the concept of upskilling and enhanced skills to be successful and relevant and fit for purpose going forward. One of the things we're actually working on right now is actually badges or certifications in the area of inclusion and diversity, and putting programs in place to actually get our people certified. The second point I talked about previously, which is one around accountability. We really see a lot of...
If you were enjoying that session, you can continue to follow it if you navigate through the platform directly to the session. Now let's move to another session that has already started, Trees for Biodiversity. I'll see you in 15 minutes.
I often hear that planting trees is an environmentally friendly action, but this is barely scratching the surface. Trees provide breathable air, food, shelter, timber, medicine, and beauty. Without trees, we could not live. Trees have a healing power for people, for all livelihood, and for nature at large. So for many of us, nature has been pushed out of our life. Now we are paying a heavy price. Loss of biodiversity, climate change, global zoonotic diseases. We are not talking about the environment, but we are talking about the future of humanity. I am thrilled to host a fantastic panel of very inspirational leaders who have been acting and raising awareness about regenerating our planets. Over the next 90 minutes, we will walk in the Amazon. We will learn more about the Great Green Wall to fight desertification in the Sahel. And we will share a number of ideas with three main objectives: to inform, to inspire, and to support projects on the ground. As a first guest, I am thrilled to welcome Stéphane Haller, who is here with me in the studio, and Nicole Schwab, who is joining us from Geneva. Stéphane, good afternoon. Hi, Nicole. Good to see you online. So I'm going to start with Stéphane here, and I would like to quote you to start. So you said, forest is the best solution to meet two major challenges of the future of humanity: climate change and the loss of biodiversity. It is also a fantastic ally in bringing our lifestyles into harmony with the living, in particular through the circular bioeconomy and the emotional reconnection with nature to which we belong. So you created reforestation about 10 years ago to address citizens and businesses with a concrete, positive and measurable solution in the service of Earth through participatory reforestation. So as far as I understand, you bring together about 200,000 citizens, over 700 project owners, and you work across the 5 continents in over 30 countries. So the first question I would like to ask you, if citizens, corporate organizations, and governments come together to plant and grow forests, do you think we can avoid a 6th mass extinction and find solutions against climate change?
Of course I do. I do because I strongly believe that what we're facing is just a matter of will, and that's it. We've got the know-how. It's not too late. Nature can recover. We need to push in the right direction. And what I witness today is that there is a momentum. There is a momentum of institutions, companies, individuals, and we know, all of us, that it's time for action, and we need to stop talking and start acting. And as you said, I created Reforest Action 11 years ago, and it was very difficult times at the beginning. Nobody was talking about forests and not even reforestation. And today, everybody agrees that beyond CO2 reduction, or the reduction of our CO2 emissions, forests play a key role on climate, but also on biodiversity. So yes, I strongly believe that we can avoid it. It's late, but it's not too late.
Thank you for this first message of hope. I just have a follow-up question before turning to Nicole. In one of our previous conversations, you very much insisted on not only the importance of those eco-entrepreneurs, but also the importance of building a whole ecosystem and building value chains
to give an economic benefit to local communities so as they could increase their reforestation action. Can you elaborate a bit more on this approach?
Yes, in the what we call the developing countries, forests are a key driver for to create wellness for the local populations. And actually the social benefits are the main drivers for the project. We need to start from the local people. And if they create forest, if they restore forest, if they plant trees, it's for their benefit beforehand. And then we can make sure that the project will deliver environmental benefits. The best way to ensure that the project will deliver social benefits is to make sure that there is a value chain. Because when you plant a tree, it has a benefit on climate and biodiversity, as we said, but it's the fruits that will be delivered, or the wood that will create, will improve people's living conditions. But people need to have a value chain to make sure that it delivers social benefits. So what we like doing at Reforest Action is to start from the entrepreneurs, local entrepreneurs, because they control and they know the value chain, and they can drive the reforestation projects to make sure that it goes in the right direction in terms of value chain. We've got a set of criteria which put the focus on the environmental benefits. So the value chain doesn't come against the environmental benefits. It comes in addition to them. But starting from the value chain is probably the best way to implement and to scale projects in developing countries.
Thank you. Nicole, I would like to turn to you. So you're heading the nature-based solutions platform of the World Economic Forum. You're also involved as advisor and facilitator to a number of NGOs working in environment and well-being. And nature has been very core of your commitments and of your life over the past years. So my first question to you is about the role of international coalitions, such as those that the World Economic Forum catalyzes, just to build on what Stéphane was saying about the importance of value chain. So how do you see the role of those coalitions?
Thank you, Diane. So I think that the scale of the problem we're facing today is really too great for any actor to be able to address alone. And that's why we need these coalitions that cut across the private sector, the public sector, grassroots organizations, the entrepreneurs or ecopreneurs that Stéphane mentioned. And so with 1T.org, the Trillion Trees platform of the World Economic Forum, we've been working to provide such a platform to bring together these different actors and to raise ambition for this vision of conserving, restoring, and growing 1 trillion trees over the next decade. And I agree with Stéphane that it's not too late, but we really have to acknowledge the urgency and the scale of what we're facing. At least 1/4 of all the tree species that are being assessed globally at the moment by the Global Tree Assessment are threatened with extinction. So when we talk about biodiversity, when we talk about the threats that we're facing, we have to understand that this is also affecting trees, and there's this vicious cycle with climate change and loss of biodiversity, which is affecting all of the ecosystem services that we depend on, whether it's water or topsoil or the air we breathe. So yes, I think these coalitions are essential. I think the private sector has a huge role to play in this regard as well.
Thank you. So actually, maybe you want to comment a little bit more on the importance of the private sector, because for the time being, we see a lot of international organizations, corporate organizations, being involved in the reforestation efforts, mostly from CSR policies or through grant funding, which is great, but probably not enough considering the scale of the challenge. So do you see any of those corporate organizations that are
joining this 1 trillion trees campaign or around the platform you're directing, corporate organizations who actually try to shift their business model towards including more of protection of biodiversity into the core business?
Yes, I think that's a very important point. And there's more and more companies that are coming forward and committing to forest conservation or forest restoration. And I agree with you that initially it may have come more from a CSR angle or more at a smaller scale, but more and more we're seeing.
It is 4:45. Let's dive into the oceans. With 25 to 40% already lost, the worldwide coral population is in incredible danger. But there's hope. Dr. David Vaughan is an eternal optimist. He has been able to reproduce thousands of fast-growing and resilient corals that can help to recover the lost reefs. Let's meet David Vaughan, president and founder of Plant a Million Corals, who brings life back to the dead reefs and who will talk about the power of coalition to move forward successfully. He is on air on another studio, so stay with us and listen to him until 5 p.m. We'll be back here in 15 minutes.
Welcome, David.
Thank you. Many thanks. Well, my talk is going to be about a game changer in coral reefs. Many people have known that coral reefs are in deep trouble, and many people have heard of a technique to make large fragments in coral gardening for a few of the fast-growing species. But many have not known that there is a new technology that are both growing the mass of coral species, as well as for being able to and make thousands of corals in Now, sexual reproduction from corals, which has only been known for a decade or so, successful in areas where we've settled a coral larvae. However, you'd have to see it under a microscope on the left-hand side, or eyes you could see it with the naked eye. And this is also a very slow process. However, this process can produce a coral juvenile in the size of a coin in about 1 to 3 years. On one of these occasions, I made a mistake and accidentally broke this coral into small pieces and found that something happens to stimulate growth 25 to 40 times faster and be able to, as seen in this picture, take one piece of coral, break it into 4, as in the upper left. And these pictures going from left to right and top to bottom are pictures taken every week of the same coral. And you'll see by week 6 or 7, since they came from the same piece, they start to grow back together because they recognize each other as the same tissue. They also fast and fuse back together to the size bigger than it originally started in only a few weeks. This is the game changer for coral restoration, is that we now call microfragmentation. We can use a specialized and cut corals into hundreds of pieces or dozens of pieces, very tiny, and they are stimulated to grow fast, and we've produced many times more. So it's gone from a game changer of producing a few hundred corals to producing tens of thousands of corals that are now growing fast and in large numbers. So if we start with 400 elkhorn corals, we can cut those from the size of a golf ball into about 50 pieces and therefore make 20,000 pieces or microfragments. In as little as 6 months, they grow up to the size to be cut again. And if using 50 pieces, you should be able to produce 1 million corals in just 1 year. So in the tanks that you see on the left, you can produce and cut 1,000 pieces of microfragment corals, and within 6 months they grow up to size. But if you let them grow a little further and they are next to each other, like the picture on the right, they actually fuse back together because they're from the same genetic strain. And so this can be a technique to actually grow new coral tissue on dead coral skeletons. This picture on the left in 2014 is 20 pieces of the same similar coral genotype. 2 years later, fusing together in the center picture. And the size of a 25 to 50-year-old coral, which is usually the size they become mature. And this coral, in 5 or 6 years, actually, instead of 50 to 100 years, actually matured and spawned. So we have the potential to do this large and at scale. This is a coral head that was about 250 years old. We placed 250 different microfragments on it. And we're going to bring a 250-year-old coral head back to life. The coral bommy on the right, or large coral head, was probably 800 to 1,000 years old and passed away by bleaching events. And we planted 800 microfragments on it, and we'll bring back 1,000-year-old coral head literally back to life in just a couple of years. And it's not that it's a new technology. It's a new technology in the size of the fragment that produces them to grow in large numbers and very fast, and allows us to graft new live tissue on dead coral skeletons instead of having to start from scratch. So this is a technology we've been transferring by way of workshops. However, many people are amazed at this new game-changing technology, but as demonstrated in large laboratories or research institutions, most thought that you needed a multi-million-dollar laboratory in order to be able to do this technology. Instead, we have designed a transportable coral nursery unit with all of the tanks, the pumps, the pipes, the filters, the valves, all put together and installed inside a shipping container so that it can be transported literally to any location, any island community, any place that has space to be able to start one of these transportable units. Literally a turnkey coral nursery in a box. Just like a portable classroom or a portable hospital, a MASH unit, this has all the pieces, parts, and equipment put together to be able to literally on day one transport it and open it up and start to put it together. By day two, communities help show them how to start running water and be making corals in literally 48 hours after arrival. This unit here is one that can produce 10,000 corals a year. So it's a pretty big potential for being able to use at scale. These coral restoration units are affordable. Instead of multi-dollar labs, literally something that can be put together in the $1,000s. And they can be adapted to whatever local community needs there are. Some communities will have the ability for adjacent salt water to pump. Some will have the ability for a saltwater well that is cool salt water and sterile. Some will have the ability to not have available electricity or utilities. So one of these units is actually going to be solar powered and off-grid. So it can be done in remote locations that may not have reliable or standard utility availability. It can be made and shipped by ships to any location that gets cargo, and then moved fully operational with all the components in place. So there's a difference that we can make, and these differences have been made in plenty of locations. Too many people have pictures, such as you see on the left, of what the reef has looked like in the past 3 decades, from beautiful reefs to looking like this left-hand picture. We can now, and with documentation, show that in just a few years, like this location in Belize from Fragments of Hope, that this is the same picture location 10 years later you see on the right. It's back to where it used to be. And we can actually do this now. We can have the technology, we can have the transfer and education of this technology to local communities, and we can have each community be involved in their own local environmental impacts. By taking the existing corals that are alive today and are resistant or resilient to the conditions of the last 3 decades, we just need to make more of those naturally selected species in numbers, plant them out, and with your help, regain not just a reef that has those dozens or so species, but the full thousands of invertebrates and hundreds of fish that call these reefs their home, and feed close to 1 billion people worldwide from the fisheries that are produced by reefs that are less than 1% of the bottom of the ocean. These pictures here, again at Fragments of Hope in Belize, show December 2010, 1 elkhorn coral planted in the upper left. Here it is just 1 year later in the center photograph of that lower left-hand corner, starting to grow. And here it is in years with that center horn coral now the size of a small bush, and the other staghorn coral species and others that have filled in the space with multiple plantings. This is possible. We can take the kind of pictures that we were used to in the past and turn them into the kind of before that, when the reefs were beautiful, like some of you remember. And the fish know it, and the fish will come, and the fish will have the habitat to provide all those resources for fisheries, for resorts and tourism, for habitat for all those species people like to catch and need to eat, as well as building back the storm preventing shoreline protections that reef provide for many island nations. With sea level rise and more storms, we need to build back our reefs to protect the people along the coast. And this can be done, and this can be done at scale. And with Plant a Million Corals, a new nonprofit organization, our name is not only our mission, it's our vision. It is not just a good start, it is the hope that many people and nations require. And with that, I will finish my program by saying thank you. There is the ability for us with technology that exists.
Yes, I just lost his hand. Okay, thank you. So thank you so much, David. I think this is truly the model for new regenerative models to save our oceans and the future. We are now going to dive into a great panel discussion focused on the need for innovation through startups, and the panel with the 1,000 Ocean Startups. So in a few seconds after the next jingle, I will introduce the panel for the 1,000 Ocean Startups.
I hope you enjoyed that brilliant session. Now let's move to the He for She Summit, a major event inside ChangeNOW Summit. We will stay with them until 5:30, but do not hesitate to go directly to the platform and to connect with the session to watch the full session. Stay tuned and we'll see you back here in 30 minutes.
In a room together in person, two people on the video coming in remotely, and very quickly you forget about the two people coming in remotely and things get worse for that group. They become less relevant. So it's not straightforward. We need to really work at this notion of hybrid work and make it relevant and well executed for everyone, but women in particular.
Absolutely. And that flows perfectly into the next thing I wanted to ask you, Jess. What do we need to do today, in the next 6 months, in the next year, to make sure that we hold on to the momentum that we have today?
Ultimately, we will solve this when men and women recognize that the senior women have to become part of the network. And men have to move forward to building personal relationships with senior women and vice versa, so that these senior talented women become part of the network and therefore become part of the solution of a firm going forward. In the UK, we created a function 5 years ago where every committee at that level of the bank, every management committee, has to have an ex officio member. And in almost all cases, the ex officio member is a woman. And it is simply to get senior women access to the network of an executive committee or a management committee.
Thank you. Henri, I'm wondering from you, what actions do you believe men need to take to support our work towards gender equality?
As male leaders, being in the decision-making position, we have the power to change the game and to challenge the status quo faster than a lifetime. We must be advocates for giving not only the voice, but also the power for women to lead the conversation, to lead the network, and to make the decision. Actually, we need to change the power dynamics. We took the commitment to say in 2025, we will be at full gender parity at all the senior leadership position. And I think this is a very strong commitment. And now everybody in the organization is really accountable for this.
Thank you. And I certainly share your hope that commitments like the one you just described can get us to true equality during our lifetimes. Kevin, I'm going to leave you with the last word. What can we do to make sure that we do see equality in our lifetimes?
I completely agree with Jess's point about actively sponsoring women so that they're part of the network, they are supported, and they do feel that they're being systematically encouraged to keep moving along the development curve towards senior leaders. That's vital. It's not happening in sufficient form. It's happening in some companies. How do we make that more institutionally? Because women are not promoted to the next job at the same rate as men. That's a vital point of change that has to move forward. So look, I believe we can make this progress, but it is going to require a step up from where we are. Otherwise, we will not achieve this goal within our lifetimes, but I also believe that we can. And I think with the courage, with the wisdom, and with indeed the actions that we've been talking about today, that progress can be made, and let's hope it is. For my two daughters' sake, and sure for all the others who are part of this with daughters they want to see in senior leadership roles going forward.
Absolutely. Thank you all so much for being here today. I feel like I've learned so much from our wonderful panel, and I personally am feeling hopeful that we will achieve the equality we've been talking about through some of the measures that our great panel has brought up today. So thank you all for taking the time to join us. I really appreciated your attention, and I am looking forward to seeing the rest of the summit with all of you. Thanks again.
Incredible insights. Thank you so much, everyone. And for the audience listening, these he for she proven solutions are live right now on the he for she website. So go to heforshe.org and you can download them. All of these champions have done the hard work for us. And so if you are looking to tackle a similar issue in your business or your community, you now have a library of tried and tested methods to choose from. Moving on to our next section, I'm very excited about these next conversations. The champions will talk about the shadow pandemic of gender-based violence and what they are doing to eliminate it. They'll talk about how they are creating new cultural norms across university campuses and how they are engaging the future leaders of tomorrow. Our university partners are literally shaping the minds of young people, and we are incredibly proud to have the opportunity to work with them. Before that, I'm delighted to introduce our next guest and a very special one. Please welcome Jerry Horner, singer, songwriter, businesswoman, and author, in conversation with Nick Reed, CEO of Vodafone, and Bruce Cleaver, CEO of De Beers Group.
Hi, you may have heard me say the word girl power. What does that really mean in this day and age? Feminism? Feminism in the dictionary means the equalization between men and women. In this modern day, we want to have a conversation that talks about supporting women, and we need your help. I feel absolutely honored to be here for the United Nations UN Women He for She. And today we're going to have an open conversation with some heads of companies, how we can learn from each other. Everything is welcome here. This is an open conversation, and I'm really excited to be here. We have the head of De Beers and the head of Vodafone. So first of all, we're going to speak to Bruce Cleaver from De Beers. Bruce, would you like to tell us a bit more about the De Beers journey for the He for She campaign, which has been under the umbrella of the United Nations?
Thanks, Jerry. Yeah, we've been proud participants in He for She, and I've been a thematic champion since 2017. Some years ago, we looked at the inclusion and diversity in De Beers, and it frankly wasn't good enough, and it simply wasn't good enough. So we really knew we needed to do something, and we looked around to find a credible partner who could help us in this journey. And we found UN Women, and they found us. And together we've been on an amazing journey. You know, we come from largely a mining business, and inclusion and diversity has historically proved more difficult there. But we set out with an ambitious goal to double the rate of hiring in senior appointments in women across De Beers in a 3-year period. And we stuck to that, and we beat that target, notwithstanding the pandemic and a really tough time for the business.
And so can we bring Nick Reed from Vodafone? What's your experience for the He for She campaign?
So we did some research on gender or domestic violence. Across 107 countries, we found that 15% of women had experienced some form of domestic violence in the past year. 15%. That a third of them had a drop in productivity as a result. So this is a huge and massive impact, and we need to stand up and tackle this. So we said we needed to, as a company, do a domestic violence policy globally for our business. It involved 10 days safe leave. It involved access to information support, financial service support, flexible working. So we gave a package of support. And it also involved training of managers and HR reps through our business to ensure they understood how to deal with certain situations. So we did a very holistic approach. And what I'm really pleased is 1 year on, we did a survey of people, and survivors are actively using that policy. I mean, people are using 3 to 10 days. What for? Going to court, going to see the police, moving home. So, you know, real tangible issues they were facing, and we could be there for them. And at the same time, it was great to hear back from managers saying not only could they give support for the team, but also they could be advocates in the society and also support their family and friends. So you're having a wider impact than just within your business. It goes a lot broader. And we're working with a lot of companies now who are saying, please give me your toolkit. We're giving them the toolkit, the research, the policy. We make it all available on Vodafone.com so that they can go on that journey with us.
Okay, Nick. So what else is Vodafone doing?
One of the key things that we've been focused on, other than internal policy, is using our technology. We call it apps against abuse. We have a portfolio of different apps, and we've built up a base of users of 1.3 million using the various apps. The most recent one is Bright Sky, and we launched this, and it's mainly focused at allowing someone to understand their relationship, understand whether it's a safe relationship or whether it has abusive aspects to it, that it points people to what are the different types of abusive relationships, so it has an educational aspect to it. If it's an abusive relationship, what's the nearest centre that they could get support? And just then also allows them to log the various incidents that happen. So it's a real support for survivors in an anonymous way that they can use, and also other people can help survivors. So we've been really rolling this out across Europe and Africa, and we now have over 100,000 users of the app. And importantly, there was a 75% increase in the downloads of this app over the pandemic. So it just goes to show again that the shadow pandemic that happened around domestic violence is more relevant than ever.
Bruce, you yourself have done a huge amount for supporting women, and building on that momentum. What are your thoughts of how you can move? What's next?
Well, we have very ambitious goals in a number of areas, things like becoming carbon neutral by 2030, things like 4 jobs created off mine site for every 1 job on the mine. So all of what we do is part of a holistic strategy, which is very much focused around our sustainability strategy, which is very much core business. And I think that is a big point. This needs to be core business. It can't be something that maybe 10 or 20 years ago was a nice to have. This is the business as far as I'm concerned. We've discovered through the pandemic, though, of course, in the countries in which we operate, that gender-based violence has increased a great deal. And we've done a tremendous amount there on both advocacy and access. We've also learned, interestingly, that even though some of these countries are geographically close to each other, you have to be different in different countries because there are different challenges for you to overcome. I think we do have to step this up more in the future. I think one of the key things for me about advocacy is we've got to do more with men in communities, not just in our organization, about being positive influences here. So we've got a really interesting way of doing this, for example, in Botswana, where we get the message out not only through local radio stations and through Facebook, but we engage very much with the community, with business leaders, with football players, with traditional leaders, with faith-based leaders. And I think we've got to do more there. I think we've got to make sure, particularly in remote areas, that there's no stigma attached to being a survivor, and that it's important that people talk about these difficult topics. So it's not just providing physical safe spaces, and we do a lot of that, and providing counseling, and we do a great deal of that. It's also about how you help people talk about this more and destigmatize it. And then the other part of that for us, which we've been really focused on through the pandemic, is trying to get to the root cause of this, which in many cases is poverty, extreme poverty. So we have a great program called Accelerating Women Micro-Owned Entrepreneurs. And we've supported 1,000 women owning very small businesses around our communities. You wouldn't be surprised to hear, Jerry, that women reinvest the proceeds of their businesses back in communities and men don't, as a rule. So we invest very much in women here. But this is really so that we can help them become less dependent. And I think there's a lot more work for us to do there in trying to set ambitious goals to help lift people out of poverty. That is a really key way of addressing the gender-based violence issue. So even though lockdown was underway, we trained women with digital skills and the kind of skills they need for the future. We helped them source government grants, etc. So we have tremendously ambitious goals, and I think you should never stop with these. I think if you meet one, you need to set another one, and you need to continually set the bar higher and higher with ambitious goals. I think you mentioned it earlier. It's okay if you don't meet all of them. I don't think that's the point. The point is, are you ambitious enough? Are you authentic enough? And do you keep pushing the boundaries? So none of us is there yet. And I totally agree with Nick as well, that this can't be done by one organization. You've got to partner with people, with other corporates, with NGOs, with UN Women and people like that. That's the fastest way of doing this. The truth is there's a long way to go.
The truth is there is a long way to go, but it's brilliant that everybody is opening the conversation. We've talked about education. Education empowers, but also it's prevention. But I'm wondering if, there's something to be looked at for everyone, for our youth, for the younger generation, to actually inspire them. So obviously to inspire the girls through education, but also the young boys. Everybody deserves the chance to grow. And the only way we're going to do that is by sharing that information, like you, Bruce and Nick, you two are doing that. I've learned from you today. Nick, what's next?
We're doing a lot to drive an increase in women representation in leadership roles. And I think that is really fundamental, because it will build different businesses and play a part to how those businesses engage with society. I'd say the second thing is that what we're really focused on is working with other companies, sharing research, sharing thought leadership, like Bruce, sitting down and saying, how can we be more influential together as a community on the rest of private sector? Because, there's a big range of companies that are either not progressed at all to being very progressed. And this is a really important subject. So I think the private sector needs to be vocal, needs to be visible, and needs to show leadership in this area. And, whether it's gender diversity or whether it's domestic violence for gender equality, difficult subjects that you have to say, we stand for this, and here's what we're going to do, and then offer it to others to copy or take our lead.
Oh, brilliant. It's been really, really inspiring. Thank you so much, both of you, for your time. And I'm sure everybody listening today, we haven't got so much Zoom gloom. It's been very uplifting. So thank you very much.
Hi, Simon Pegg here. I'm showing my support for he for she and the safety of women in public spaces. Women and girls have been demanding change louder than ever before, but the COVID pandemic could set gender equality wins back more than a generation. Behaviour is influenced by culture. 40% of women don't see themselves represented in advertising. 90% of parents aren't seeing good role models there. There are twice as many male characters in films as there are female characters, and they are twice as likely to speak. At the 2021 Academy Awards, only 2 female directors were nominated, and only 9 people of colour represented in the nominations. We need more women in leading roles, and need to see changing attitudes about how to treat women. We can't see what we can't be, and the way people are treated on screen affects the way people are treated in real life. We need to tackle toxic masculinity so that everyone is safe and free to live their lives. At school, at work, at uni, or just out and about after lockdown. UN Women UK found this year that 95% of women in the UK are less likely to report sexual harassment because they simply don't believe it will change anything. We have the opportunity to change something now. That's what he for she is about. Taking a moment to see if we can do more to show respect as friends, parents, co-workers, managers. Gender equality is good for everyone, and public spaces need to work for all. Are you with us?
Good morning, good afternoon. I would like to welcome our audience today to the very topical discussion on how to address violence against women and girls and the role that different actors can play in doing so. So we have an esteemed panel today to address some of these questions, and I'm very happy to introduce Mr. Carl Fox, who's the Chief Constable in North Wales Police, Professor Paul Wainaina, the Vice Chancellor at the Kenyatta University, and Professor Vahan Agopian, President of the University of Sao Paulo. Welcome, and I would like to move to the first question. So we've just heard in the first panel discussion from business leaders on how they are tackling gender-based violence. But of course, it goes without saying that violence against women and girls happens everywhere. And it's a complex phenomenon, and we all have a role to play. So if you can please tell us about the work you are doing in your space and how you would have been able to, what you have been able to achieve. So if I can please start with Mr. Carl Fox, over to you.
Diolch, thank you very much. So first of all, everybody has the right to feel safe wherever they are, whoever they are, and should not feel responsible for other people's behaviours. I think the tragic merger in London recently around Sarah Everard has put a real focus on policing in the UK of what are we doing and what more can we do to tackle and protect the most vulnerable in our society. So policing in the UK has some clear work streams that have already been in place around rape and serious sexual violence, around domestic abuse, and around stalking and harassment. But we've recognised that we need to do more. And that is specifically around safety in the public place, around the criminal justice system and how we target offenders that are committing these levels of violence, around how we record incidents and crimes going forward, and so we get the biggest picture we possibly can. There is something around our own behaviour in policing and how do we challenge some inappropriate behaviour and how do we make sure that we are responsive to those that need our help. How do we engage the community and how do we engage people that are suffering from violence more effectively? And then how do we monitor and use scrutiny better? We can only do that with the support of partner agencies. We can only do that support of groups, and we can only do that as a more joined up system approach.
Thank you very much. And over to Professor Paul Wainaina, please.
For us at Kenyatta University, first of all, we have recognized that the issue of gender violence is really pervasive. And because of that, we already have a center. We have identified a directorate, which actually takes care of all those issues to do with gender violence. First of all, we have generated policies for gender violence, against gender violence. We have actually policies to do with the gender enhancement, particularly where we are looking at gender equity. And the chair, it is very, very important for us to know that it is unique in a university setting.
Thank you, Professor Wainaina. Very important comments. So if I can move over to Professor Agopian in order for him to share his own reflections. Over to you, Professor.
Thank you. This is a very complex problem, so we have several approaches to deal with it. The first one, of course, is the cultural changing, the efforts for changing the culture inside the university with the community. The community has to move for gender equality. So this is the work of the University of São Paulo Women's Office, incorporating the gender agenda at the core of the administration. Let's say the commitment of the center of the administration with this problem, tackling the gender-based violence from different perspectives, formulating programs and educational actions, let's say give visibility to GBV, organizing and leading research, let's say increasing the knowledge about the GBV, measure the students' perceptions, communication, educational campaigns, and partnerships, as it is impossible to isolate the phenomenon of GBV for the intersections with other structural inequalities.
Thank you very much for the first round of reflections. And I would like now to move to the second question. If you can please let us know now, based on your own work and what you have done successfully so far, what actions do you hope individuals listening today will take going forward to do their part in ending the shadow, or not so much shadow anymore, pandemic of gender-based violence? Can we please ask maybe this time from Professor Wainaina? Thank you, over to you.
Thank you very much, moderator. I think for us, the issue of the pandemic has brought out certain things that has made our society become kind of stressed. And we have seen a lot of this. And we are trying very much, particularly in those communities where this is happening, to make sure that people are talked to so that psychologically they are able to be prepared. We have a lot of, for example, in the university, we do have university chaplains who looked after the students, and they are doing a very good job in terms of trying to make sure that that violence that is being caused by stress is not actually meted to women who look weak. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Wainaina. So, Professor Agopian, if I can turn to you, what would you propose that our audience should do in order, we all have a role to play after what we heard today in addressing violence against women and girls?
Initially, it is clear for us that the scenario to end GBV and empower women and girls to achieve gender equality is a path of no return. So we have the responsibility to engage men and boys to transform cultural values, practices, and actions.
Thank you. Mr. Fox, if you could please share your own reflections.
Diolch, thank you. Always difficult to follow two eminent speakers. So as a senior police officer, a father and a husband, I absolutely believe this has to be everybody's responsibility. Men need to start standing up and start calling out behaviours and recognising the impact their behaviours have on women and girls. And what I would ask those that are listening to reflect around their organisations. Are people calling out behaviour? Are people challenging sexual harassment in the workplace? Are people challenging inappropriate language or behaviour? Is misogyny rife in their organisations? And what are they doing to challenge those behaviours that we see? I fundamentally do think we need to stop shaming victims that come forward and report inappropriate behaviour, and recognise that we need to focus on the perpetrators that are committing these types of behaviours, who think it is acceptable to do so, both in the workplace, in the home place, and in the public place.
Excellent. I would like to thank our audience and our panelists for this excellent discussion.
During the past 5 years, the He for She movement has been able to mobilize the private sector, universities, and governments with significant success. The multi-stakeholder partnership brought into existence numerous tangible solutions on a global scale. Our experience as Koch Holding has confirmed that business has a critical role to play in overcoming traditional stereotypes and promoting diverse and inclusive gender roles. The time has come to deepen the lessons learned. We are delighted to become one of the private sector leaders of the Action Coalition on Technology and Innovation for Gender Equality. For the next 5 years, we will strive to ensure that women and girls have equal opportunities in shaping the future of innovation and technology.
Welcome everybody to the Creating New Cultural Norms panel. I am Dr. Shruti Kapoor, the founder of Safety, a women's rights activist and an economist. Today we have with us a stellar panel. I'm going to first introduce Dr. Feridun Abdullahpur, the University of Waterloo's President and Vice Chancellor. Next we have Dr. Seichi Matsuo, who is a prominent researcher, academic leader, and the president of Nagoya University.
We are back again on the live TV. Without wasting a minute, I suggest that we go back to the global coalitions for the ocean. We should connect with Daniela Fernandez, founder and CEO of the Sustainable Ocean Alliance, to sustain the health of the oceans. This young lady brings together leaders in order to fast-track solutions and harness the power of companies and people. Let's join her and her session.
That is, I mean, both so inspiring and it's something like a message that you bring through here that I'm so extremely happy to hear. Because, of course, the ocean industries as they work now are not really necessarily fit for the future. We are in a time of history where we need to extract much more resources, proteins, energy, etc., from the ocean at the same time as we're actually removing a lot of the necessary parameters for life to grow in a healthy way. And I would like to hear, because I really believe that, you know, bringing more new change agents into this industry is also about showing the future opportunities, that where you can move from being a climate activist into becoming a business activist, building up the new solutions. And on the path of inspiration, which key accomplishments is it that you think best represent the role of your alliance and demonstrating why we need the young generation to really step up as problem solver in this blue-green shift? Do you have some favorite stories or examples to bring to the audience here?
Absolutely. So one example that I'll give is last year we created our Youth Policy Advisory Council. And this council is comprised of young leaders that have either policy experience or that want to be involved in policy. And what they did is they surveyed our entire Sustainable Ocean Alliance young leader community to ask young people, what are their priorities in policy and change making? Because when you think about it, oftentimes we hear these priorities from world leaders, from ambassadors, from CEOs, but you never ask a young person what they're seeing on the ground, what they feel is a priority for their own region. And so we built this advisory board, and now they're creating their own Blue New Deal in terms of what young people feel that, you know, should change in policy. And to me, that's so powerful because we're giving them a voice. We're giving them the opportunity to then go forth and interact with their own policymakers, with their heads of state, and make their voice heard. And this is something that simply doesn't happen. So that's something that I'm very proud of. In addition to that, in the past, before COVID, we used to co-host our Ocean conference, in that we brought our young leaders to this conference to, again, have that seat at the table and to be able to present their ideas, their projects and initiatives. And that level of access, it's something that, you know, a young person can dream of. And at SOA, we enable that connectivity because we have already made the case to world leaders that they have to have conversation with the next generation. Otherwise, you know, what they're doing isn't going to be taken up by us, right? It's rather going to be fought against. So it's all about an intergenerational conversation and collaboration that we're aiming towards at SOA.
And bridging those gaps are so important. And I think this also is about actually changing the imbalance that we see today in power and resources, because we see now that there's huge frustration in the world's populations, where you get this feeling that, you know, it doesn't matter what I do as an individual person because all the power are with big organizations or you know, senior people. So something also about taking back this understanding and very clear view that we all have a responsibility to act, and it's not up to any big organization or some senior political leader to create the future. This is actually the task that is a shared task for all of us. And
Exactly.
I was also wondering, because of course you mentioned that you have been hosting these our ocean conferences, and of course this past year we haven't been able to travel. It has been quite extraordinary and really putting our society on hold for better and worse, challenging us all to adapt and to rethink our lives and our work. And I was really curious to hear from your side what has been the best experiences, and have you experienced a stronger push and mobilization within your network and alliance over this past year, where all of us as human beings were really given a sit out lesson by nature?
Absolutely. And, to touch upon the point that you made around, how can we change this mindset of young people from only feeling like they're the victims of what's happening around them to rolling up their sleeves and doing something. The other aspect of that is also to helping them understand that you don't need a marine biology degree to help the ocean, right? We can count on your expertise, whether it is on design, on fashion, a scientist, an educator, to contribute to this cause. So I think that's something very important to note, that we have to start changing the narrative that you have to go through, graduate school, you have to, have a master's or PhD to be able to have a role in this space. And that's just not the case. In terms of what happened during the pandemic, we saw an uptick of demand and of people wanting to be connected and to continue their commitments towards our ocean. We hosted a virtual conference, I believe it was back in March or April, that we brought together our entire SOA community. We had over 1,000 people on a conference a system such as this one. And what was so powerful was how much collaboration happened and how much access people had to one another through a virtual form that we didn't have before. So for us, it's just seeing the commitment and the reassuring of sharing best practices, of working together. We have some young people that are working on coral restoration in one area of the world, and now they're connecting to folks in Asia, right, with Europe. So it's been so powerful to see that level of collaboration that has spurred because of the pandemic, given that we have more access points with each other virtually.
No, that is really great. And I love the whole perspective of really taking back power. Because, it is the young generation that will live with the consequences of our abilities or lack of abilities to take action now. And then I can't help but thinking, and I also, 10 years ago, I built up a similar organization for young people in the maritime industry. But we see that while the young generation takes lead and really steps into the future with open eyes, it's also very clear that the established players and the seniors, that they need to step up their efforts to nurture and support Sustainable Ocean Alliance and other youth-led movements and their initiatives and their communities. And with your new accelerator for the later stage companies, you have obviously pinpointed the critical need for more investments and support in the scaling phase for ocean startups. But what else is it that you see is needed? Where are the current key critical gaps, and what do you need from the established and more senior people and structures that are out there and that may watch this session today?
Thank you for that question. And I'm so glad you asked that, because over the past 3 years, we've been serving our startups, understanding what obstacles they're facing, understanding how we can better support them. And one of the areas is truly around investment, right? There's a lot of programs that are supporting seed stage capital. You have a friend and family around. But then when you have companies entering the Series A and beyond, there's not a lot of capital there for them to land in. And so, it's part of our role at SOA to also educate investors on what the blue economy looks like, how they can get involved, how they can measure and track impact. So that's been a role that we've taken on in building an investor network and helping them understand the sector. But we also need that level of commitment from investors, right? And that level of desire to enter this space and work with these companies that really need their support. So that would be number one. Number two, on the policy side, we are actually working on a really exciting project with some European governments, which I will actually, I can't reveal right now, but I will tell you the premise of it. We have a lot of companies that are looking for pilot places to go and literally put their technology into the ocean. And oftentimes governments have a variety of restrictions, whether they are, the permits that they need to file, whether they are, the questions or the lack of understanding they have about technology. So we are trying to accelerate the understanding of governments to be able to support these companies instead of creating these roadblocks for startups and entrepreneurs that are trying to, to save our ocean, but they can't because governments don't have the flexibility to enable them to actually, put their pilots to test. So that's something that I would encourage government and policymakers to truly look at the obstacles that they're placing right now for entrepreneurship in the ocean space and see how they can be better by removing some of those permits or requirements that truly, stall the progress that these companies are making.
Yeah. And one thing is on the governmental side and the funding side, and I think you bring up such valuable and really spot on issues here. But what about the established corporates? We talked about the established players before in the previous panel, but what is your dream scenario when it comes to how the big corporates can support the various needs and collaboration structures for your startups?
100%. So corporates also have such a critical role to play in being pilot customers for startups and working with them by opening up their R&D departments to them. We have so many companies that come to us and say, we don't have a way to work with corporates because either, they're sent around to talk to 5 different people to get to the point that they don't have a way to work with startups. So it's a waste of time for them to even start those conversations. So in essence, I would say that corporates need to develop a team that specifically works with innovation, with startups, with entrepreneurs, that has a clear pathway as to how to engage with them. And number 2, to be able to share resources, right? These corporations have so much, capital and R&D and equipment that these startups could definitely use and benefit from. So if there's a way for you to partner with a startup to be able to help them advance their technology, which at the end of the day may support your own corporate initiatives, I think that's something to be mindful of. And then 3 is, be a little bit more of a risk taker in terms of partnering with a startup as a pilot customer. We need the startups to get that buy-in from a corporation so they can see whether their product is going to work and support them and be a partner with them in fixing the problems that potentially come up, as opposed to simply being risk averse and not even wanting to work with these companies. So I would say that those would be some significant steps that corporates can take to support the development and the scaling of these companies.
Excellent input. And I really hope everybody out there will take the message here and act on it. I also wanted to ask you, as we are closing towards the launch of the Thousand Ocean Startups, how do you see that the Thousand Ocean Startups and the coalition partners, such as Christian's company, my company, and others, can also help enabling this bridge between your startups and your work and the established players, the financial community, etc.? What are kind of the dream scenarios there?
Well, I believe that visibility is so important in helping people understand the types of companies that exist, so that young people, students, can see these companies as role models, can understand what challenges they're facing, can understand what gaps can they maybe fill in, invent, and create on their own. So I do think that the role that accelerator programs that these coalitions have to play is around just exposing and giving, shedding more light into the amazing work these companies are doing, because you can only build something that you have been exposed to or something that you know about. When you look at the history of time in the ocean space, the ocean has really been seen as an actor for transportation, for exploitation and for exploration. And now we have to shift the narrative to tell the world, hey, the ocean is no longer going to simply benefit humanity, but actually we have to serve in regenerating it and building sustainable businesses for it. But again, if we don't have those role models, if we don't have examples of how change can be created, and these startups are exactly that, they are that that example, that pathway that people can take to create new innovations. So I think that's the role that that these innovations and partnerships can build upon.
Excellent. I think that is the perfect segue, and thank you so much for our conversation. I really enjoyed it. That is the perfect segue to just remind everyone here about the launch, which starts in 15 minutes. Thousand Ocean Startups, 6 p.m. Central European Time, the global coalition with a mission to scale startups that helps generating ocean health. Thank you so much, and see you later.
Thank you.
I sincerely hope that you're enjoying the lineup and being part of this ChangeNOW community. This community is gathering the best-in-class ambassadors of change here to trigger actions that have positive impacts for all, women, men, future generations, and nature. It's a community who dares, who evolves. With Danielle Fernandez, we have a perfect example of how it is possible to develop an entrepreneurial mindset now. Now, what is the link between an entrepreneurial mindset and innovation, emerging technologies, and mitigating climate change? Well, if you stay with us for the next 15 minutes, you will see an overview of how innovation and research and development support new solutions. Or you can go to the collaboration, innovation, and R&D session and stay with the speakers until the end of the debate. See you back here in 15 minutes.
Tiba is the managing director of Unreasonable Group. She has advanced experience in banking and in different industrial fields, including sustainable agriculture. And also very welcome to Friedrich Barth, who has broad experience in environment and chemistry at the global level. And the most interesting for our session, Friedrich established the International Competence Center for Sustainable Chemistry just recently. So I will open our discussion by giving the stage to Daniela. For start, Daniela, hi Daniela, and can you tell us more about Think Beyond activities? Where are you present? What are the main challenges of your work? Feel free to include Pratibha and Friedrich in this discussion. So, dear Daniela, floor is yours.
Thank you, Tanya, and very nice to see you. And good morning or good evening to everyone, wherever you are. It is wonderful to join you today, and we're honored to be with you. We are going to talk in the next 20 minutes about appropriate financing mechanisms and support for innovators who are creating impact for our planet. So we will explore this topic from several different directions. The three of us work in different areas of innovation. Think Beyond develops an innovation pipeline for the Sustainable Development Goals. And we work in two areas: in the early stage innovation, where innovation comes out of the labs and begins the path of commercialization, and later on in the scale-up phase. The Sustainable Development Goals are a unique economic opportunity. They're largely yet untapped, although we see nibbles at different parts of it. But what is unique about the innovation pipeline there is that it's very different than, say, the high-tech market or the biotech market, where the markets already exist and are ready. For the Sustainable Development Goals, oftentimes the innovation has to be pulled out of the labs and directed to address the specific needs of industry or the markets. So to do this, we work with innovators, industry, and investors. We work with industry to understand what their needs are, because oftentimes they're a big client. We work with investors to understand what their investment interests are, but also to support them with understanding of the KPIs and what kind of investment opportunities exist there. And Pratibha, you know all about this, so I hope you tell us a little bit more in the conversation. And we work with innovators, innovator labs in universities, in hubs, to understand what their capacity is, and in some cases to give them direction to develop, particularly in the areas that are key priority. So in the course of this, we have identified several key structural needs, and financing is one of them. But financing is not enough. Every entrepreneur will tell you, give me money and let me do my business. The reality is that that is not enough. The reality is that they need appropriate financing vehicles. And not the typical venture capital is not always appropriate for every stage of innovation. So what we've discovered is that in the very early stage of innovation, the most appropriate vehicle is non-dilutive capital. And in our work with hundreds of innovators so far, we've identified the need for capital that doesn't burden them with operating costs or handing out equity before they're even ready or before they know whether the company will be viable or not. So this is one area, catalytic capital, that is much needed. And our model for this is the National Science Foundation in the United States, who has created what they call the American Seed Fund. The American Seed Fund deploys about $200 million a year to promising innovations that go through a vetting process, of course, and they're in key critical areas for humanity. And the unique part about it is that this is not just capital, this is grants, it's non-dilutive capital, but it's complemented with mentorship, and it's complemented with guidance on how to create the business and how to build it. So catalytic capital is especially important, and we have modeled our catalytic fund on this need. On the other hand, what is also important is scale-up capital. And Fritz, I hope you can tell us about this in your work with the Global Entrepreneurship Center, because scale-up capital is a necessity. It's not always available, and it's also relatively high risk. So let's talk a little bit now with all of you about what is the role of your organization in supporting innovation directed at sustainability. And Pratibha, I'd like to start with you. If you would please tell us what kind of financing you deal with. You're the head of investments. What do you feel is still needed? And in the phase you work, because I believe you work at a little later phase, a scale-up of businesses, what do you wish there was available to get these businesses ready for you? And you can tell a little bit about your organization as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniela, and good to be here. So just a little bit, I'd love to start off talking a bit about my organization, Unreasonable. And at Unreasonable, we believe in the power of business to drive lasting and scalable change. That's why we build a community between entrepreneurs, institutions, and investors to profitably solve pressing global problems. The Unreasonable Fellowship is an invite-only community for growth stage entrepreneurs who bake their impact into the DNA of their very own profit model. Our CEOs gain access to a curated community of more than 1,400 investors, 800 mentors, and some of the world's most powerful institutions like Barclays, Accenture, Pearson, and Fossil. So our belief is that no single entity can solve the most pressing global challenges that we're going through. So we work to align our Unreasonable Fellows, which is the CEOs of high growth, high impact ventures globally, with multinationals and governments to explore new partnerships and investment opportunities. To us, community is everything. Our approach is one of community-driven support. Fellows build lifelong relationships with one another, with unreasonable mentors, with investors who have aligned interests with our team. So to give you a little bit about on the statistics side, we have a bit more than 255 CEOs who are currently part of the Unreasonable Fellowship and have raised a little more than $6 billion in financing and are positively impacting around 800 lives globally. And much like the community-driven support that I've just shared, we also have a community-driven investing model in our organization. So in October last year, we launched Unreasonable Collective, which is a unique invitation-only member club for accredited investors interested in investing in these ventures. And this particular innovative growth financing structure builds on the emergence of two very crucial, important trends in impact investing. One is redesigning an investor base for an inclusive financing landscape. But this, which to us is particularly useful because it not only equalizes the playing field, but also looks at diverse capital in the form of that bring fresh perspectives, ground up insights, expertise, and network across domestic and international markets. And two, is really encouraging collaboration between funders to amplify impact and accelerate venture growth. See, in terms of non-dilutive financing, or what we're seeing in the scale-up financing world, back to what you have shared, Daniela, is most people don't realize how difficult to challenge technologies that are looking to address massive pain points within climate or future of work, as examples are tackling today. So the geographies in which these ventures operate can be physically harsh or suffer from severe skilled labor shortages. Deep tech build-outs and business models can be new and require large teams to implement. So nevertheless, the ventures we're seeing in our fellowship are making advances, and it's important for our capital partners to remind themselves of this context of how we're expecting entrepreneurs to tackle the world's biggest challenges with new technology in the toughest markets, all the while delivering commercial return for investors in less than 10 years. So it's an enormous task, and one that can only be achieved with a mix of funding instruments, from soft funding, angel, venture capital, commercial debt. But what we're seeing when you look at the broader funding ecosystem is it reveals a bit of a siloed approach. Grant providers primarily fund NGOs, debt providers overwhelmingly fund collateralized enterprises, venture capitalists look at the high growth baked-in models, which results in twofold. One is severe lack of unsecured debt, forcing many enterprises to use expensive equity to fund their working capital requirements, which in turn increases equity investment requirements and decreases the return that investors are looking for. And two, provision of grant funding is largely dispersed to a select organization, which is a traditionalistic philanthropic view. So our approach at Unreasonable has been to work with corporate partners like Barclays to explore the deployment of grant capital through, which has an inbuilt ecosystem of support and collaboration baked into the financing model, much like what you've also shared, in your current model. So these grants are not used to subsidize the price of an end product or service to the consumer. In my view, that's more likely to frustrate the long-term growth plans of an enterprise, but more are used to create core components required for scale, which in turn amplifies impact. So funding for proving out commercial strategy, initial support for talent who are needed but often too expensive to hire, R&D, technical assistance from relevant experts. It is critical to note that these grants are not necessarily delivered independently of commercial funding. We always have this conception that once an enterprise reaches commercial risk capital, the stage of commercial risk capital, grant funding ceases to exist. In fact, what we believe is the grant funding delivered in parallel with commercial investment can be particularly catalytic and lead to higher impact per grant dollar spent, as both types of funders are able to leverage their investments while remaining true to their investment strategies. Daniela, you spoke about the missing finance. To us, that is where we see the new world of VC going, and I'm happy to explore that later. But it's the idea of operator investor networks being able to come together, because it's back again to the community-driven finance that can play a role, not only about deploying capital, but also deploying the right resources to back these companies.
Pratibha, let's get Fritz to join us at this particular juncture, because the Global Entrepreneurship Center, of which Think Beyond is a founding member as well, is focusing particularly on scaling up businesses and startups. And so he's looking at the unique challenges they face at this stage. So Fritz, tell us a little bit about how the GEC is going to help entrepreneurs who are ready to scale up, and what kind of financing vehicles do you think would be appropriate?
Well, thanks, Daniela, and thanks to the organizer. Well, congratulations to the conference. I think it started really great, and it's an honor to speak here. Well, what I want to do is I would like to make, let's say, first 3 points which I think are a real problem today to achieve the transformation we need. And then I would like to tell you more how the Global Entrepreneurship Center is addressing these problems. The first problem is we don't have enough attention on the deep tech sector, and in particular on the sustainable, circular and climate neutral deep tech. Yeah, a lot of focus goes to the IT, to artificial intelligence, and a lot of finance goes in these areas, yeah, and in other traditional areas. But the transformation needs more deep tech and more, let's say, new technologies in the areas to achieve the transformation. That's the first point. And there's not enough attention, not enough finance, and not enough support in this area. The next point is the policy framework we have today is far too complicated.
It is 6 p.m. here in Paris, and it's been a sensational lineup of speakers and sessions. Let's get back on set and check in. Guess who's back with us? It's Santiago. How have you found the day so far?
Well, I think it was a great first day for us. You know, we were expecting this for so many months when we started to decide that we were going to do this digital edition. And that's it. We are here doing it. So it's a great pleasure, and people responded super positively to what we've created. So that's perfect. You know?
I'm honestly not surprised. I've been absolutely blown away with what you've created. But I'm going to ask you a trick question. What's really stood out for you? Like what's been the creme de la creme, pièce de résistance? See, I'm in France. I thought I'd use some of the words.
Well, you know, there are so many things that happened today that it's really difficult just to say one or two. But personally, I really loved interviewing Celia Earle because I think she's such an inspiring explorer for the ocean. So I think this was pretty intense as a moment. Otherwise, there are so many great speakers that I can't just pick one. But I think that above all this, there's so many things happening on the platform. I think that what struck me is the fact that digital works to make connections.
Yeah.
You know? We had today booked 2,000 B2B meetings for the first day.
Get out, 2,000 in one day.
Yes, and so I think that this is also something I just want to highlight, is that we made a bet saying, okay, we're going to do it digitally, this event. We'll see if people really want to connect. And yes, they want, so that's great.
So do you have any other stats for us? The 2,000 stat is really cool, but have you got any other insights, maybe number of people who've joined from different countries, or how's it going kind of numbers-wise?
So for the first day, we are around 25,000 participants.
Wow.
So that's cool. And I think that what impressed us the most is the fact that with the digital version, we had a global reach.
Mm-hmm.
You know? We're saying this morning at the opening that we had people joining from 150 countries, with countries that we didn't expect to be so high in numbers. And I mean, for example, the second country the most represented is South Africa. Yeah. I think that's pretty cool because we never imagined that before.
That's pretty cool. So I mean, you've had over 2,000 business meetings booked, 25,000 people have attended, 150 different countries. Is it like a different mix of countries? You said South Africa was right up there. Did we have loads of South Africans last year? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. No, it's really a new mix of countries. Yeah.
So digital works for connecting deeply. We've covered so many topics today, and I've been really impressed that people have been seriously sort of engaging in the platform and diving in to kind of get connected, despite that, you know, we're online and it's a pandemic, but that doesn't stop us from connecting. How are you feeling about it? You know, last time we met, it was Grand Palais. It was a big event, and this year we're in a studio. How are you feeling?
Well, you know, for us, well, Grand Palais was an amazing experience. It was 28,000 participants in the same place in person.
Yeah.
And we wanted to keep that flame somewhere, you know, and it's cool because the digital version still shows that all this energy that of the ecosystem is totally active, living. We've seen some speakers who were already here last year, like Follow This, Mark Van Baal, and he did an amazing job during 1 year. So he went here to just say how hard they worked, even though there was the pandemic. And I think that this is a general energy of the change makers we have here at ChangeNOW. They didn't give up anything, they kept their ground and they moved forward.
I'm going to ask you, do you think the pandemic has helped ChangeNOW in terms of, do you think there's a bigger spotlight now on change and positive impact initiatives, that the timing's now even more robust than it was 4 years ago when you started?
Well, first of all, I would say that I think there is nothing positive, in the pandemic.
Yeah.
Still, I think that people understood better our vulnerability. And vulnerability is important also to understand that we have to make some changes.
Yeah.
So I think this is maybe that helped the process of thinking that we have to create a better world.
Mm-hmm.
I think it helped on that front. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's good to have some sort of silver lining because it has been a tough year. Yeah. But moving on, so we've had an awesome day today. It's not quite fully finished yet, but I kind of want to take a little peek into the future. What can we expect tomorrow? What highlights should we be looking out for?
So super cool stuff. Well, first of all, it's not finished, as you said. There's 2 major rendezvous still today. There's Women for Change, who is starting just after, Mark Carney, the UN Special Envoy. And tomorrow, I would say there is a splendid session on ocean restoration with Alexandra Cousteau, with the former president of the Palau Islands. Really great content there. You have the art program starting. I don't know if we see on the image the setup here of the TV set, but all of this is done by a Zday team, and he's one of the artists that we showcase also in the Art for Change program. And last but not least, there is also a good focus given to inclusion, to greater equality of opportunity, and I think that we need to put in our agenda the moment where Alexandre Mars will interview Chivona René-Newsom from the Black Lives Matter on stage.
I mean, it's jam-packed. We've got equality, we've got art, we've got change, environment and climate change. I mean, you haven't really missed anything out. You're really taking quite a holistic view in terms of positive impact and change.
Well, I think it's super important. We can't change the world if we change things just one by one, and also there are some ripple effects that we have to take into account. And I would say that from the beginning, meaning that when we talk about global issues, it's not just climate change.
Yeah.
People just have that maybe in mind, but it's also resources. How do we stop consuming 2 planets per year? Okay, it's a biodiversity, and it's inclusion. And all those 4 points have sometimes counter effects to one another. So it's a complex equation, and so we can just solve it if we have a holistic view.
Yeah. I love that you've brought in so many different topics. Do you have any advice for people in terms of how to best interact with the platform? There's so much going on at any given point in time.
Yeah.
How do we navigate the platform for best effect?
Well, first thing is, also this is something splendid for us, is that ChangeNOW this year has the digital platform, but a lot of meetings are happening also here, because speakers, media, and some participants are also gathered on the different studios. So a lot going on here and great encounters, because I think that makes a long time we're just expecting to meet each other, and it's very good to see you in person,
It's been a while.
Yeah, that's been a while. And a lot of people are saying this, so it's good. Here we are meeting back. And on the platform, definitely I think that people has to see this platform as a university or LinkedIn, okay, the LinkedIn of impact, where people can just, during 3 days and 4 months actually, because the platform is still open after that, they can connect one to each other.
So we've got 4 months in which we can connect in the platform. And I love that you say, think of it like the LinkedIn for positive impact. There's lots of changes that we can make on the platform. So excited about what's coming next tomorrow. We've got loads of things happening later on this evening. Anything in particular people should be looking out for the last few hours of today's program?
Well, for the last couple of hours, so definitely the Women for Change, I think, is starting right now. So you can just go and see this. Even though here we have great guests and a lot of the live TV will continue. And then we'll close really the antenna tonight with Mark Carney.
Oh, wonderful. And it's funny you should say the Women for Change program is starting right now, because we're about to head over there. Santiago, thank you so much for joining us here. As I just said, the Women for Change program has just started, and I suggest that we take a look at what's going on there. So many great personalities and wonderful women to meet. I really advise you to connect with women on the forum session in order not to miss anything in this session. We'll be back in 15 minutes.
And do more to support other women. And receiving social support also motivates everyone to do more to benefit society, to create and contribute to environmental and diversity initiatives, to contribute to economic development and community building, and even serving on nonprofit boards.
Oh, that's very interesting. So could you tell us a bit more about the key findings of your research on how this social support is implemented, and what are the key secrets maybe that we are unconscious about that you could awake us to?
Yes, so when I say receiving social support, sometimes people think I just mean emotional support, having a shoulder to cry on, hearing everything will be okay, this sort of thing. And social support does include this, but it is also so much more. It is about getting information, learning knowledge of how to do things and how to access resources, and getting practical help that people need to get things done. This includes having a good, strong, robust network to help open doors.
So network is a key thing to have when you want to empower women to drive the change. And apparently the social field, by social field women working on impact type of project is something that women are more empowered to tackle as a leader. You shared with me a few insights when we discussed, and you told me one thing that was very interesting about the research that you made. It's that when we look at social support, when we look at working to impact the world, women have got a tendency to feel more legitimate, to take the drive to achieve this change. I am right, or would you phrase it differently?
So receiving social support really empowers both men and women to take more action with respect to developing societal change. And Winji, I think you had some stories to also share with us about how you see these processes unfolding in your work.
So Winji, maybe first, could you introduce who you are and what is the initiative, the Cartier Women Initiative that you are carrying and representing today?
Sure. Thank you, Celine, and thank you, Zoe. It's such a pleasure to be here today. The Cartier Women Initiative is an international global entrepreneurship program that specifically supports women impact entrepreneurs. We have been around for about 15 years, and our mission is for all of the women entrepreneurs in the world to realize their full potential. And we do this by providing social, human, and financial capital support. And so I could not agree with you more, Zoe, around your areas of coverage around social capital support. And it's definitely something that we provide to a lot of entrepreneurs within our program. A very moving story, if you will, is that in our program, just actually recently, I learned that there was a partnership that was between a fellow, Stephanie Benedetto of Queen of Raw, that was formed with Benita Singh, a fellow from 10 years ago, so 10 edition ago of the Cartier Women Initiative, around leveraging Stephanie's platform for her impact business. And so it was just incredible to know that our network and the social capital that we were building amongst women impact entrepreneurs can benefit and support each other to further the social change that they were trying to create.
So that's very impressive to see that. I'm wondering why a brand such as Cartier is investing into supporting women impact entrepreneurs. What is the reason for that?
Sure. Yeah. Well, women impact entrepreneurs are really remarkable. I think women entrepreneurs in general. There's a study by the Boston Consulting Group that shows that actually, if you close the gender gap in entrepreneurship, that you would create a global GDP of 2.5 trillion. And that is roughly equivalent to the GDP of France. And for us, we also know from the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor research that women are much more driven to start businesses to create change. And their motivation is much more around solving social and environmental challenges. And we see this in our program. Our top 3 UN SDG goals that's solved by the fellows within our Cartier Women Initiative includes education, healthcare, and gender equality. And so we feel that by putting our support behind women impact entrepreneurs, we are really mobilizing a force that is previously potentially undervalued, excluded, that could be very effective in creating and solving the world's to-do lists. And we have a very big to-do list as ChangeNOW tells us.
So for audience that are listening to us, Zoe, what would be the advice that you would give to the audience to enable women to drive change and to enable the society to be more equal so that everyone can contribute for the sake of the humanity?
Thank you for asking, Celine. So first and foremost, we want to make sure that everyone is receiving the support that they need in terms of education and skill and knowledge attainment, and also the financial and social resources that they need to be able to do their best. And so my call to action is for all of us to support each other more. It helps all of us to be the best versions of ourselves for our individual and organizational success, and also for those broader societal benefits that we are here to enrich and celebrate today.
Thank you. And I would ask you as well the same questions for the people in the audience listening to us. If they are interested by the Cartier Women Initiative, how can you apply? Can you apply from all over the world? Would you have tips or advices to give to the women that would be interested in benefiting in the support that you are providing?
Sure, yeah, I would. So our next call for application is the summer of next year. And so the best way is to follow us either on one of our social media accounts or on CartierWomenInitiative.com. We have a great community newsletter that you can sign up for, where we sort of share with you all the updates of our program. And from now until the next call for application, we often run different workshops around different resources that entrepreneurs can benefit from. So certainly follow us and join some of the workshops to learn more about different skill set that, that might be supportive of your work in entrepreneurship. And also I guess my to all the women impact entrepreneurs out there who are sort of sees this program and is interested in the Cartier Women Initiative, please apply. A lot of times we hear from women who thinks like, oh, this is such a great program, but it's probably for a business bigger than mine or creating greater change. And I just want to assure you that we're looking for you. So please apply and join us.
So thank you very much. It's very interesting because if we want to wrap up the discussions on maybe analyze the key elements that enable women to drive the change and to be empowered to drive this change, it's coming from a support and a network of support. And we can see in what you say that it's not only about women supporting women, it's about the community, the men, the women being behind and giving all the emotional legitimacy to act and to drive the change. And I think what is coming as an output from the program that you're running for more than 15 years is that it's not only the coaching that is important, it's not only the money, but it's as well the network that is built with the different fellows that are part of the Cartier Women Initiative. I think that you told me when we were preparing these discussions that there won't be any award this year because there will be a special event that would be dedicated to the community. Could you talk a bit about that?
Yes, yeah. So we are 15 years old, so which we're very excited about, and now we have about 200 women impact entrepreneurs as part of our fellowship. And so this year we decided to take a year off, if you will, in terms of running a new program, but to reunite really the women entrepreneurs who has been part of our program, and also all the supporters, men and women, of these women entrepreneurs. And so we're hoping to have a reunion that will enable everyone to sort of catch up with each other, think about the impact, and sort of reimagine and think more about the future of what the Cartier Women Initiative could be about.
And Zoe, maybe before we close the session, I would like to ask you questions. Is there any research or reports that we could read that are coming from your research or from the INSEAD Gender Initiative research that we could have a look at if we want to have a better understanding on how to create the good conditions for women to take their chance and to act for change?
Absolutely. Our INSEAD Gender Initiative website has many resources. We have research write-ups, we have videos, we have many resources. So everyone is welcome to come and join us and explore more.
So thank you very much. So we're saying that finance, education, network are key elements to enable women to drive the change. That's one point that you and women we really as well valued. We will be launching this year the Global E4She Alliances, and we will be as well launching the call for actions for French entrepreneurs to challenge the men and women equality and to take the lead on this topic. So we will welcome any CEOs, any person from the civil society that is that want to be involved in making equality possible. It's not only a question of women, it's a question of the society together working on it, and everyone giving support so that everyone can find its way in driving this change, in driving the inspiration. So it's been an honor to be with two women. And I have to say that if we look at statistics, there are very few women that are researchers. So I would like to thank you for what you do, especially for women, but as a woman in I would say an area that is more male-driven. And thank you very much as well, Winji, for sharing all your insights. We will give the floor to the next sessions. Florence Besson from Elle magazine will come and introduce you to the new subject of our panel. Please stay tuned, and thank you very much for your time spent with us.
Hello, my name is Florence Besson. I'm editor-in-chief at Elle French magazine, and I'm very honored and happy to be hosting this conference today on women empowerment, more recognition for more impact. We will be addressing this topic with three amazing speakers. Thank you all for being there. Lavina Sequeira, Ambassador of Human and Peace Rights. Lavina is joining us from New Delhi. She has co-founded Soil of India, a women-led income-generating program which helps 600 women throughout India who are involved with traditional art craft. We will be also speaking with Shabana Bazij-Wazik. Shabana is from Kabul, but she's now currently in the United States. She has co-founded SOLA, a school of leadership in Afghanistan, which provides access to quality education for 100 girls. And Julien Pelot in New York right now, who is head of Executive UN Women. Firstly, I think it is very important to address a few words about the situation of women right now who have suffered so much as the result of the pandemic and so much being resting on their shoulders, from the children's education to the health systems. We've seen their rights going backwards throughout the world. Why is it so important to fight against that situation and empower women? Well, of course, because it makes no sense to let half of the humanity down, but also because the role they play in environmental issues is phenomenal. The IPCC has recommended to empower women to fight climate change because it's them who are on the front line. They are the ones taking care of water, they are the ones nourishing the children, and if they had access to more land ownership, they could feed more people by 20%. They are also more keen on learning new ways of farming. And a 2015 study from McKinney and Colferson showed that countries with women in governance have a better climatic track than others. Furthermore, the World Bank recommends to help them first because they are more community-minded and therefore have an effect on a wider community. And that is just what our speakers are doing.
Change Now is the place to be today. It is a place for networking, building synergies between participants, listening to success stories, but it is also the perfect place to announce world premieres and previews that will make history. And it is exactly what is happening on the stage program 1000 Ocean Startups. Conference speakers should announce for the first time the launch of the 1000 Ocean Startup. The coalition brings together the global ecosystem of incubators, accelerators, competition, matching platforms supporting startups for ocean impact. Their objective? Scaling at least 1,000 transformational startups by the end of the ocean decade to restore ocean health and achieve SDG 14, Sustainable Development Goal number 14. If you want to know more about this new chapter in history that is being written right this moment, I advise you to connect with the conference on the Ecosystem Highlight program. It started since about 25 minutes ago, but it's a moment that is not to be missed. So if you prefer, you can also stay with us for the next 15 minutes of this program. Stay tuned.
Sustainable burger on the market. Hello, I'm Courtney Boyd-Myers, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Akua. We're working hard to create a new category for sustainable sea greens in the natural foods industry, supporting both planetary health, human health, and specifically ocean health. We've just graduated from Blue Swell, an accelerator in partnership with the New England Aquarium and Sea Ahead. We're so excited about this idea of being part of a global network of people working in the ocean impact industry. The change that we all want to see in the world won't just come from one company or one person. It will come from the collaboration of many businesses, of many people, and of many countries. So I'm very excited to be part, through Sea Ahead, of the extended 1000 OS network. And I'm very excited about the launch. Check out our work at akua.co, and I hope to be eating a kelp burger with you soon.
life on our planet as we know it depends on the health of our oceans. Unfortunately, our oceans have been harvested, polluted, and overexploited to the point that it's going to take an active effort to reverse the current situation. The 1000 Ocean Startup Coalition is aiming to accelerate this effort by putting together startup ideas with a network of resources and funding opportunities. I'm Dr. Sara Andreotti. I'm representing the Shark Safe Barrier, and with the Ocean Hub Africa, we are part of this coalition, and I'm honored to be part of this because I sincerely hope it's going to help improving the current situation and make an efficient, effective, real difference for the future of our oceans.
The unseens. They are everywhere, switching off their beacons to become untrackable, threatening security, endangering the environment. Now is the time to open your eyes. Start counting on us. We are Unseen Labs, a new CubeSats constellation based on signal intelligence. Yes, we count. All boats, including non-cooperative vessels. For real. Real added value and actionable data. In near real time to take solid decisions. Anytime, anywhere, whatever the weather. We trace, you track. Unseen Labs changes the game of maritime surveillance service. Stop laying.
Hello everyone, I am Clément Gallic, the CEO and co-founder with my brothers of Unseen Labs, a space operator specialist of signal interception from space, with a dedicated service to enhance the knowledge of human activities at sea. Unseen Labs is happy to be backed by Blue Ocean Partners, an ocean expert with whom values are perfectly aligned. Through Blue Ocean Partners, we are also part of the 1000 Ocean Startups community, which is huge and gives us access to a global network of partners. With this coalition, we, at Unseen Labs, are convinced that we can move the lines and push for safer and healthier oceans. Glad to be part of this new game and ready to work together for the benefit of our oceans. See you very soon. Bye.
Wow, just amazing. Courtney, I want that burger and I'm coming for it. Sarah, I'm a Pisces. And I'm the Black Mermaid. Thank you for saving my fellow brothers and sisters out there. I feel safe already through your work. Clemens, you are our eyes. You are our future. And this is just absolutely amazing. You know, just thinking about Unseen Labs. At first, I was just like, I can't wait to see this. Now, I know that you carry innovation. You carry the eyes of maritime. And it's truly amazing. 1000 ocean startups. We get it. We get the vision. We see your why, and it's on clear, crystal clear seas. Thank you for raising your hands to show the world the endless possibilities to ignite sustainable oceans. Thank you so much. Now, our next speaker, let me turn to someone who needs no introduction anymore, actually. An accomplished entrepreneur and an ocean lover, Sir Richard Branson. Now, Sir wanted to share a message with us for the next generation of ocean entrepreneurs. It's fascinating to get such support. 1000 ocean startups. Once again, you've hit the ground running. Thank you so much. much. I'd love to hear from Sir Richard.
Well, hello everybody. I am absolutely delighted to join you today for the launch of 1000 Ocean Startups. This wonderful effort combines two of my great passions, igniting entrepreneurship and regenerating ocean health and sustainability. In business and as an entrepreneur, I believe that you have to invest in what you believe in. And I fell in love with the ocean when I went fishing with my dad as a child. I love diving and exploring what is beneath the waves, learning more about the incredible species and ecosystems that live in the sea, and how nature has innovated and evolved over the millennia to create amazing worlds full of wonder. Nature really is the most incredible entrepreneur and innovator. All of us have so much to learn from her if we're going to restore our planet and achieve net zero emissions, which we must do to build ocean and planetary resilience and to reduce the ever-increasing risks now facing our businesses and our communities. Inaction is not an option, and that means that as well as working to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and reach net zero as quickly as possible, we have to help the ocean become more resilient to change. We need to stop stripping the ocean of all the fish we can grab and start thinking about where, how, and for what purpose that fishing is taking place. We need to start protecting very large ecosystems and habitats by creating marine protected areas to enable marine wildlife to recover and thrive. We need to stop using so many plastics and where it's unavoidable, ensure that they are collected, reused, recycled, and don't end up in waterways in the ocean. We need to reduce pollution runoff from agriculture and other activities on land before it literally suffocates life in the ocean, or as is happening around the Caribbean, starts to kill our reef. We need to unleash the power of entrepreneurship in this effort, working together to invest in our common future. Across the globe, companies, entrepreneurs, and investors are stepping up to address the challenges facing the ocean and increasingly realizing that what is good for the ocean is also good for business. And let's be clear, the ocean really is everybody's business. I'm very proud to be a co-founder of Ocean Unite, an independent global non-profit working now to activate, innovate, and drive investment into ocean health and resilience. It's brilliant to see 1,000 ocean startups join the ocean community to help scale transformative, positive, purpose-driven action for the ocean by the business and investment sector. There is so much that the business community and entrepreneurs can do, and I'm encouraged by what we've heard already from the amazing entrepreneurs that are part of today's event. Anyway, thanks so much to each and every one of you. I look forward to learning more about your work, and let's make bold decisions, take action, encourage leadership, and cheers.
Cheers! Oh, thank you so much, Sir Branson. It's such an honor. I love how 1000 Ocean Startups married two of your passions, which is igniting entrepreneurship and regenerating ocean health and sustainability. You know, and in one phrase saying, the ocean really is everybody's business. Mind-blowing. Thank you so much for the message of validation and support. We hope that more business communities and entrepreneurs will also be encouraged to raise their hand and drive scalable impacts for ocean health and sustainability. 1000 Ocean Startups is here to facilitate just that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, now I need to introduce you what 1000 Ocean Startups has been up to. I'm here to present, and here with us now is to present the members of the coalition. And I'm very keen to know why they've joined 1000 Ocean Startups. I am so excited to introduce Millicent, the CEO of Ocean Exchange, speaking all the way from Philadelphia. Millicent, I want to start with you before I introduce the rest of our guests today. But please, let us know, can you explain to us, in your own words, obviously, what Ocean Exchange does for startups? I'm keen to know that for startups.
Great. Thank you, Captain. And thank you, Christian Lim and Stephanie and everyone who put this together. It's fabulous. Ocean Exchange is a nonprofit. We're US based, but we're international in scope. And we have one mission, and that's to help accelerate the adoption of innovative solutions from startups. Our founders believed that a lot of innovation was out there, and all we needed to do was find, fund, and foster it. And we're celebrating our 10th anniversary. We are largely privately funded, so we're an accelerator, and we give away non-dilutive funds. That is free money.
Oh, wow. Oh, I love it. I love it. It just ties up so perfectly. Then maybe that links me well on my next question. Why create 1,000 Ocean Startups?
I have to tell you, when I got the email and the phone call to consider being part of this group, I couldn't say yes fast enough. It's an amazing group of members that we can all have impact. In fact, we're having impact already, but we can do so much more. And you're going to hear about call for action later. Great collaboration is needed globally to make this work. These startups, they need funding, but they need ability to pilot their solutions. They need strategic partners. They need access to specialized testing equipment. The ocean has no boundaries, and we all have to step forward. And I was not going to miss that call. So I want to be part of this mutual assistance. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much. Thank you. Really, really. We're so thankful that you're speaking from the heart, and we can just say that as much as you're the CEO of your organization, but you're just speaking from the heart to say, this is a call I had to answer. But I want to move on to Emmy Novogratz, the managing partner of VC firm Aquaspark, speaking all the way from Amsterdam. Hi, Emmy.
Hi, thanks for having me. It's great to be here.
Thank you. Thank you. Please tell me, what does Aquaspark does for startups? I'm keen to know that, since that's what we're talking about today. What does Aquaspark does for startups?
So Aquaspark's an investment fund. We see aquaculture as a real solution to ocean health. When you think about how much we depend on the ocean for food and feeding the planet, it's kind of overwhelming. And we saw aquaculture, when done really well, can actually be the most resource efficient food system out there. It needs to be redesigned. We need to think of alternative ingredients and scale them. We need new technologies to make it more traceable, more efficient, new ways to battle disease, get the antibiotics out there. So we're investing in companies that are doing just that all along the aquaculture value chain. Our goal is to invest in 60 to 80 companies solving big challenges in aquaculture to build a synergistic portfolio that really acts as the blueprint from which we scale aquaculture from here.
Wow, mind blowing. You exist. Companies like yours exist. And I hope that the entrepreneurs listening today will raise their hands, note your name and your company, and be able to say, I connected with you and I stand for what your company stands for. But I'm also keen to know, Emmy, why did you choose to join 1,000 Ocean Startups?
So, similarly to Millicent, there is a movement underfoot of really committed entrepreneurs who are working toward improving the ocean's health. And the idea of kind of formalizing that network, really making sure we're aligned, coordinating all of these groups with different stakeholders, with investors. The scale ahead of us is enormous, but it's solvable and it's happening quickly. So I think really fostering global collaboration, telling the stories of success and kind of sharing what's working, it's going to get us there faster.
Oh, amazing, amazing. Thank you. We truly, truly appreciate your contribution. And yeah, thank you very much for all of this. And I know that lots of entrepreneurs will raise their hands and knock on your doors, and you're going to get your emails flooded. Jonas, we have now Jonas Skatam Zvergarden, the CEO of Accelerator Catapult Ocean, speaking all the way from Oslo. Hi, Jonas.
Hi, Landy. Great to be here.
I'm so happy you're here too. We spoke earlier, and I just want to know, now that we are live, why the correlation with ocean startups? With 1,000 ocean startups.
Yeah, in short, the coalition has two work streams. Firstly, creating synergies between members, for instance, through putting together a common impact measurement methodology or sharing infrastructure and or vast networks. Secondly, giving more visibility to the work that we do collectively. Together, we've backed more than 160 startups. Aggregating our work shows the scale of what we have already achieved and what we can and will do in the future. So I would say the future looks kind of bright. And being an ocean startup investor has never been more profitability, impactful, fun, or important.
Wow, the future looks bright. You know, actually, we should start changing this.
Hi, Ronan. I am very pleased to see you here on the live stage, and I would like to talk about art for change.
That's what I'm here for. Thank you, Lavelda.
You know, just as well, because otherwise I might have just had the wrong guess, and that's totally possible with me. So art in all its dimensions is very present this year. What message do you think we really want to convey with art?
So it is very present, and I'm so very happy to have the support of the co-founders, because ever since the beginning of ChangeNOW, art has been very present, and it's increasing. Every year we have more guests, we have more artists. So it means that their speech is important and can say something about the world. And we are talking about sustainable art. So sustainable art doesn't mean much, which is quite funny. It's no, but in itself,
we're talking about something that doesn't mean much.
Shouldn't all art be sustainable? I mean, we build buildings and galleries to conserve all those works of art, all these to pass it on to the next generations. It should be sustainable. But what I'm trying to foster, to sparkle with this term of sustainable art is more of a debate. That's why I love this term. And what is sustainable? How do you make sustainable art, or art sustainable? And we're talking also about more art, less carbon, which is the sort of the hashtag of our exhibition online. And I think it's also a catch on those topics.
Okay, so now I've got to ask you, what do you mean by more art, less carbon?
It's a catchy name. It's quite simple. It seems quite simple, but it says something about our limits. Yes, the planetary resources are limited, but something is not limited is poetry or spirit, creation, human creation, beauty. And when we say more art, less carbon, we sort of choose what we should do less. Okay, we should be more careful about our carbon emissions, and what we should do more. We should build more beauty. We should create more beauty around us. So that's basically what we want to say to the world, and that's why we invited so many people to think about it. Is planetary resources should not be a limit to artistic creativity.
I love that. You can still be super creative without having to deplete resources, because it's about, in some ways, I'd always argue you could be more creative when you've got that confinement. It's like, okay, if we're going to do loads of art but have far less carbon emissions, how are we going to do that in such a way that's going to allow us to really be able to put even more beauty out into the world, but without depleting the planet?
Exactly. We're going to talk about this tomorrow with Xavier Veillant, one of the most famous French contemporary artists, and Sylvie Bétard, who co-founded Les Augures. It's exactly this question. Xavier Veillant sort of thought, okay, I'm building those giant sculptures made of steel, made of concrete, etc. I am aware of the impact I have on the planet because of so much carbon emission. which is nothing compared to the industry, but an artist sort of asks himself these questions. And he asked Sylvie Beta, how can he reduce that impact? And that's very interesting, that an artist can think about this, and how can we stop extracting stones or extracting plastic or etc. or resin to find new materials or new ways, new techniques to create.
The interesting thing is art in and of itself is so creative that it's like the perfect space to bring that kind of thinking into. Can you tell us a little bit about the art exhibition?
Yes. The art exhibition is 12 artists who create sustainable art, so things that doesn't mean anything, but they integrate in their art an element in one shape or form of circular economy. So they use, in their medium, they use either recycled or upcycled medium. So that's quite interesting. They use glass, wood, leather, marble, discarded marble from Estremo's region. They use tree leaves and moss that have been handpicked during confinement. What else? I have the list here. Tinfoil from things you can find in the supermarket. Plastics, petrified waste.
Wow.
Yeah, that's very innovative material.
That's creative.
That's very creative, and it's a solution that the story is beautiful. It's a solution that was exhibiting last year at ChangeNOW, and they met with an artist who was exhibiting last year at ChangeNOW, and guess what?
Magic!
Magic happened, and there's a work of art that appeared, two actually. Soil, a car door. That is sitting right here in the next studio, but where ChangeNOW is happening, and even bees that have been killed by pesticides, and an artist. An artist is working with a friend of his who is a beekeeper. And he gives him those bees, dead bees, yes, and he reintegrates it into the work of art. His name is Jesus Moratiel. It's beautiful, beautiful piece.
Oh, we're going to have to check that out, which brings me beautifully on to my next question, which is, can you tell us a little bit about who now you've whet our appetite. You've got us all excited. We're all like, oh, tell me more. So can you tell us a little bit more about some of these artists and why you selected them? I think we've heard a little bit, but can we dive a little deeper?
Yeah, of course. Those artists, there are 12 or 13, should I say, because there's a couple, Ornaghi e Prestinari, from the Galleria Continua in Italy. So 13 artists who create in a very specific framework this circular economy, but they think about resource and how they source their medium. And this is interesting. They don't recycle, they resource. They give a value back to a discarded material. Because they are artists, they can give this aura. Walter Benjamin talks about the aura of a work of art, and this is what they do. They take this piece of marble that has been in the dumpster, and they take it back and basically, yes, put them back into a beautiful work of art that says something about the economy of today, about what it is, a beautiful material that is created by nature, but that the human eye thinks is not perfect.
Yeah.
So we're going to throw it away. No, an artist is even more creative than that. He will take back this medium and make art with it.
Oh, I mean, you've whet my appetite. I'm now excited. I'm like, okay, I'm going to have to go and check out the exhibitions.
Go there.
So as we know, Christie's is a famous auction house and is one of the partners this year. What kind of support does it bring?
It brings a lot of support, and we're very thankful to Christie's. First, it gives us legitimacy. Because that's such a huge house, auction house that has been going on for a century is talking to us who are beginners in the world of art. This is beautiful, and we need their support because the purpose of this exhibition is to raise funds for our nonprofit that is dealing with cultural themes, which is called ChangeNOW Communities. What we want to do with ChangeNOW Communities, two things. One, the prize for sustainable creation. So every year, give funds to an artist to create within that framework of sustainable art, debatable sustainable art, and two, organize a series of events all along the year to talk about art, sustainable art, what it is not, and basically replicate what ChangeNOW does for the sustainable economy to the art sector. It means bringing people together, making them match and work together to design the future.
Oh, do you know what? I'm so excited. But I've got one last question for you, a real quick one. This year we were cut off from art, so you couldn't go to museums. Tell me, what did you miss the most?
What I miss the most, it will seem funny, but what I miss the most is obviously the ambiance inside a museum. But it's the people talking in front of a work of art. I love that. Having this conversation, meeting with a work of art is a conversation, and hearing people talk in front of a work of art, priceless.
Priceless. Thank you so much for joining us and
Imelda.
whetting our appetite to find out yet more about
Go to the Art for Change page and enjoy. There are so many beautiful things to see.
You're so stealing my lines. So do not hesitate to discover all the artists and their amazing works at the Art for Change link. Thank you so much for being here with us. And my next guest is not an artist, but he has changed the way he works. Please welcome Meya Chibu from Ascenta. And welcome. So I'm joined here live in the studio. Hi, welcome, Meya. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
Oh, it's wonderful to have you here today, and thank you for joining us. So tell me a little bit more about Ascenta and what it means and what you do differently.
I don't know what it means, but the name sounds very good. So Ascenta is what we call an artificial intelligence software as a service, like a brain, that is aiming to accelerate the transition of buildings in terms of being more energy efficient and low carbon emitters, so like decarbonization of the story. So Ascenta can contribute to get to very high levels of energy efficiency and decarbonization, around 70% of energy efficiency and 90% of decarbonization of buildings.
That is incredible. I mean, we don't need to know the exact meaning of the words, but when you explain what the company does, I'm like, I can totally get on board. Yeah. Is it easy to do that, to get energy transition in buildings? How difficult is it?
So let's say the tertiary buildings count for about half of the energy consumption in France. And you have 55 to 60% of the energy consumption in these buildings that is related to heating and cooling. This is the majority of what you consume.
That high?
Absolutely. I mean, when you take a shower, when you have like winters that are tough and so on, so you need to heat a lot. And you have countries where you need really to put the air conditioning and so on and the ventilation. So this is a big market. There are like a couple of billions of spending to that market, and actually we play in that market because we believe if we don't do the transition in the buildings, we will not get to the objectives of having a decarbonized Europe in 2050.
Yeah, I didn't realize those numbers were quite so high. That is absolutely staggering. So the work that you're doing is fantastic. Your company adopts a scientific approach, which I think is awesome, and you use algorithms to really challenge market habits. Do you convince? How convinced are you at the prospect that people can change their habits?
I think if you make things simple for people, they can change their habits. You have to make it simple.
Like when you say simple, how simple do you mean?
Simple means that you take the complexity, you take it on your shoulders. All the scientists and the PhDs, and Accenta is relying on models that have been developed at the École Polytechnique, one of the prestigious schools in France of engineering, at École des Mines of Paris, and in relationship with an institute called BRGM. So these have developed for many years models that include artificial intelligence, machine learning, and things that can help take any building, make a diagnostic, and make a proposal for transitioning that building to be less energy consuming or better recycling the energy which could be lost and decarbonize that building. So the complexity is not in asking the users and the people every day you have to turn, for example, your thermostat at that time, and you have to regulate yourself. We say, don't worry, we take care of everything.
You take the whole lot.
Everything is automatic, right? So we take the complexity, everything is automatic, and you have visibility on everything that you have, on your mobile app, on the bill that you will see, and you will have a bill which is much cheaper than before. You will have a decarbonized energy that you use, clean energy that you use. On top of that, your comfort will not be changed.
So you have pretty much used all the scientific prowess to take all of the hard work away from individuals.
You know Airbus?
Yes.
You know how much work the pilot has to do when driving an Airbus? Not that much. You can drink a coffee. Because simply the electronics and the complexity is in the cockpit.
Yes.
You drive a car, all the advanced cars, you don't have to do much. Actually, if you are driving an electric car or a Tesla or even a Mercedes, most of them will be autonomous driving. So you can even read the newspaper while you are driving. Same story.
Same story with the heating. So none of this check the thermostat and move this from here to here and different timings. You use the algorithm to automate the whole thing.
All what you need is to collect the information and then to learn permanently in a dynamic way that you could adjust what time you have to heat, what time you have to cool, and so on, and keep learning across all the buildings that you manage. Today we manage 500,000 of square meters of buildings, and we have actually a number of opportunities of 25 million of square meters that we are studying in logistics, buildings for universities, buildings for cities like schools, administrative buildings, city halls, and so on. All of that, we learn a lot from it. We have an approach which is vertical. A usage in logistics is different from a usage in a building for offices, for example. Yeah. And then we keep having that. The brain is like the human being. The more you live, the more you learn. Okay, some people do not learn every day.
Some people do, some people not.
But let's assume the more you live, the more you learn. So the more you manage cases, the more you would learn as well.
And so you have so many projects. Can you give us some examples? Give us a little insight.
So I spoke about Airbus, so let me speak about the headquarters of Airbus in Toulouse. So this nice building, which is in Toulouse, where you have the company that is managing Airbus. Their 100% of their cooling, ventilation, and heating is managed by the system. So what we do is we take a lost energy, which is coming from fatal energy that is not used. So when you have the air conditioning, for example, during the summer, the air conditioning, emits some heat, which is lost anyway. So we recycle that. You have also excess of sun during the summer because you have solar thermal that is in place. And then rather than losing the excess of sun or solar energy, then you would take it, you will store it from summer under the ground. We call it geothermal storage. And we would use it almost at 100% of what we stored during winter.
So you really are thinking of everything. So, it's kind of like, well, we're collecting far too much in the summer. It's way too much because it's hot. We had a really, and otherwise it just kind of goes poof up in the air. So
you recycle it.
So you take that, recycle it, and then you're looking
Store it.
Store it, I didn't even know you could store energy like that. I'm learning things today.
So you put tubes in the ground. We don't go very deep like the deep geothermal, but we go like a surface geothermal. And we have a software that is making the whole dimension, considering the building, for example, the headquarters of Airbus. And then we put these tubes that go to 100 or 200 meters. And then this is where we store it through some fluids that we have in the tubes. And then we have a software, a brain, which says, okay, tomorrow is going to be very cold during winter. Okay, so what I stored here, I need a bit of that tomorrow. Okay. After tomorrow, I don't need that much because it's 25 degrees, for example. I don't need it. So the software will manage all of that through this piloting software. So we have a software that makes the dimensioning, the sizing, and we have another software which is doing the monitoring or the piloting of this whole thing.
So it's kind of going, we've got too much and moving the energy around. It's a great circular economy sort of setup that you've got.
Like your stomach, you know, I'm too hungry, then I need to eat too much. I'm not that hungry, then I will not
I'm
eat too
okay,
much.
I'll be fine for the next couple of hours. Well, some of us will be, others of us will.
So this
feel
is
like
one
we're
example.
all
We have another example, which is the city of Roubaix, for instance, where we have a fantastic project. They have about more than 400 buildings, and 60 of these buildings have been equipped, not with this geothermal storage, but just, you know, piloting them. So we made these buildings intelligent, smart, connected. It's through sensors that we have put in place. We collect the information and we pilot them to know what time we plan to heat, what time we plan to cool, for example. We follow every room we have in schools, buildings, or administrative buildings, and so on. And with that, we contributed to almost 20 to 30% of energy efficiency just by monitoring and piloting these buildings there. And we will go ahead to get all the buildings that are managed by the city of Roubaix under that same system.
That is absolutely incredible. So to conclude today, what would you say to people who have ideas but do not dare to go further into taking action?
So first thing, don't close the doors on your brain. Keep your brain very open. Have a great vision. Think big. Okay? After thinking big, then be focused. So select a number of ideas. So your brain said, this is the vision, this is where we are going. We need to decarbonize in 2050, if you are talking about the energy sector. So you might have maybe 30 different ideas, but you cannot do everything at the same time. You have to be focused. So you pick up the ones where there is a real need, a real pain point in place. A must-have and not a nice-to-have. A nice-to-have, you will be competing a lot. You will be spending a lot of time on convincing the others why they need it. So, but it must have. And then you go into building your business plan, okay, considering that you are not the only one on earth, that there are other solutions on the market, so you need to make a state-of-the-art analysis, that really what you have is incremental, intermediate, or strong innovation. And then you go into execution. A lot of people are good in everything that I explained so far, but very few people are good in the other part, which is execution.
Getting it done.
Execution. It's all about execution and going to the last mile. Of course, they will face a lot of barriers, no doubt. Okay, who did not face the barriers like Tesla, Amazon, Apple? Steve Jobs was fired, and then he came back. Everyone face big barriers. You have just to stay solid and be patient and find out workarounds every time you find a barrier and go to the last mile.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. And what a brilliant note to leave us on. It's all about execution. What's going to happen is we know that we're going to have challenges along the way, but you absolutely want to make sure that you're executed. Thank you for being with us, and do not hesitate to make an appointment with a centre. My next guest likes breaking barriers, like you, Maya. Please welcome onto the live TV stage from Tom and Giuseppe, one of the co-founders, Astrid Pamirinti. Welcome back. Hi, Astrid. Welcome to the studio.
Thank you.
It's great to have you here. Tell us a little bit, who is Tom and Giuseppe?
Tom and Giuseppe is a startup that I created 2 years ago with Pauline, my co-founder. And in fact, Tom is a little boy of 2 years old, and he's looking for a seat in nursery. And Josette is a 92 years old grandma, She could be your grandma, she could be my grandma, and she's living in a retirement home.
Oh, wow.
And Tom and Josette is the incredible meeting between generation. And so to be concrete, what we do is that we install little nurseries, so nurseries who can welcome 10 children inside facilities for seniors, like retirement homes.
How on earth did you come up with that idea?
In fact, 2 years ago, I was in a Master of Entrepreneurship with Pauline. She's a psychologist, and I have a background in business. And we were discussing about our grandparents in retirement homes, and we wanted to change the way we take care of old people in France. And at that time, I visited my grandmother in her retirement home with my nephews, who had 2, 3 years old. And in fact, the link which was created between them was just crazy. And I thought, okay, that's what the society needs today. It's this meeting between generations.
That is so cool. So how many of these have you done?
So for now, we have 2 nurseries opened, one in Rennes, in Brittany, and the other in Bordeaux.
So how do the elderly react to this? So you go into these you create these nurseries inside elderly homes with lots of toddlers running around. How are they reacting to this?
In fact, they love it. They are fond of the project. For example, I can tell about Mr. Roncin, who is 88 years old in Rennes. And he's now the best friend of Marius, 2 years old. And they play football, kind of football, each Tuesday together. And this friendship is just what we are meant to do with Pauline.
So can you see some positive impacts where you've put these nurseries? Do you have some tangible examples where you can say, I can see what's happening for, presumably it's both the elderly and the toddlers. Are they both learning?
Exactly. In fact, we often have the idea that it's good for the old people, and we don't imagine the crazy impact it can have on the little children. And in fact, the elder have so many things to give to the children. They are super. They have a lot of tenderness to give. They have many love, many time to give to these little children. And at this age, like at 2 years old, it's so important to have just someone who take care of you and who helps you grow better.
I think, it's funny that you say that, because in this day and age, it's so fast paced, like everything is moving so quickly. And almost those who are sort of elderly people have a lot more, tend to be, at that stage where they're just not in a rush anymore. They're like, we'll just take our time. We're going to enjoy life. And so to have young people around people who've got that much time and attentiveness to give must be a beautiful thing.
Exactly. And in fact, the phrase that a little children hear the most is hurry up, by his parents. And in fact, at 2 years old, you don't know what it means. And Josette doesn't have to say hurry up. No, she's super smooth. She's not in a rush anymore. And so it's great for children.
So can you see you doing these sorts of projects outside of France? Do you think it's a possibility?
Yes, for sure. For now, we are focused in France because there are many things to do in France, and it's already a huge market. We want to create 100 nurseries by the end of 2025.
So not ambitious at all.
Yes, it's super ambitious, but we really want to do it. Yes, it's also an option. Yes, it's also in our plans to go next in Italy, in Spain, everywhere. In fact, in the whole world, intergenerational links need to be restored. So yes, we can go worldwide.
I think that's really beautiful, because there was a time in which those intergenerational links were so part of the fabric of our society. And I think as we've become more independent, as there's more technology, as we're able to travel more, we almost don't respect them quite so much. And so it's beautiful that you've got this setup that brings those back together.
Exactly.
So, come on, tell me a little bit about some of your upcoming projects. Give us some juice.
Okay. So the next opening is in La Rochelle, and then in Meudon. So by the end of 2021, and we have 6 more projects in Brittany and Southwest, and next to Paris for 2022.
Oh, awesome. And so why was it so important for you to participate here in Change Now? Don't get me wrong, we are delighted to have you here. But why have you chosen this platform? Why do you think it's been important for you?
I think that what we want is really to change the way we consider the seniors in society. So the best way to change this way we consider them and we take care of them is to tell a lot about what we do, to deliver this message of intergenerational links and stuff. So Change Now is just the best place to make it listened all over the world.
Yeah, I mean, it's a global audience. I had Santiago in here earlier and he was saying there are 150 different countries represented on this platform. Okay. Did you realize you were getting to that many countries?
No. Maybe it's better that I didn't know before.
It's all right. I left that towards the end of the interview, so you didn't have to know.
Okay.
I won't tell you how many people are watching then.
No, don't.
So what's next? You know, can you see this expanding through? Do you think partnerships are going to be important, or is your plan to almost set each installment up one after the other?
It's a bit of both. So we want to do the things good. I mean that one after the other, because it's a human project. We recruit people. Parents give us what they have, what's the most important for them, their children. Yeah. So it's important to really take care of each project. But also it's important to see that there is a huge demand for nurseries in France. So every day we have parents on the phone who are desperate to find seats, and our nurseries are already complete. So it's really a necessity to open a lot of nurseries.
Well, at least you're going where there's absolute demand. And who wouldn't want somebody older, wiser, with all of that breadth of expertise behind them to be looking after their children?
I'm not sure I understood the question, sorry.
No, I just think as parents,
Yes.
You know, in terms of a nursery, being able to put your child somewhere where you've got all of that wisdom of people who've lived, you know, for so long and seen so much. They've gone through, I mean, if you think of how technology has grown over the last few years, the amount of wisdom that the elderly can bring. I'm just thinking, what parent wouldn't want to have their child in that sort of surrounding?
They're really fond of the pedagogic project, and it's when they ask for a seat in nursery, we really explain the pedagogic project. We explain what's the sense of intergenerational and how their children will benefit from these links. And so now all the parents who have their children in our nursery are just fond of Josette. They love her.
Last question for you. What is the most beautiful memory you have of Tom and Jeanette? Tell us.
Nice question. I think it's when we finally opened the first micro nursery. So it was in October 2020. And it had been like 1 year we were working on it, and we were not sure we will finally arrive to it. And so when we received the agreement, who said, yes, you can open, and we received the first parents who were with their children and the staff who were here too, it was just an amazing moment.
Sometimes the best moments are just those first memories, the little one where you can say that's where it all started.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming and joining and sharing so much wisdom and expertise and giving us an insight into the projects that you've got going on as well. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
I have 2 minutes left to talk about the Change Now Film Festival. No need to pay a subscription. No need to go to Cannes for this exclusive worldwide premiere. You'll be able to watch in exclusivity and for free a selection of films during the 3 days of the summit directly on the summit platform. Breaking Boundaries. So, for example, we've got Breaking Boundaries directed by John Clay with Sir David Attenborough available on Netflix from the 4th of June. We've got Kiss the Ground directed by Joshua Tickle and Rebecca Harrell Tickle from the US. We've got Mrs. F directed by Chris van der Vom from the Netherlands. The School of Hope directed by Mohammed El Abdoubi from Finland, France and Morocco. And finally, Ever Slow Green, Reforestation in Avril, South India, directed by Christophe Polf in India. So I hope you will enjoy the selection of films about sustainable progress, ecological transition, education and equity. Thank you to ChangeNOW for bringing us live, exclusive and emotional moments here today. Well, it's time for me to say goodbye for now. I will have the pleasure of meeting you again tomorrow for other fascinating interviews and broadcasts of key moments on this summit. We will end this first day of ChangeNOW Summit and join the stage program one last time to listen to special guest Mark Carney, United Nations Special Envoy for Climate Action and Finance, and Prime Minister Johnson Finance Advisor for COP26. Looking forward to seeing you here again tomorrow.
Risks, but very importantly, transition risks. And sometimes economists are viewed as the dismal science. You should meet people who manage risk at financial institutions. Their job is to think about what can go wrong, and what can go wrong in climate in some respects is success is failure. The more progress we make in terms of the transition to net zero, the more that some industries, some companies certainly, but some industries, some whole industries become stranded, become uneconomic. And the most obvious that is in and around fossil fuels, but it extends more broadly in the economy. So banks need the tools to pull the future to the present, to think about what if the type of climate policies tomorrow that are required tomorrow were applied today. How would my lending book look, and what should I do about it? So that's the second pillar. I'll skip over the third pillar, which is around what asset managers and owners and others do, because I'm going to finish with that. But let me highlight a couple of missing markets that are being developed. One is for carbon offsets, and carbon offsets are largely, but not exclusively, nature-based. They're largely resident or developed in emerging and developing economies, and the demand for those will largely come from companies in advanced economies. The challenge right now is that market is relatively fragmented. It's not that professional. It's not as professional as other markets. It doesn't have independent verification and oversight. And so all of those elements are being addressed at present through something called the Winters Task Force. Over 450 organizations are developing the answers here, and we want to have a pilot market up and running by Glasgow, and then for it to extend beyond. Now, we're not going to get to net zero without massive investment everywhere, but particularly in emerging and developing world. And part of the solution for that is going to come from what's called blended finance. In other words, combinations of public finance, particularly from the multilateral development banks and development finance institutions, taking away some of the risks, and then private finance taking on the commercial risks. So we need to build that at scale, and work is underway under the Italian G20 presidency to do just that. Now, let me finish, and then we'll have a discussion and be able to try to answer some of the questions. I said at the outset that we need commitments. We need leaders in the financial sector. In fact, we need the mainstream of the financial sector to be managing their balance sheets towards net zero. And we've started to make a breakthrough on that. A year ago, 2 years ago, certainly, the issue was about managing risk. This was being concerned about the downside, the more extreme circumstances related to climate change, whether it's on physical risk or the transition risk that I just spoke about. But now it's shifting into seizing those opportunities, recognizing that there is tremendous commercial return to be made by backing companies that are part of the solution and avoiding those that are part of the problem. What we have done, and I'll finish on this, Mark, and then we can discuss, is for President Biden's summit last month, was to bring together the leaders across the financial system, whether they were pension funds or insurance companies, asset managers, or banks, and have very specific commitments to net zero strategies, not just for 2050, but fair share to 2030, and then even more specifically, strategies, a commitment to have strategies by sector out over the course of the next few years. Now, all of this, I'm sure, thus far has sounded a bit abstract. It's important, but let me leave with a number, which is when you total up those companies that came together for President Biden's summit, they control balance sheets of $70 trillion. And that's just the start. That's an enormous number, even bigger number in Canadian dollars if I want to make it sound like more. But it's an enormous number, and it gives a sense, and I'll finish on this, of the type of system change that's underway. Now, more to be done. I've got to get it over the finish line, but there is tremendous momentum, and I look forward to discussing it with you.
Okay, that's super. Thanks for the introduction. I think I'll pick up right where you left off, and just because lots of people here are not finance people, right? So as you said, April 21, just last month, you co-launched this Net Zero Financial Alliance. You have some of the biggest banks, asset owners, insurers, and you're bringing together 160 plus firms that, as you said, are responsible in excess of 70 trillion, right? So for those of us in the audience who are not, right, can you just go back a step and explain why a financial alliance like this is such a big step, and what does it let us do that we couldn't do before, and what, if it does it force others to do as part of it?
Yeah, so it does several things. The first is it changes the mindset of those financial institutions that are in, and I would argue those who are on the outside as well, because it's saying a very clear commitment that I want to ensure that I'm backing companies that are reducing their emissions, okay? And I'll be very clear what I just said, which is it doesn't necessarily mean I'm backing only green power or only companies in the circular economy. It means that I am going and finding companies that have a plan themselves, a plan towards net zero, and I'm going to invest in them, or I'm going to lend to them, or some combination of that, so they can move from where they are today to where they're going tomorrow. Okay, or where they need to get to, where we all need them to get to. And that's very important. What we need to wrap around, first you need that commitment and that mindset that is providing money basically for the solutions. Now, it's very important, and you know, not everybody is, to their credit, not everybody is down in the weeds of finance and spending all their time on these issues, because there's many more important things to do, obviously, and more interesting things to do. But I think everybody, or virtually everybody, expects that if a company, and in particular a financial institution, says that it is on a transition to net zero, that is true. That's not greenwashing. That's not just fancy words out of the PR department, or it's doing a bit over here, but lots of bad things on the other side. And so what an alliance like this Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero does is, first and foremost, it provides a gold standard. Not just anybody can get into it, and not just anybody can stay in it once you're in. So there's transparency about the plans, transparency about the actual emissions, there's clear tracking, and all of that. And so we can, as stakeholders, if I talk about it, and this, I think in the spirit of the work you're doing, as broader stakeholders, we can make those judgments. The second thing it does two other things. One is it makes sure that the system, and again, you started rightly on system change, that the system is supportive. And so what does that mean? It means some of getting to net zero requires some new markets, like that market for blended finance, for investment in emerging and developing economies. Well, these financial institutions have now a very strong incentive to invest in those markets. And if there's something that's holding them back from doing it, they collectively can help us on the public side, if you will, to develop those in order for it to be the case. Same thing with this carbon offset market, same thing in other examples in the plumbing of the system. Plumbing is more important than it sounds. You know it when you don't have it, when it's not working. It's the same for finance if that's not the case. And the third thing that it does is I think it provides one input to government policy. And I'll finish with this, which is that one of the big lessons of finance, when finance is working well, one of the big lessons of finance is that it pulls forward adjustment. Now, it is much, much more likely to do that if government policy is credible and predictable. It's a point Janet Yellen and I have been making over the course of the last year. And examples of that include, I'm joining you from Canada, as you may know, and Canada has a legislated price for carbon out to 2030. It rises from about $30 today Canadian to about $170, well, to 170 by 2030. Now, I can invest today predictably based on that because it's in legislation. I would say there's an analogy to the moratoria on internal combustion engines, for example, in Germany and the UK, other European countries, to hydrogen fuel blends that are being required as part of the European Recovery Fund. Other examples, and those clear policies in the future can combine with finance and pull forward adjustment. And my point being that that's part of what a table, albeit a big and very expensive table like the Glasgow Alliance with its $70 billion, it can help make that point to governments and encourage the kind of climate policies that we need, because the governments see actually there's money on the side that's going to be put to work, and we are going to benefit from that. It's not just a cost that we're putting in place. In fact, the cost actually becomes a big investment and part of the solution.
That sounds okay. I think, it sounds to me like there's an additional benefit. I just want to ask you about it, which is, once you get all these financial players and lots of dough engaged in this, you would have a much harder time if you were trying to make the argument, oh, this strategy or this movement is fringe, it's not actually mainstream, and that those who say that the return from investing in clean investments, right, might be too low compared to normal returns. Well, when all of this machinery is starting to move that way, does it take those arguments off the table in a way that maybe politicians can't?
Yeah, it's a great question, and what I would say, Mark, is that 3 years. Well, the last time you and I saw each other, other than virtually, it was fringe. It was an important bit of the fringe, but climate ESG investing, it was focused into niches, into green niches, very important niches, but it wasn't. Climate change was not always taken into account in terms of financial decisions. What's happened in really the last couple of years, and it's accelerated over the course of the last 12 months, has been this movement into the mainstream. There still are dedicated ESG funds. There still are specific sustainability products, and there's a lot of value in that. But also, this is about whole balance sheets. Now it's becoming about whole balance sheets of financial institutions and looking at that balance sheet as a whole and saying, well, it's not just about my fund over here that's accelerating the transition, but wait a minute, I make all these loans over here or investments over here. How are they going to be affected by the transition? Are they going to be winners or losers? And what can I do to make sure there's more winners than losers? And so that's really what shifted. And that is, again, that's part of the message into policymakers is that, those who are making climate policy or energy policy, is that the scale of capital that could be available is quite enormous. Now, the last thing I will say, before I sound too optimistic or Pollyannish about the financial sector, there are two quite daunting elements here. One is that we've left it very late to have this shift. And secondly, and relatedly, the orders of magnitude of the investment required are enormous. And I'm not saying it's precisely right, it's a scenario, but the IEA scenario of last week had a doubling of energy investment in order to have a 1.5 degree world, and orders of magnitude of $5 trillion a year, more than doubling, in fact, since I think the most recent year is about 2.25 trillion in energy investment. So it's moved from the fringes to the mainstream, but it really needs to be in the mainstream, and we need to keep it there, and even there, amplify it.
So thank you. I had the benefit of listening to your BBC lectures, which were amazing. Thank you. If you haven't heard them, I would recommend that you go and listen to them, those of you who are listening. In there, you mentioned that despite all of this, right, we actually, and maybe this is some of what's happening at COP26, we actually are quite a ways off in terms of what the alignment of the current financial system is on the path to net zero, or how countries are doing in terms of their Paris commitments and the path to net zero? I mean, how is this going? Is this just, I don't know the people who are aware of how far off we might be.
So let's the good news, bad news out of Paris. 3 innovations of the Paris Accord. One is countries show up with their best efforts, their so-called NDCs or country plans. So, showed up 5.5 years ago, and said, this is what we're going to try to do. The second innovation of Paris was to add those plans up and objectively say, this is what, if everyone does what they say they're going to do, this is where the world's going to end up in 2100. And the objective view was we're going to end up at 2.6 degrees. And so right out of the gate at Paris, there was this discrepancy, which is, wait a minute, the objective of Paris was less than 2 and stretched to 1.5. But what everyone showed up with was 2.6. And that discrepancy only grew with time because guess what? Not everybody did what they said they were going to do. And maybe there were some other feedback loops as well in the climate, but we're on a path most recently above 3 degrees by 2100. So we're quite far away. Now, part of the genius, and I do use that word, I have full respect to those who developed and worked so hard for it, Paris, is we know the gap, or we have a good estimate of the gap. And so that has been in the last few years pressure on countries, companies, financial system as well, to say, well, look, that's not what the world wants. The world, we want 1.5 degrees. We want sustainability. And actually that desire for sustainability has only grown since Paris. It's only mainstreamed more in popular opinion and understanding. And, as I would sometimes say to the CEOs, it's slightly embarrassing that we need a 16-year-old Swedish student to point out what the carbon budget is and how far off we are. But that's one of Greta Thunberg's contributions was that. So where are we, and where are we since I gave those lectures, which was back in November? There has been a lot more movement by some of the major countries. Europe has reinforced their efforts. The UK has increased its objectives to 68%. Japan increased with the Biden administration to just under 50%, 45 with the stretch to 50. Canada increased from 30 to 40 to 45, that range. A series of other measures, not the final word, from some major emerging economies as well. And what was interesting with the IEA's scenarios that came out last week, 2 things. One, that 3 degrees in terms of policies, because countries have been doing new policies, their judgment is that if everyone does so-called stated policies, what they've said they're going to do on the policy side, we'll end up at 2.6. So we clawed it back to where we were in Paris. That's something. It's contingent on countries doing what they say. But they also said that for countries, what they've committed to do, the time paths for reducing emissions and ultimately getting to net zero, if they meet those time paths, will it be at 2.1 degrees? So we're starting to get within sight of what we want in Paris. We're not there, but we're within sight. And last point, which goes to what we were talking about a few moments ago, which is this relationship between credibility and predictable policy. Now, if I think my government is serious and I'm going to hold their feet to the fire about the climate policy, then, and let's say I'm running a company as well, and I think that we're on the path to 2.6 globally on current stated policies, but government says we're going to get to 2.1. So that tells me there's more to come on climate policy. And maybe I should get ahead of that or invest in a way that's going to be consistent with that. That's the virtuous circle that we'd like to be in. And by the way, if we get to 2.1, it also tells me there's more to come because we're supposed to be sub 2. And that's the dynamic we want for the negotiations and the efforts for Glasgow and beyond.
Okay, great. That's good. I mean, okay. I'd like to ask you a couple of inequality questions, if I could. Inequality and climate questions, not changing topic altogether. So, if you go to the COP26 website, there are tabs there that speak to mitigation and adaptation, and countries and industries are putting out some plans for some, as you said, some serious mitigation and adaptation to reach these goals, right, over a relatively short time span. So, I mean, this is this is a question then, I guess, about within countries. I want to talk about between countries too, but within countries, how are you addressing this set of mitigation adaptation plans, and should we be worried about the distributional aspects of mitigations within nations? Right? I mean, are we going to put a lot of undue burden on those who can least afford to pay it?
First thing, absolutely, we should be worried. Anytime, and you know this well, anytime we have a big structural change, something that affects multiple industries, multiple regions, one has to worry about inequality. Some are just better placed, either because they have more flexible skills or they have capital. They can take advantage of those structural changes, and both of those push in the direction of inequalities. You have sort of natural winners and losers from the structural change, whether it's the advent of artificial intelligence or it is moves towards sustainability. And interestingly, or slightly concerningly, we're having both of those happen at the same time in situations where we have moved to relatively high levels of inequality, certainly wealth inequalities in many of our societies. And we have these drivers that are likely to lead to more inequality. So we absolutely have to be concerned about it, almost obsessed by it, I would suggest, because with structural forces, we need to lean against those structural forces in order to make sure that as many citizens are benefiting as possible from the structural change, and that we are compensating those that don't. And so these are fundamental, multifaceted questions. Now, in terms of climate, I think that the better news is that a number of the technologies and a number of things we need to do are actually relatively job heavy and can be spread quite broadly across geographies. So, I mean, the classic one, and everybody's now focused on it, rightly so, is around improving emission standards in buildings, home retrofits. I mean, it's construction heavy, it's every building, it's everywhere, and very job intensive. In general, the renewable power process is more job intensive than traditional building a road type infrastructure. So that has its attractions as well. But that said, particularly in countries that have heavy emissions, fossil fuel industries, hard to abate sectors like steel, other industrial processes, there is going to need to be quite heavy investment in order to grow those jobs in the future. And it's I think that recognition is only beginning to sink in.
Okay, and let me then also turn to the other obvious inequality that I know lots of people are worried about, which is that the poorest part of the world are likely to be hardest hit by they have the fewest global emissions, and they're likely to be hardest hit. The richest part of the world has the most emissions and will likely be able to cope better. What in all of the stuff that we are thinking about can we reasonably expect to help developing countries versus developed countries as we move forward?
Yeah, so you're absolutely right on both of those points. And the first is to say that on the financing side, there are a number of things in place. I think we can question whether they're large enough for the scale of the challenge, and I think the answer is no, not yet. The first is agreed in Copenhagen, but not yet fulfilled, is that the rich countries, the advanced economies, are to transfer or cause to transfer $100 billion a year to the emerging developing economies. The most recent assessment of those numbers was something on the order of 73 billion. So there's a gap, and one of the priorities for the UK as president is to make sure that gap is closed. And I would say that that's almost immediately relevant because it'll be one of the discussion points at the G7 next month in Cornwall. So that's 100 billion. That's something, but it's not enough. The next is the carbon offset market I talked about. That happens to be a market that is probably 80 to 100 billion euros a year if we get it right, and 75 to 90% of those projects will be in the emerging developing world. So and all the demand, virtually all the demand, will come from companies in the advanced world. So again, that's another transfer. I think the third thing is that I talked at the start about net zero plans, and it's about companies having as broad responsibility as possible and as appropriate for their emissions. So it's not about outsourcing your emissions to some supplier and then hands off. So-called Scope 3 emissions being taken into account as well. And then that alignment of incentive and the investment, and again, many cases that's in the emerging developing world. I think the third or the fourth thing that we're looking to do is working with the insurance industry around resilience, because as you rightly said, the biggest impacts, the poles, the equator regions, are very much developing countries, small island states, biggest impacts of actual climate change today, and unfortunately going to get worse tomorrow. So how do we build? Where is that risk, and how do we concentrate investment in order to have higher seawalls, have more resilient electricity infrastructure, actually to have humanitarian aid when it's required. And so the insurance industry is banding together, global insurance industry is banding together and developing something called, the headline is called the GRI, the Global Resilience Index, but really it's a series of metrics and a way of mapping the world and assessing where the biggest risks and impact are of climate. So, and that will help direct. I mean, you can do some of it will be for insurance coverage of this, and so countries will get money when the bad things happen. But more importantly, it's about directing investment, and particularly development finance and aid, to those most vulnerable states in a way that is comprehensive and as effective and fair as possible. So it's a massive, massive issue. And I would say, if I were to summarize, we're really only beginning to address it. Whereas that mainstreaming that's happened in the last few years that I started with is largely advanced economy focused. And that's where most of the emissions are. But there is a huge additional amount of work to be done.
Okay, thanks so much. So 30 minutes with Mark Parney goes very quickly, and that so we have reached our 30-minute mark. So what do I want to thank you. Thank you for spending this time with us, and let me give a quick shout out for your new book, Values, which came out this year, and which is getting great reviews. So those of you who want to continue the conversation with Mark, pick up the book, and there's lots there to dig into. Thank you so much, Mark, for joining us, and I hope that hopefully I'll see you in Canada sometime soon, but that we'll see each other soon live.
One way or another. Yes, thank you very much, Mark. A real pleasure. And thank you all for tuning in.